He saw only the live face of the girl. The picture hurt him. He kept it. He always remembered it, but he could scarcely bear to see it. There was a hurt to his soul in the clear, fearless face that was touched with abstraction. Its abstraction was certainly away from him. Then war was declared with the Boers in South Africa, and everywhere was a fizz of excitement. He wrote that he might have to go, and he sent her a box of sweets. She was slightly dazed at the thought of his going to the war, not knowing how to feel. It was a sort of romantic situation that she knew so well in fiction. She hardly understood it. In fact, underneath, atop elation, was a sort of dreariness, deep, ashy disappointment. However, she secreted the sweets under her bed and ate them all herself when she went to bed. And when she woke in the morning, all the time she felt very guilty and ashamed, but she simply did not want to share them. That box of sweets remained stuck in her mind afterwards. Why had she secreted them and eaten them, every one? Why she did not feel guiltish, only knew she ought to feel guilty. And she could not make up her mind. Curiously monumental, that box of sweets stood up now. It was empty. It was a crux for her. What was she to think of it? The idea of war altogether made her feel uneasy when men began organized fighting with each other. It seemed to her as if the poles of the universe were cracking, and the whole might go tumbling into the bottomless pit. A horrible bottomless feeling she had. Yet, of course, there was the minted superscription of romance and honor, and even religion. About war, she was very confused. Skrebensky was busy. He could not come to see her. She asked for no assurance, no security. What was between them was, and could not be altered by avowals. She knew that by instinct she trusted to the intrinsic reality. But she felt an agony of helplessness. She could do nothing. Vaguely, she knew the huge powers of the world rolling and crashing together, darkly, clumsily, stupidly, yet colossal, so that one was brushed along almost as dust, helpless, swirling like dust. Yet she wanted so hard to rebel, to rage, to fight. But with what? Could she with her hands fight the face of the earth, beat the hills in their places? Yet her breast wanted to fight the whole world, and these two small hands were all she had to do it with. The months went by, and it was Christmas. Snowdrops came. There was a little hollow in the wood near Kosithe where snowdrops grew wild. She sent him some in a box, and he wrote her a quick little note of thanks, very grateful and wistful. He seemed. Her eyes grew childlike and puzzled from day to day. She went on helpless, carried along by all that must happen. He went about at his duties, giving himself up to them. At the bottom of his heart, his self, the soul that aspired and had true hope of self-effectuation, lay as dead stillborn, a dead weight in his womb. Who was he to hold important? His personal connection. What did a man matter personally? He was just a brick in the whole great social fabric. The nation, the modern humanity, his personal movements were small and entirely subsidiary. The whole form must be ensured, not ruptured for any personal reason whatsoever, since no personal reason could justify such a breaking. What did personal intimacy matter? One had to fill one's place in the whole, the great scheme of man's elaborate civilization. That was all the whole mattered, but the unit, the person, had no importance, except as he represented the whole. So Skrebensky left the girl out and went his way, serving what he had to serve and enduring what he had to endure without remark to his own intrinsic life. He was dead, and he could not rise again from the dead. His soul lay in the tomb. His life lay in the established order of things. He had his five senses too. They were to be gratified apart from this. He represented the great established extant idea of life, and as this he was important and beyond question. The good of the greatest number was all that mattered. That which was the greatest good for them all collectively was the greatest good for the individual, and so every man must give himself to support the state, and so labor for the greatest good of all. One might make improvements in the state perhaps, but always with a view to preserving it intact. No highest good of the community, however, would give him the vital fulfillment of his soul. He knew this, but he did not consider the soul of the individual sufficiently important. He believed a man was important in so far as he represented all humanity. He could not see, it was not born in him, to see that the highest good of the community as it stands is no longer the highest good of even the average individual. He thought that because the community represents millions of people, therefore it must be millions of times more important than any individual forgetting that the community is an abstraction from the many and is not the many themselves now, when the statement of the abstract good for the community has become a formula lacking in all inspiration or value to the average intelligence. Then the common good becomes a general nuisance, representing the vulgar conservative materialism at a low level. And by the highest good of the greatest number is chiefly meant the material prosperity of all classes. Skrebensky did not really care about his own material prosperity. If he had been penniless, well, he would have taken his chances. Therefore, how could he find his highest good in giving up his life for the material prosperity of everybody else, what he considered an unimportant thing for himself? He could not think worthy of every sacrifice on behalf of other people, and that which he would consider of the deepest importance to himself as an individualo. He said, you mustn't consider the community from that standpoint. No, what the community wants, it wants something solid. It wants good wages, equal opportunities, good conditions of living. That's what the community wants. It doesn't want anything subtle or difficult. Duty is very plain. Keep in mind the material, the immediate welfare of every man, that's all. So there came over Skrebensky a sort of nullity, which more and more terrified Ursula. She felt there was something hopeless, which she had to submit to. She felt a great sense of disaster, impending day after day, was made inert with a sense of disaster. She became morbidly sensitive, depressed, apprehensive. It was anguish to her when she saw one rook slowly flapping in the sky that was a sign of a loman, and the foreboding became so black and so powerful in her that she was almost extinguished. Yet what was the matter? At the worst, he was only going away. Why did she mind? What was it she feared? She did not know. Only she had a black dread possessing her when she went at night and saw the big flashing stars. They seemed terrible by day. She was always expecting some charge to be made against her. He wrote in March to say that he was going to South Africa in a short time, but before he went, he would snatch a day at the marsh. As if in a painful dream, she waited, suspended, unresolved. She did not know, she could not understand, only she felt that all the threads of her fate were being held taut in suspense. She only wept sometimes as she went about saying blindly, I am so fond of him, I am so fond of him. He came, but why did he come? She looked at him for a sign. He gave no sign. He did not even kiss her. He behaved as if he were an affable, usual acquaintance. This was superficial. But what did it hide? She waited for him. She wanted him to make some sign. So the whole of the day they wavered and avoided contact, until evening, then, laughing, saying he would be back in 6 months' time and would tell them all about it, he shook hands with her mother and took his leave. Ursula accompanied him into the lane. The night was windy. The yew trees seethed and hissed and vibrated. The wind seemed to rush about among the chimneys and the church tower. It was dark. The wind blew Ursula's face, and her clothes cleaved to her limbs, but it was a surging, turgid wind, instinct with compressed vigor of life, and she seemed to have lost Skrebensky out there in the strong, urgent night. She could not find him. Where are you? She asked. Here came his bodiless voice, and groping, she touched him. A fire like lightning drenched them. Anton, she said. What? He answered. She held him with her hands in the darkness. She felt his body again with hers. Don't leave, me, come back to me, she said. Yes, he said, holding her in his arms. But the male in him was scotched by the knowledge that she was not under his spell nor his influence. He wanted to go away from her. He rested in the knowledge that tomorrow he was going away. His life was really elsewhere. His life was elsewhere. His life was elsewhere. The center of his life was not what she would have. She was different. There was a breach between them. They were hostile worlds. You will come back to me, she reiterated. Yes, he said, and he meant it, but as one keeps an appointment, not as a man returning to his fulfillment. So she kissed him and went indoors. Lost, he walked down to the marsh, abstracted. The contact with her hurt him and threatened him. He shrank. He had to be free of her spirit, for she would stand before him like the angel before Balaam and drive him back with a sword from the way he was going into a wilderness. The next day she went to the station to see him go. She looked at him, she turned to him, but he was always so strange and null, so null. He was so collected. She thought it was that which made him null, strangely nothing he was. Ursula stood near him with a mute pale face, which he would rather not see. There seemed some shame, at the very root of life, cold, dead shame for her. The three made a noticeable group on the station, the girl in her fur cap, and Tippett, in her olive-green costume, pale tense, with youth, isolated, unyielding, the soldierly young man in a crush hat and a heavy overcoat, his face rather pale, and reserved above his purple scarf, his whole figure neutral. Then, the elder man, a fashionable bowler hat, pressed low over his dark brows, his face warm-colored and calm, his whole figure curiously suggestive of full-blooded indifference. He was the eternal audience, the chorus, the spectator at the drama in his own life. He would have no drama. The train was rushing up. Ursula's heart heaved, but the ice was frozen too strong upon it. "Goodbye," she said, lifting her hand, her face, laughing with her peculiar, blind, almost dazzling laugh. She wondered what he was doing when he stooped and kissed her. He should be shaking hands and going. "Goodbye," she said again. He picked up his little bag and turned his back on her. There was a hurry along the train. Here was his carriage. He took his seat. Tom Brangwen shut the door, and the two men shook hands as the whistle went. "Good beend, good luck," said Brangwen. "Thank you, goodbye." The train moved off. Skrebensky stood at the carriage window, waving, but not really looking, to the two figures, the girl and the warm-colored, almost effeminately dressed man. Ursula waved her handkerchief. The train gathered speed. It grew smaller and smaller still. It ran in a straight line. The speck of white vanished. The rear of the train was small in the distance. Still, she stood on the platform, feeling a great emptiness about her, in spite of herself. Her mouth was quivering. She did not want to cry. Her heart was dead cold. Her Uncle Tom had gone to an automatic machine and was getting matches. "Would you like some sweets?" he said, turning round. Her face was covered with tears. She made curious downward grimaces with her mouth to get control. Yet her heart was not crying, it was cold and earthy. "What kind would you like, Annie?" persisted her uncle. "I should love some peppermint drops," she said, in a strange, normal voice from her distorted face. But in a few moments she had gained control of herself and was still detached. "Let us go into the town," he said, and he rushed her into a train. Moving to the town station, they went to a cafe to drink coffee. She sat looking at people in the street, and a great wound was in her breast, a cold imperturbability in her soul. This cold imperturbability of spirit continued in her now. It was as if some disillusion had frozen upon her. A hard disbelief part of her had gone cold, apathetic. She was too young, too baffled to understand or even to know that she suffered much, and she was too deeply hurt to submit. She had her blind agonies. When she wanted him, but from the moment of his departure, he had become a visionary thing of her own. All her roused torment and passion and yearning, she turned to him. She kept a diary in which she wrote impulsive thoughts. Seeing the moon in the sky, her own heart surcharged, she went and wrote, "If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down." It meant so much to her, that sentence. Put into it all the anguish of her youth and her young passion and yearning. She called to him from her heart. Wherever she went, her limbs vibrated with anguish towards him. Wherever she was, the radiating force of her soul seemed to travel to him endlessly, and in her soul's own creation find him. But who was he, and where did he exist? In her own desire only. She received a postcard from him, and she put it in her bosom. It did not mean much to her, really. The second day she lost it, and never even remembered she had had it till some days afterwards. The long weeks went by. There came the constant bad news of the war, and she felt as if all outside there in the world were a hurt against her, and something in her soul remained cold, apathetic, unchanging. Her life was always only partial at this time. Never did she live completely. There was the cold, unliving part of her, yet she was madly sensitive. She could not bear herself. When a dirty, red-eyed old woman came begging of her in the street, she started away as from an unclean thing, and then when the old woman shouted acrid insults after her, she winced, her limbs palpitated with insane torment. She could not bear herself. Whenever she thought of the red-eyed old woman, a sort of madness ran in inflammation over her flesh and her brain. she almost wanted to kill herself. And in this state, her sexual life flamed into a kind of disease within her. She was so overwrought and sensitive that the mere touch of coarse wool seemed to tear her nerves. Chapter Roman Shame. Ursula had only 2 more terms at school. She was studying for her matriculation examination. It was dreary work, for she had very little intelligence when she was disjointed from happiness stubbornness, and a consciousness of impending fate kept her half-heartedly pinned to it. She knew that soon she would want to become a self-responsible person, and her dread was that she would be prevented, an all-containing will in her for complete independence, complete social independence, complete independence from any personal authority kept her dullishly at her studies, for she knew that she had always her price of ransom, her femaleness. She was always a woman, and what she could not get, because she was a human being fellow to the rest of mankind, she would get, because she was a female other than the man. In her femaleness, she felt a secret, riches a reserve. She had always the price of freedom. However, she was sufficiently reserved about this last resource. The other things should be tried first. There was the mysterious man's world to be adventured upon, the world of daily work and duty and existence. As a working member of the community, against this, she had a subtle grudge. She wanted to make her conquest also of this man's world. So she ground away at her work, never giving it up. Some things she liked. Her subjects were English, Latin, French, mathematics, and history. Once she knew how to read French and Latin, the syntax bored her. Most tedious was the close study of English literature. Why should one remember the things one read? Something in mathematics, their cold absoluteness fascinated her, but the actual practice was tedious. Some people in history puzzled her and made her ponder, but the political parts angered her, and she hated ministers. Only in odd streaks did she get a poignant sense of acquisition and enrichment, and enlarging from her studies one afternoon reading As You Like It once, when with her blood she heard a passage of Latin, and she knew how the blood beat in a Roman's body, so that ever after she felt she knew the Romans by contact. She enjoyed the vagaries of English grammar, because it gave her pleasure to detect the live movements of words and sentences. And mathematics, the very sight of the letters in algebra, had a real lure for her. She felt so much, and so confusedly at this time, that her face got a queer, wondering, half-scared look, as if she were not sure what might seize upon her at any moment out of the unknown. Odd little bits of information stirred unfathomable passion in her when she knew that in the tiny, brown buds of autumn were folded minute and complete the finished flowers of the summer 9 months, hence tiny folded up and left there waiting. A flash of triumph and love went over her. I could never die while there was a tree, she said passionately, sententiously, standing before a great ash in worship. It was the people who somehow walked as an upright menace to her. Her life at this time was unformed, palpitating, essentially shrinking from all touch. She gave something to other people, but she was never herself. Since she had no self, she was not afraid nor ashamed before trees and birds and the sky, but she shrank violently from people. Ashamed, she was not as they were, fixed, emphatic, but a wavering, undefined sensibility, only without form or being. Gudrun was at this time a great comfort and shield to her. The younger girl was a lithe, farouche animal who mistrusted all approach, and would have none of the petty secrecies and jealousies of schoolgirl intimacy. She would have no truck with the tame cats, nice or not, because she believed that they were all only untamed cats with a nasty, untrustworthy habit of tameness. This was a great standback for Ursula, who suffered agonies when she thought a person disliked her, no matter how much she despised that other person. How could anyone dislike her? Ursula Brangwen. The question terrified her and was unanswerable. She sought refuge in Gudrun's natural proud indifference. It had been discovered that Gudrun had a talent for drawing. This solved the problem of the girl's indifference to all study. It was said of her, she can draw marvelously. Suddenly Ursula found a queer awareness existed between herself and her classmistress Miss Inger. The latter was a rather beautiful woman of 28, a fearless-seeming, clean type of modern girl, whose very independence betrays her sorrow. She was clever and expert in what she did, accurate, quick, commanding. To Ursula she had always given pleasure, because of her clear, decided, yet graceful appearance. She carried her head high, a little thrown back, and Ursula thought there was a look of nobility in the way she twisted her smooth brown hair upon her head. She always wore clean, attractive, well-fitting blouses, and a well-made skirt. Everything about her was so well-ordered, betraying a fine, clear spirit, that it was a pleasure to sit in her class. Her voice was just as ringing and clear, and with unwavering, finely touched modulation, her eyes were blue, clear, proud. She gave one altogether the sense of a fine-mettled, scrupulously groomed person, and of an unyielding mind, yet there was an infinite poignancy about her, a great pathos in her lonely, proudly closed mouth. It was after Skrebensky had gone that there sprang up between the mistress and the girl that strange awareness, then the unspoken intimacy that sometimes connects two people who may never even make each other's acquaintance before they had always been good friends in the undistinguished way of the classroom, with the professional relationship of mistress and scholar always present. Now, however, another thing came to pass. When they were in the room together, they were aware of each other almost to the exclusion of everything else. Winifred Inger felt a hot delight in the lessons when Ursula was present. Ursula felt her whole life begin when Miss Inger came into the room. Then, with the beloved, subtly intimate teacher present, the girl sat as within the rays of some enrichening sun, whose intoxicating heat poured straight into her veins. The state of bliss, when Miss Inger was present, was supreme in the girl, but always eager. As she went home, Ursula dreamed of the schoolmistress, made infinite dreams of things she could give her, of how she might make the elder woman adore her. Miss Inger was a bachelor of arts who had studied at Nuneham. She was a clergyman's daughter of good family, but what Ursula adored so much was her fine, upright, athletic bearing, and her indomitably proud nature. She was proud and free as a man, yet exquisite as a woman. The girl's heart burned in her breast as she set off for school in the morning. So eager was her breast, so glad her feet, to travel towards the beloved Miss Inger. How straight and fine was her back, how strong her loins, how calm and free her limbs. Ursula craved ceaselessly to know if Miss Inger cared for her. As yet no definite sign had been passed between the two, yet surely, Miss Inger loved her too, was fond of her, liked her at least more than the rest of the scholars in the class. Yet she was never certain. It might be that Miss Inger cared nothing for her, and yet with blazing heart Ursula felt that if only she could speak to her, touch her, she would know. The summer term came, and with it the swimming class. Miss Inger was to take the swimming class. Then Ursula trembled and was dazed with passion. Her hopes were soon to be realized. She would see Miss Inger in her bathing dress. The day came in the great bath. The water was glimmering pale emerald green, a lovely glimmering mass of color within the whitish marble-like confines. Overhead the light fell softly, and the great green body of pure water moved under it as someone dived from the side. Ursula, trembling, hardly able to contain herself, pulled off her clothes, put on her tight bathing suit, and opened the door of her cabin. Two girls were in the water. The mistress had not appeared. She waited. A door opened. Miss Inger came out dressed in a rusted tunic, like a Greek girl's, tied round the waist, and a red silk handkerchief round her head. How lovely she looked! Her knees were so white and strong and proud, and she was firm-bodied as Diana. She walked simply to the side of the bath, and with a negligent movement flung herself in. For a moment Ursula watched the white, smooth, strong shoulders and the easy arms swimming. Then she too dived into the water. Now she was swimming in the same water with her dear mistress. The girl moved her limbs voluptuously and swam by herself deliciously, yet with a craving of unsatisfaction. She wanted to touch the other, to touch her, to feel her. "I will race you, Ursula," came the well-modulated voice. Ursula started violently. She turned to see the warm, unfolded face of her mistress looking at her. To her, she was acknowledged, laughing her own beautiful, startled laugh. She began to swim. The mistress was just ahead, swimming with easy strokes. Ursula could see the head put back, the water flickering upon the white shoulders, the strong legs kicking shadowily, and she swam blinded with passion. Ah, the beauty of the firm, white, cool flesh! Ah, the wonderful firm limbs! Ah, if she did not so despise her own thin, dusky fragment of a body, if only she too were fearless and capable. She swam on eagerly, not wanting to win, only wanting to be near her mistress, to swim in a race with her. They neared the end of the bath, the deep end. Miss Inger touched the pipe, swung herself round, and caught Ursula round the waist in the water and held her for a moment. "I won," said Miss Inger, laughing. There was a moment of suspense. Ursula's heart was beating so fast she clung to the rail and could not move. Her dilated, warm, unfolded, glowing face turned to the mistress as if to her very son. "Goodbye," said Miss Inger, and she swam away to the other pupils, taking professional interest in them. Ursula was dazed. She could still feel the touch of the mistress' body against her own. Only this, the rest of the swimming time passed like a trance. When the call was given to leave the water, Miss Inger walked down the bath towards Ursula. Her rusted thin tunic was clinging to her. The whole body was defined, firm, and magnificent, as it seemed to the girl. "I enjoyed our race, Ursula, did you?" said Miss Inger. The girl could only laugh, with revealed, open, glowing face. The love was now tacitly confessed, but it was some time before any further progress was made. Ursula continued in suspense, in inflamed bliss. Then one day, when she was alone, the mistress came near to her, and touching her cheek with her fingers said, with some difficulty, "Would you like to come to tea with me on Saturday, Ursula?" The girl flushed, all gratitude. "Well, go to a lovely little bungalow on the shore. Shall we? I stay the weekends there sometimes." Ursula was beside herself. She could not endure. Till the Saturday came, her thoughts burned up like a fire. If only it was Saturday, if only it was Saturday. Then Saturday came, and she set out. Miss Inger met her in Sawley, and they walked about 3 miles to the bungalow. It was a moist, warm, cloudy day. The bungalow was a tiny two-roomed shanty set on a steep bank. Everything in it was exquisite in delicious privacy. The two girls made tea, and then they talked. Ursula need not be home till about 10 o'clock. The talk was led by a kind of spell to love. Miss Inger was telling Ursula of a friend, how she had died in childbirth, and what she had suffered. Then she told of a prostitute, and of some of her experiences with men. As they talked thus, on the little veranda of the bungalow, the night fell. There was a little warm rain. "It is really stifling," said Miss Inger. They watched a train, whose lights were pale in the lingering twilight, rushing across the distance. "It will thunder," said Ursula. The electric suspense continued. The darkness sank. They were eclipsed. "I think I shall go and bathe," said Miss Inger, out of the cloud-black darkness. "At night," said Ursula. "It is best at night. Will you come?" "I should like to." "It is quite safe. The grounds are private. We had better undress in the bungalow for fear of the rain, then run down." Shyly, stiffly, Ursula went into the bungalow and began to remove her clothes. The lamp was turned low. She stood in the shadow by another chair. Winifred Inger was undressing. Soon the naked, shadowy figure of the elder girl came to the younger. "Are you ready?" she said. "One moment." Ursula could hardly speak. The other naked woman stood near, silent. Ursula was ready. They ventured out into the darkness, feeling the soft air of night upon their skins. "I can't see the path," said Ursula. "It is here," said the voice, and the wavering, pallid figure was beside her, a hand grasping her arm, and the elder held the younger close against her, close, as they went down. And by the side of the water, she put her arms round her and kissed her, and she lifted her in her arms close, saying softly, "I shall carry you into the water." Ursula lay still in her mistress' arms, her forehead against the beloved, maddening breast. "I shall put you in," said Winifred. But Ursula twined her body about her mistress. After a while the rain came down on their flushed hot limbs, startling, delicious. A sudden ice-cold shower burst in a great weight upon them. They stood up to it with pleasure. Ursula received the stream of it upon her breasts and her limbs. It made her cold, and a deep, bottomless silence welled up in her, as if bottomless darkness were returning upon her. So the heat vanished away. She was chilled. As if from a waking up, she ran indoors, a chill, non-existent thing wanting to get away. She wanted the light, the presence of other people, the external connection with the many. Above all, she wanted to lose herself among natural surroundings. She took her leave of her mistress and returned home. She was glad to be on the station, with a crowd of Saturday night people glad to sit in the lighted, crowded railway carriage. Only she did not want to meet anybody she knew, she did not want to talk, she was alone, immune. All this stir and seethe of lights and people was but the rim, the shores of a great inner darkness and void. She wanted very much to be on the seething, partially illuminated shore, for within her was the void reality of dark space. For a time Miss Inger, her mistress, was gone. She was only a dark void, and Ursula was free as a shade, walking in an underworld of extinction, of oblivion. Ursula was glad, with a kind of motionless, lifeless gladness, that her mistress was extinct, gone out of her. In the morning, however, the love was there again, burning, burning. She remembered yesterday, and she wanted more, always more. She wanted to be with her mistress. All separation from her mistress was a restriction from living. Why could she not go to her today? Why must she pace about revoked at Cassithe, whilst her mistress was elsewhere? She sat down and wrote a burning, passionate love letter. She could not help it. The two women became intimate. Their lives seemed suddenly to fuse into one inseparable. Ursula went to Winifred's lodging. She spent there her only living hours. Winifred was very fond of water, off swimming, of rowing. She belonged to various athletic clubs. Many delicious afternoons the two girls spent in a light boat on the river. Winifred, always rowing. Indeed, Winifred seemed to delight in having Ursula in her charge, in giving things to the girl, in filling and enriching her life. So that Ursula developed rapidly during the few months of her intimacy with her mistress. Winifred had had a scientific education. She had known many clever people. She wanted to bring Ursula to her own position of thought. They took religion and rid it of its dogmas, its falsehoods. Winifred humanized it all gradually. It dawned upon Ursula that all the religion she knew was but a particular clothing to a human aspiration. The aspiration was the real thing. Clothing was a matter almost of national taste or need. The Greeks had a naked Apollo, the Christians a white-robed Christ, the Buddhists a royal prince, the Egyptians their Osiris. Religions were local, and religion was universal. Christianity was a local branch. There was as yet no assimilation of local religions into universal religion. In religion there were the two great motives of fear and love. The motive of fear was as great as the motive of love. Christianity accepted crucifixion to escape from fear. Do your worst to me, that I may have no more fear of the worst. But that which was feared was not necessarily all evil, and that which was loved not necessarily all good. Fear shall become reverence, and reverence is submission in identification. Love shall become triumph, and triumph is delight in identification. So much she talked of religion, getting the gist of many writings in philosophy. She was brought to the conclusion that the human desire is the criterion of all truth, and all good truth does not lie beyond humanity, but is one of the products of the human mind and feeling. There is really nothing to fear. The motive of fear in religion is base, and must be left to the ancient worshippers of power. Worship of Moloch. We do not worship power. In our enlightened souls, power is degenerated to money and Napoleonic stupidity. Ursula could not help dreaming of Moloch. Her god was not mild and gentle, neither lamb nor dove. He was the lion and the eagle, not because the lion and the eagle had power, but because they were proud and strong. They were themselves. They were not passive subjects of some shepherd or pets of some loving woman or sacrifices of some priest. She was weary to death of mild, passive lambs and monotonous doves. If the lamb might lie down with the lion, it would be a great honor to the lamb, but the lion's powerful heart would suffer no diminishing. She loved the dignity and self-possession of lions. She did not see how lambs could love. Lambs could only be loved. They could only be afraid and tremblingly submit to fear and become sacrificial, or they could submit to love and become beloveds. In both, they were passive, raging, destructive lovers, seeking the moment when fear is greatest and triumph is greatest. The fear not greater than the triumph not greater than the fear. These were no lambs nor doves. She stretched her own limbs like a lion or a wild horse. Her heart was relentless in its desires. It would suffer 1,000 deaths, but it would still be a lion's heart. When it rose from death, a fiercer lion, she would be a surer knowing herself, different from and separate from the great conflicting universe that was not herself. Winifred Inger was also interested in the women's movement. "The men will do no more. They have lost the capacity for doing," said the elder girl. "They fuss and talk, but they are really inane. They make everything fit into an old inert idea. Love is a dead idea to them. They don't come to one and love one, they come to an idea. And they say, 'You are my idea,' so they embrace themselves, as if I were any man's idea, as if I exist. Because a man has an idea of me, as if I will be betrayed by him, lend him my body as an instrument for his idea, to be a mere apparatus of his dead theory. But they are too fussy to be able to act. They are all impotent. They can't take a woman. They come to their own idea every time, and take that they are like serpents trying to swallow themselves because they are hungry." Ursula was introduced by her friend to various women and men, educated, unsatisfied people who still moved within the smug provincial society, as if they were nearly as tame as their outward behavior showed, but who were inwardly raging and mad. It was a strange world the girl was swept into, like a chaos, like the end of the world. She was too young to understand it all, yet the inoculation passed into her through her love for her mistress. The examination came, and then school was over. It was the long vacation. Winifred in Jura went away to London. Ursula was left alone in Carcithe. A terrible outcast, almost poisonous despair possessed her. It was no use doing anything or being anything. She had no connection with other people. Her lot was isolated and deadly. There was nothing for her anywhere but this black disintegration. Yet within all the great attack of disintegration upon her, she remained herself. It was the terrible core of all her suffering, that she was always herself. Never could she escape, that she could not put off being herself. She still adhered to Winifred in Jura, but a sort of nausea was coming over her. She loved her mistress, but a heavy clogged sense of deadness began to gather upon her from the other woman's contact, and sometimes she thought Winifred was ugly clay. Her female hips seemed big and earthy, her ankles and her arms were too thick. She wanted some fine intensity, instead of this heavy cleaving of moist clay that cleaves because it has no life of its own. Winifred still loved Ursula. She had a passion for the fine flame of the girl. She served her endlessly, would have done anything for her. "Come with me to London," she pleaded to the girl. "I will make it nice for you, shall do lots of things you will enjoy." "No," said Ursula stubbornly and dully. "No, I don't want to go to London. I want to be by myself." Winifred knew what this meant. She knew that Ursula was beginning to reject her. The fine, unquenchable flame of the younger girl would consent no more to mingle with the perverted life of the elder woman. Winifred knew it would come, but she too was proud. At the bottom of her was a black pit of despair. She knew perfectly well that Ursula would cast her off, and that seemed like the end of her life. But she was too hopeless to rage. Wisely economizing what was left of Ursula's love, she went away to London, leaving the beloved girl alone. And after a fortnight, Ursula's letters became tender again. Loving her Uncle Tom had invited her to go and stay with him. He was managing a big new colliery in Yorkshire. Would Winifred come too? For now Ursula was imagining marriage for Winifred. She wanted her to marry her Uncle Tom. Winifred knew this. She said she would come to Wigston. She would now let fate do as it liked with her, since there was nothing remaining to be done. Tom Brangwen also saw Ursula's intention. He too was at the end of his desires. He had done the things he had wanted to. They had all ended in a disintegrated lifelessness of soul, which he hid under an utterly tolerant good humor. He no longer cared about anything on earth, neither man nor woman, nor God, nor humanity. He had come to a stability of nullification. He did not care any more, neither about his body nor about his soul. Only he would preserve intact his own life. Only the simple, superficial fact of living persisted. He was still healthy. He lived, therefore he would fill each moment. That had always been his creed. It was not instinctive easiness. It was the inevitable outcome of his nature. When he was in the absolute privacy of his own life, he did as he pleased, unscrupulous, without any ulterior thought. He believed neither in good nor evil. Each moment was like a separate little island, isolated from time and blank, unconditioned by time. He lived in a large new house of red brick, standing outside a mass of homogeneous red brick dwellings called Wigston. Wigston was only 7 years old. It had been a hamlet of 11 houses on the edge of healthy half-agricultural country. Then the great seam of coal had been opened in a year. Wigston appeared a great mass of pinkish rows of thin, unreal dwellings of 5 rooms each. The streets were like visions of pure ugliness, a grey-black macadamized road, asphalt causeways held in between a flat succession of wall, window, and door, a new brick channel that began nowhere and ended nowhere. Everything was amorphous, yet everything repeated itself endlessly. Only now and then, in one of the house windows, vegetables or small groceries were displayed for sale. In the middle of the town was a large open shapeless space or marketplace of black trodden earth, surrounded by the same flat material of dwellings, new red brick, becoming grimy small oblong windows and oblong doors, repeated endlessly, with just at one corner a great and gaudy public house, and somewhere lost on one of the sides of the square a large window, opaque and darkish green, which was the post office. The place had the strange desolation of a ruined colliers hanging about in gangs and groups, or passing along the asphalt pavements heavily to work, seemed not like living people, but like specters. The rigidity of the blank streets, the homogeneous amorphous sterility of the whole suggested death, rather than life. There was no meeting place, no center, no artery, no organic formation there. It lay like the new foundations of a red brick confusion, rapidly spreading like a skyndice. Just outside of this, on a little hill, was Tom Brangwen's big red brick house. It looked from the front upon the edge of the place, a meaningless squalor of ashpits and closets, and irregular rows of the backs of houses, each with its small activity made sordid by barren cohesion. With the rest of the small activities farther off was the great colliery that went night and day, and all around was the country green with 2 winding streams ragged with gorse and heath, the darker woods in the distance. The whole place was just unreal. Even now, when he had been there for 2 years, Tom Brangwen did not believe in the actuality of the place. It was like some gruesome dream, some ugly, dead, amorphous mood, become concrete. Ursula and Winifred were met by the motorcar at the raw little station, and drove through what seemed to them like the horrible raw beginnings of something. The place was a moment of chaos, perpetuated, persisting chaos, fixed and rigid. Ursula was fascinated by the many men who were there, groups of men standing in the streets, 4 or 5 men walking in a gang together there. Dogs running behind or before. They were all decently dressed, and most of them rather gaunt. The terrible gaunt repose of their bearing fascinated her, like creatures with no more hope, but which still live and have passionate being within some utterly unliving shell. They passed meaninglessly along with strange, isolated dignity. It was as if a hard, horny shell enclosed them. Shocked and startled, Ursula was carried to her Uncle Tom's house. He was not yet at home. His house was simply but well furnished. He had taken out a dividing wall and made the whole front of the house into a large library with one end devoted to his science. It was a handsome room, appointed as a laboratory and reading room, but giving the same sense of hard mechanical activity, mechanical, yet inchoate, and looking out on the hideous abstraction of the town, and at the green meadows and rough country beyond, and at the great mathematical colliery on the other side. They saw Tom Brangwen walking up the curved drive. He was getting stouter, but with his bowler hat worn well set down on his brows, he looked manly, handsome, curiously like any other man of action. His color was as fresh, his health as perfect as ever. He walked like a man, rather absorbed. Winifred Injure was startled when he entered the library, his coat fastened and correct, his head bald to the crown, but not shiny, rather like something naked that one is accustomed to see covered, and his dark eyes liquid and formless. He seemed to stand in the shadow like a thing ashamed, and the clasp of his hand was so soft, and yet so forceful, that it chilled the heart. She was afraid of him, repelled by him, and yet attracted. He looked at the athletic, seemingly fearless girl, and he detected in her a kinship with his own dark corruption. Immediately, he knew they were akin. His manner was polite, almost foreign, and rather cold. He still laughed in his curious animal fashion, suddenly wrinkling up his wide nose, and showing his sharp teeth. The fine beauty of his skin, and his complexion, some almost waxen quality, hid the strange, repellent grossness of him, the slight sense of putrescence, the commonness which revealed itself in his rather fat thighs and loins. Winifred saw at once the deferential, slightly servile, slightly cunning regard he had for Ursula, which made the girl at once so proud and so perplexed. But is this place As awful as it looks, the young girl asked, a strain in her eyes. It is just what it looks, he said. It hides nothing. Why are the men so sad? Are they sad? He replied. They seem unutterably sad, said Ursula out of a passionate throat. I don't think they are that, they just take it for granted. What do they take for granted? This, the pits, and the place altogether. Why don't they alter it? She passionately protested. They believe they must alter themselves to fit the pits and the place, rather than alter the pits and the place to fit themselves. It is easier, he said. And you agree with them, burst out his niece, unable to bear it. You think like they doth that living human beings must be taken and adapted to all kinds of horrors. We could easily do without the pits. He smiled uncomfortably, cynically. Ursula felt again the revolt of hatred from him. I suppose their lives are not really so bad, said Winifred, in jure superior to the Zalisk tragedy. He turned with his polite, distant attention. Yes, they are pretty bad. The pits are very deep and hot, and in some places where the men die of consumption fairly often, but they earn good wages. How gruesome, said Winifred, in jure. Yes, he replied gravely. It was his grave, solid, self-contained manner which made him so much respected as a colliery manager. The servant came in to ask where they would have tea. Put it in the summer house, Mrs. Smith, he said. The fair-haired, good-looking young woman went out. Is she married and in service? Asked Ursula. She is a widow. Her husband died of consumption a little while ago. Brangwen gave a sinister little laugh. He lay there in the houseplace at her mother's, and 5 or 6 other people in the house, and died very gradually. I asked her if his death wasn't a great trouble to her. Well, she said he was very fretful towards the last, never satisfied, never easy, always fretting and never knowing what would satisfy him. So in one way, it was a relief when it was over for him. And for everybody, they had only been married 2 years, and she has 1 boy. I asked her if she hadn't been very happy. Oh yes, sir. We was very comfortable at first, till he took bad. Oh, we was very comfortably. Oh yes, but you see, you get used to it. I've had my father and 2 brothers go off just the same. You get used to it. It's a horrible thing to get used to, said Winifred in jure, with a shudder. Yes, he said, still smiling, but that's how they are. Shall be getting married again, directly, one man or another. It does not matter very much. They're all colliers. What do you mean? Asked Ursula. They're all colliers. It is with the women as with us, he replied. Her husband was John Smith Loader. We reckoned him as a loader. He reckoned himself as a loader. And so she knew he represented his job. Marriage and home is a little sideshow. The women know it right enough, and take it for what it's worth. One man or another, it doesn't matter. All the world, the pit matters. Round the pit, there will always be the sideshows, plenty of them. He looked round at the red chaos, the rigid amorphous confusion of Wigston. Every man his own little sideshow, his home. But the pit owns every man. The women have what is left. What's left of this man, or what is left of that eat, doesn't matter altogether. The pit takes all that really matters. It is the same everywhere, burst out Winifred. It is the office, or the shop, or the business that gets the man. The woman gets the bit the shop can't digest. What is he at home? A man. He is a meaningless lump, a standing machine, a machine out of work. They know they are sold, said Tom Brangwen. That's where it is. They know they are sold to their job. If a woman talks her throat out, what difference can it make? The man's sold to his job. So the women don't bother. They take what they can catch and vogue la galère. Aren't they very strict here? Asked Miss Injure. Oh no, Mrs. Smith has 2 sisters who have just changed husbands. They're not very particular neither. Are they very interested? They go dragging along what is left from the pits. They're not interested enough to be very immoral. It all amounts to the same thing, moral or immoral, just a question of pitwages. The most moral duke in England makes 200,000 a year out of these pits. He keeps the morality end up. Ursula sat black-souled and very bitter hearing the 2 of them talk. There seemed something ghoulish, even in their very deploring of the state of things. They seemed to take a ghoulish satisfaction in it. The pit was the great mistress. Ursula looked out of the window and saw the proud demon-like colliery with her wheels twinkling in the heavens, the formless squalid mass of the town lying aside. It was the squalid heap of sideshows. The pit was the main show, the racin de trève. How terrible it was! There was a horrible fascination in human bodies and lives, subjected in slavery to that symmetric monster of the colliery. There was a swooning, perverse satisfaction in it. For a moment she was dizzy. Then she recovered, felt herself in a great loneliness, wherein she was sad, but free. She had departed no more would she subscribe to the great colliery, to the great machine, which has taken us all captives. In her soul she was against it. She disowned even its power. It had only to be forsaken, to be inane, meaningless. And she knew it was meaningless, but it needed a great passionate effort of will on her part, seeing the colliery still, to maintain her knowledge that it was meaningless. But her Uncle Tom and her mistress remained there among the horde, cynically reviling the monstrous state, and yet adhering to it, like a man who reviles his mistress, yet who is in love with her. She knew her Uncle Tom perceived what was going on, but she knew moreover that in spite of his criticism and condemnation, he still wanted the great machine. His only happy moments, his only moments of pure freedom, were when he was serving the machine. Then, and then only when the machine caught him up, was he free from the hatred of himself, could he act wholly, without cynicism and unreality. His real mistress was the machine, and the real mistress of Winifred was the machine. She too, Winifred, worshipped the impure abstraction, the mechanisms of matter there, in the machine, in service of the machine. Was she free from the clog and degradation of human feeling there, in the monstrous mechanism that held all matter living or dead in its service? Did she achieve her consummation, and her perfect unison, her immortality? Hatred sprang up in Ursula's heart. If she could, she would smash the machine. Her soul's action should be the smashing of the great machine. If she could destroy the colliery and make all the men of Wigston out of work, she would do it. Let them starve and grub in the earth for roots, rather than serve such a Moloch as this. She hated her Uncle Tom. She hated Winifred. They went down to the summer house for tea. It was a pleasant place, among a few trees, at the end of a tiny garden, on the edge of a field. Her Uncle Tom and Winifred seemed to jeer at her, to cheapen her. She was miserable and desolate, but she would never give way. Her coldness for Winifred should never cease. She knew it was over between them. She saw gross, ugly movements in her mistress. She saw a clayey, inert, unquickened flesh that reminded her of the great prehistoric lizards. One day, her Uncle Tom came in out of the broiling sunshine, heated from walking. Then the perspiration stood out upon his head and brow. His hand was wet and hot and suffocating in its clasp. He, too, had something marshy about him, succulent moistness and turgidity, and the same brackish, nauseating effect of a marsh where life and decaying are one. He was repellent to her, who was so dry and fine in her fire. Her very bones seemed to bid him keep his distance from her. It was in these weeks that Ursula grew up. She stayed 2 weeks at Wigston, and she hated it. All was grey, dry, ash, cold and dead and ugly. But she stayed also to get rid of Winifred, the girl's hatred, and her sense of repulsiveness in her mistress, and in her uncle seemed to throw the other two together. They drew together as if against her. In hardness and bitterness of soul, Ursula knew that Winifred was become her uncle's lover. She was glad she had loved them both. Now she wanted to be rid of them both. Their marshy, bittersweet corruption came sick and unwholesome in her nostrils. Anything to get out of the fetid air. She would leave them both forever, leave forever their strange, soft, half-corrupt element, anything to get away. One night Winifred came all burning into Ursula's bed and put her arms round the girl, holding her to herself in spite of unwillingness, and said, "Dear, my dear Shoal, I marry Mr. Brangwen Shoal, I." The clinging, heavy, muddy question weighed on Ursula intolerably. "Has he asked you?" she said, using all her might of hard resistance. "He's asked me," said Winifred. "Do you want me to marry him, Ursula?" "Yes," said Ursula. The arms tightened more on her. "I knew you did, my sweet, and I will marry him. You're fond of him, aren't you?" "I've been awfully fond of Heimver since I was a child." I know, I can see what you like in him. He is a man by himself. He has something apart from the rest." "Yes," said Ursula. "But he's not like you, my dear. He's not as good as you. There's something even objectionable in him-high's thick thighs. Ursula was silent. But ill marry him, my dearet, will be best now say you love me. A sort of profession was extorted out of the girl. Nevertheless, her mistress went away sighing to weep in her own chamber. In 2 days' time, Ursula left Wigston Miss. Inger went to Nottingham. There was an engagement between her and Tom Brangwen, which the uncle seemed to vaunt, as if it were an assurance of his validity. Brangwen and Winifred Inger continued engaged for another term. Then they married. Brangwen had reached the age when he wanted children. He wanted children. Neither marriage nor the domestic establishment meant anything to him. He wanted to propagate himself. He knew what he was doing. He had the instinct of a growing inertia of a thing that chooses its place of rest, in which to lapse into apathy, complete, profound indifference. He would let the machinery carry him, husband, father, pitmenager, warm clay, lifted through the recurrent action of day after day by the great machine from which it derived its motion. As for Winifred, she was an educated woman, and of the same sort as himself. She would make a good companion. She was his mate. Chapter Roman 13, The Maness World. Ursula came back to Cossithay to fight with her mother. Her schooldays were over. She had passed the matriculation examination now. She came home to face that empty period between school and possible marriage. At first she thought it would be just like holidays. All the time she would feel just free. Her soul was in chaos, blinded, suffering, maimed. She had no will left to think about herself. For a time, she must just lapse. But very shortly, she found herself up against her mother. Her mother had at this time the power to irritate and madden the girl continuously. There were already 7 children, yet Mrs. Brangwen was again with child the 9th. She had borne one, had died of diphtheria in infancy. Even this fact of her mother's pregnancy enraged the eldest girl. Mrs. Brangwen was so complacent, so utterly fulfilled in her breeding, she would not have the existence at all of anything but the immediate physical common things. Ursula, inflamed in soul, was suffering all the anguish of youth's reaching for some unknown ordeal that it can't grasp, can't even distinguish or conceive. Maddened, she was fighting all the darkness she was up against, and part of this darkness was her mother. To limit as her mother did everything to the ring of physical considerations, and complacently to reject the reality of anything else, was horrible. Not a thing did Mrs. Brangwen care about but the children, the house, and a little local gossip. And she would not be touched. She would let nothing else live near her. She went about big with child, slovenly, easy, having a certain lax dignity, taking her own time, pleasing herself, always doing things for the children, and feeling that she thereby fulfilled the whole of womanhood. This long trance of complacent childbearing had kept her young and undeveloped. She was scarcely a day older than when Gudrun was born. All these years, nothing had happened save the coming of the children. Nothing had mattered but the bodies of her babies as her children came into consciousness, as they began to suffer their own fulfillment. She cast them off, but she remained dominant in the house. Brangwen continued in a kind of rich drowse of physical heat. In connection with his wife, they were neither of them quite personal, quite defined as individuals, so much were they pervaded by the physical heat of breeding and rearing their young. How Ursula resented it, how she fought against the close physical limited life of herded domesticity, calm, placid, unshakable, as ever Mrs. Brangwen went about in her dominance of physical maternity. There were battles. Ursula would fight for things that mattered to her. She would have the children less rude and tyrannical. She would have a place in the house. But her mother pulled her down with all the cunning instinct of a breeding animal. Mrs. Brangwen ridiculed and held cheap Ursula's passions, her ideas, her pronunciations. Ursula would try to insist in her own home on the right of women to take equal place with men in the field of action and work. I said, the mother, there's a good crop of stockings lying ripe for mending. Let that be your field of action. Ursula disliked mending stockings, and this retort maddened her. She hated her mother bitterly. After a few weeks of enforced domestic life, she had had enough of her home. The commonness, the triviality, the immediate meaninglessness of it all drove her to frenzy. She talked and stormed ideas. She corrected and nagged at the children. She turned her back in silent contempt on her breeding mother, who treated her with supercilious indifference, as if she were a pretentious child not to be taken seriously. Brangwen was sometimes dragged into the trouble. He loved Ursula, therefore he always had a sense of shame, almost of betrayal when he turned on her, so he turned fiercely and scathingly, and with a wholesale brutality that made Ursula go white-mute, and numb. Her feelings seemed to be becoming deadened, in her temper hard and cold. Brangwen himself was in one of his states or flux. After all these years, he began to see a loophole of freedom. For 20 years, he had gone on at this office as a draftsman doing work in which he had no interest, because it seemed his allotted work, the growing up of his daughters, their developing rejection of old forms, set him also free. He was a man of ceaseless activity, blindly like a mole. He pushed his way out of the earth that covered him, working always away from the physical element in which his life was captured, slowly, blindly, gropingly. With what initiative was left to him, he made his way towards individual expression and individual form. At last, after 20 years, he came back to his woodcarving, almost to the point where he had left off his Adam and Eve panel when he was courting. But now he had knowledge and skill without vision. He saw the puerility of his young conceptions. He saw the unreal world in which they had been conceived. He now had a new strength in his sense of reality. He felt as if he were real, as if he handled real things. He had worked for many years at Kosithe, building the organ for the church, restoring the woodwork, gradually coming to a knowledge of beauty in the plain labors. Now he wanted again to carve things that were utterances of himself. But he could not quite hitch Onelways. He was too busy, too uncertain, confused, wavering. He began to study modeling. To his surprise, he found he could do it, modeling in clay, in plaster. He produced beautiful reproductions, really beautiful. Then he set out to make a head of Ursula in high relief, in the Donatello manner, in his first passion. He got a beautiful suggestion of his desire, but the pitch of concentration would not come with a little ash in his mouth. He gave up. He continued to copy or to make designs by selecting motives from classic stuff. He loved the Della Robbia and Donatello as he had loved Fra Angelico. When he was a young man, his work had some of the freshness, the naive alertness of the early Italians, but it was only reproduction. Having reached his limit in modeling, he turned to painting, but he tried watercolor painting after the manner of any other amateur. He got his results, but was not much interested. After one or two drawings of his beloved church, which had the same alertness as his modeling, he seemed to be incongruous with the modern atmospheric way of painting, so that his church tower stood up, really stood, and asserted its standing, but was ashamed of its own lack of meaning. He turned away again. He took up jewelry. Read Benvenuto Cellini pored over reproductions of ornament, and began to make pendants in silver and pearl and matrix. The first things he did in his start of discovery were really beautiful. Those later were more imitative, but starting with his wife, he made a pendant each for all his womenfolk. Then he made rings and bracelets. Then he took up beaten and chiseled metal work. When Ursula left school, he was making a silver bowl of lovely shape. How he delighted in it, almost lusted after it. All this time, his only connection with the real outer world was through his winter evening classes, which brought him into contact with state education. About all the rest he was oblivious and entirely indifferent. Even about the war, the nation did not exist to him. He was in a private retreat of his own that had neither nationality nor any great adherent. Ursula watched the newspapers vaguely concerning the war in South Africa. They made her miserable, and she tried to have as little to do with them as possible. But Skrebensky was out there. He sent her an occasional postcard, but it was as if she were a blank wall in his direction, without windows or outgoing. She adhered to the Skrebensky of her memory. Her love for Winifred in Jur wrenched her life, as it seemed, from the roots and native soil where Skrebensky had belonged to it, and she was aridly transplanted. He was really only a memory. She revived his memory with strange passion. After the departure of Winifred, he was, to her, almost the symbol of her real life. It was as if through him, in him, she might return to her own self, which she was before she had loved Winifred, before this deadness had come upon her, this pitiless transplanting. But even her memories were the work of her imagination. She dreamed of him and her as they had been together. She could not dream of him progressively, of what he was doing now, of what relation he would have to her now. Only sometimes she wept to think how cruelly she had suffered when he left Hera, how she had suffered. She remembered what she had written in her diary. If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down. It was a dull agony to her to remember what she had been then, for it was remembering a dead self, all that was dead after Winifred. She knew the corpse of her young loving self, she knew its grave, and the young living self she mourned for had scarcely existed. It was the creature of her imagination. Deep within her, a cold despair remained unchanging, and unchanged. No one would ever love her, would love no one. The body of love was killed in her after Winifred. There was something of the corpse in her. She would live, she would go on. But she would have no lovers, no lover would want her any more. She herself would want no lover. The vividest little flame of desire was extinct in her, forever the tiny vivid germ that contained the bud of her real self. Her real love was killed. She would go on growing as a plant, she would do her best to produce her minor flowers. But her leading flower was dead. Before it was born, all her growth was the conveying of a corpse of hope. The miserable weeks went on in the poky house crammed with children. What was her life here? Sordid, formless, disintegrated nothing. Ursula Brangwen, a person without worth or importance, living in the mean village of Carsithay, within the sordid scope of Ilkeston. Ursula Brangwen, at 17, worthless and unvalued, neither wanted nor needed by anybody, and conscious herself of her own dead value, it would not bear thinking of. But still her dogged pride held its own. She might be defiled, she might be a corpse that should never be loved, she might be a rotten stalk, living upon the food that others provided, yet she would give in to nobody. Gradually she became conscious that she could not go on living at home, as she was doing, without place or meaning or worth. The very children that went to school held her uselessness in contempt. She must do something. Her father said she had plenty to do to help her mother from her parents. She would never get more than a hit in the face. She was not a practical person. She thought of wild things, of running away and becoming a domestic servant, of asking some man to take her. She wrote to the mistress of the high school for advice. "I cannot see very clearly what you should do, Ursula," came the reply. "Unless you are willing to become an elementary school teacher, you have matriculated, and that qualifies you to take a post as uncertificated teacher in any school at a salary of about £50 a year. I cannot tell you how deeply I sympathize with you in your desire to do something. You will learn that mankind is a great body, of which you are one useful member. You will take your own place at the great task which humanity is trying to fulfill, that will give you a satisfaction and a self-respect which nothing else could give." Ursula's heart sank. It was a cold, dreary satisfaction to think of, yet her cold will acquiesce. This was what she wanted. "You have an emotional nature," the letter went on, a quick, natural response. "If only you could learn patience and self-discipline. I do not see why you should not make a good teacher. The least you could do is to try. You need only serve a year or perhaps 2 years as uncertificated teacher. Then you would go to one of the training colleges, where I hope you would take your degree. I most strongly urge and advise you to keep up your studies, always with the intention of taking a degree that will give you a qualification and a position in the world, and will give you more scope to choose your own way. I shall be proud to see one of my girls win her own economical independence, which means so much more than it seems. I shall be glad, indeed, to know that one more of my girls has provided for herself the means of freedom to choose for herself." It all sounded grim and desperate. Ursula rather hated it, but her mother's contempt and her father's harshness had made her raw at the quick. She knew the ignominy of being a hanger-on. She felt the festering thorn of her mother's animal estimation. At length she had to speak hard and shut down and silent within herself. She slipped out one evening to the workshed. She heard the tap-tap-tap of the hammer upon the metal. Her father lifted his head. As the door opened, his face was ruddy and bright, with instinct as when he was a youth. His black mustache was cut close over his wide mouth. His black hair was fine and close as ever, but there was about him an abstraction, a sort of instrumental detachment from human things. He was a worker. He watched his daughter's hard, expressionless face. A hot anger came over his breast and belly. "What now?" he said. "Can't I?" she answered, looking aside, not looking at him. "Can't I go out to work?" "Go out to work? What for?" His voice was so strong and ready and vibrant It irritated her. I want some other life than this. A flash of strong rage arrested all his blood for a moment. Some other life, he repeated. Why, what other life do you want? She hesitated. Something else besides housework and hanging about, and I want to earn something. Her curious, brutal hardness of speech and the fierce invincibility of her youth, which ignored him, made him also harden with anger. And how do you think you're going to earn anything? He asked. I can become a teacher qualified by my matric. He wished her matric in hell. And how much are you qualified to earn by your matric? He asked, jeering. £50 a year, she said. He was silent, his power taken out of his hand. He had always hugged a secret pride in the fact that his daughters need not go out to work with his wife's money and his own. They had 400 a year. They could draw on the capital if need be later on. He was not afraid for his old age. His daughters might be ladies. £50 a year was £1 a week, which was enough for her to live on independently. And what sort of a teacher do you think you'd make? You haven't the patience of a jacknat with your own brothers and sisters, let alone with a class of children. And I thought you didn't like dirty board school brats. They're not all dirty. You'd find they're not all clean. There was silence in the workshop. The lamplight fell on the burned silver bowl that lay between him on mallet and furnace, and Chisel Brangwen stood with a queer cat-like light on his face, almost like a smile, but it was no smile. Can I try? She said. You can do what the deuce you like and go where you like. Her face was fixed and expressionless and indifferent. It always sent him to a pitch of frenzy to see it like that. He kept perfectly still. Cold, without any betrayal of feeling, she turned and left the shed. He worked on with all his nerves jangled. Then he had to put down his tools and go into the house. In a bitter tone of anger and contempt, he told his wife Ursula was present. There was a brief altercation, closed by Mrs. Brangwen's, saying in a tone of biting superiority and indifference, let her find out what it's like. She'll soon have had enough. The matter was left there, but Ursula considered herself free to act for some days. She made no move. She was reluctant to take the cruel step of finding work, for she shrank with extreme sensitiveness and shyness from new contact, new situations. Then at length, a sort of doggedness drove her. Her soul was full of bitterness. She went to the Free Library in Ilkeston, copied out addresses from the schoolmistress, and wrote for application forms. After 2 days, she rose early to meet the postman, as she expected. There were 3 long envelopes. Her heart beat painfully as she went up with them to her bedroom. Her fingers trembled. She could hardly force herself to look at the long official forms she had to fill in. The whole thing was so cruel, so impersonal, yet it must be done. Name, surname first. In a trembling hand, she wrote Brangwen Ursula. Age and date of birth. After a long time considering, she filled in that line. Qualifications with date of examination. With a little pride, she wrote, London matriculation, examination. Previous experience and where obtained. Her heart sank as she wrote, none. Still, there was much to answer. It took her 2 hours to fill in the 3 forms. Then she had to copy her testimonials from her headmistress and from the clergyman. At last, however, it was finished. She had sealed the 3 long envelopes in the afternoon. She went down to Ilkeston to post them. She said nothing of it all to her parents, as she stamped her long letters and put them into the box at the main post office. She felt as if already she was out of the reach of her father and mother, as if she had connected herself with the outer, greater world of activity, the man-made world. As she returned home, she dreamed again in her own fashion her old gorgeous dreams. One of her applications was to Gillingham in Kent, one to Kingston-on-Thames, and one to Swanwick in Derbyshire. Gillingham was such a lovely name, and Kent was the Garden of England, so that in Gillingham, an old village by the hopfields, where the sun shone softly, she came out of school in the afternoon, into the shadow of the plane trees by the gate, and turned down the sleepy road towards the cottage, where cornflowers poked their blue heads through the old wooden fence, and phlox stood built up of blossom beside the path. A delicate silver-haired lady rose with delicate ivory hands uplifted as Ursula entered the room, and, "Oh, my dear, what do you think?" "What is it, Mrs. Wetherall?" Frederick had come home, nay, his manly step was heard on the stair. She saw his strong boots, his blue trousers, his uniformed figure, and then his face clean and keen as an eagle's, and his eyes lit up with the glamour of strange seas that had woven through his soul as he descended into the kitchen. This dream, with its amplifications, lasted her a mile of walking. Then she went to Kingston-on-Thames. Kingston-on-Thames was an old historic place just south of London. There lived the well-born, dignified souls who belonged to the metropolis, but who loved peace there. She met a wonderful family of girls living in a large old Queen Anne house whose lawns sloped to the river, and in an atmosphere of stately peace, she found herself among her soul's intimates. They loved her as sisters. They shared with her all noble thoughts. She was happy again in her musings. She spread her poor clipped wings and flew into the pure empyrean. Day followed day. She did not speak to her parents. Then came the return of her testimonials from Gillingham. She was not wanted neither at Swanwick. The bitterness of rejection followed the sweets of hope. Her bright feathers were in the dust again. Then suddenly, after a fortnight, came an intimation from Kingston-on-Thames. She was to appear at the education office of that town on the following Thursday. For an interview with the committee, her heart stood still. She knew she would make the committee accept her now. She was afraid now that her removal was imminent. Her heart quivered with fear and reluctance, but underneath her purpose was fixed. She passed shadowily through the day, unwilling to tell her news to her mother, waiting for her father's suspense and fear were strong upon her. She dreaded going to Kingston. Her easy dreams disappeared from the grasp of reality. And yet, as the afternoon wore away, the sweetness of the dream returned again. Kingston-on-Thames, there was such sound of dignity to her. The shadow of history and the glamour of stately progress enveloped her. The palaces would be old and darkened, the place of kings obscured. Yet it was a place of kings for her Richard and Henry and Wolsey and Queen Elizabeth. She divined great lawns with noble trees and terraces, whose steps the water washed softly, where the swans sometimes came to earth still. She must see the stately, gorgeous barge of the Queen float down the crimson carpet, put upon the landing, stairs the gentlemen in their purple velvet cloaks, bareheaded, standing in the sunshine, grouped on either side waiting. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Evening came. Her father returned home sanguine and alert and detached. As ever, he was less real than her fancies. She waited. Whilst he ate his tea, he took big mouthfuls, big bites, and ate unconsciously with the same abandon an animal gives to its food. Immediately after tea, he went over to the church. It was choir practice, and he wanted to try the tunes on his organ. The latch of the big door clicked loudly as she came after him, but the organ rolled more loudly still. He was unaware he was practicing the anthem. She saw his small jet-black head and alert face between the candle flames. His slim body sagged on the music stool. His face was so luminous and fixed. The movements of his limbs seemed strange apart from him. The sound of the organ seemed to belong to the very stone of the pillars, like sap running in them. Then there was a close of music and silence. "Father," she said. He looked round as if at an apparition. Ursula stood shadowily within the candlelight. "What now?" he said, not coming to earth. It was difficult to speak to him. "I've got a situation," she said, forcing herself to speak. "You've got what?" he answered, unwilling to come out of his mood of organ playing. He closed the music before him. "I've got a situation to go to." Then he turned to her, still abstracted, unwilling. "Oh, where's that?" he said. "At Kingston-on-Thames. I must go on Thursday for an interview with the committee." "You must go on Thursday?" "Yes." And she handed him the letter. He read it by the light of the candles. "Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Cossethay, Derbyshire. Dear Madam, you are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday, next the 10th, at 11 A Roman 1000, for an interview with the committee referring to your application for the post of assistant mistress at the Wellingborough Green schools. It was very difficult for Brangwen to take in this remote and official information glowing as he was within the quiet of his church and his anthem music. "Well, you needn't bother me with it, now need you," he said, impatiently giving her back the letter. "I've got to go on Thursday," she said. He sat motionless, then he reached more music, and there was a rushing sound of air, then a long, emphatic trumpet note of the organ. As he laid his hands on the keys, Ursula turned and went away. He tried to give himself again to the organ, but he could not get back. All the time, a sort of string was tugging him elsewhere miserably. So that when he came into the house, after choir practice, his face was dark, and his heart black. He said nothing, however, until all the younger children were in bed. Ursula, however, knew what was brewing. At length he asked, "Where's that letter?" She gave it to him. He sat looking at it. "You are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday." Next it was a cold official notice to Ursula herself, and had nothing to do with him, so she existed now as a separate social individual. It was for her to answer this note without regard to him. He had even no right to interfere. His heart was hard and angry. "You had to do it behind our backs, had you?" he said with a sneer, and her heart leapt with hot pain. She knew she was free. She had broken away from him. He was beaten. "You said let her try," she retorted, almost apologizing to him. He did not hear. He sat looking at the letter. Education Office, Kingston-on-Thames, and then the typewritten Miss Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Carsethay. It was all so complete and so final he could not but feel the new position Ursula held as recipient of that letter. It was an iron in his soul. "Well," he said at length, "you're not going." Ursula started and could find no words to clamor her revolt. "If you think you're going dancing off to th other side of London, you're mistaken." "Why not?" she cried, at once hard fixed in her will to go. "That's why not," he said. And there was silence till Mrs. Brangwen came downstairs. "Look here, Anna," he said, handing her the letter. She put back her head, seeing a typewritten letter anticipating trouble from the outside world. There was the curious sliding motion of her eyes, as if she shut off her sentient maternal self, and a kind of hard trance, meaningless, took its place. Thus meaningless, she glanced over the letter, careful not to take it in. She apprehended the contents with her callous, superficial mind. Her feeling self was shut down. "What post is it?" she asked. "She wants to go and be a teacher in Kingston-on-Thames at £50 a year." "Oh, indeed." The mother spoke as if it were a hostile fact concerning some stranger. She would have let her go out of callousness. Mrs. Brangwen would begin to grow up again, only with her youngest child. Her eldest girl was in the way now. "She's not going all that distance," said the father. "I have to go where they want me," cried Ursula, "and it's a good place to go to." "What do you know about the place?" said her father harshly. "And it doesn't matter whether they want you or not, if your father says you are not to go," said the mother calmly. How Ursula hated her. "You said I was to try," the girl cried. "Now I've got a place, and I am going to go." "You're not going all that distance," said her father. "Why don't you get a place at Ilkeston, where you can live at home?" asked Gudrun, who hated conflicts, who could not understand Ursula's uneasy way, yet who must stand by her sister. "There aren't any places in Ilkeston," cried Ursula, "and I'd rather go right away." "If you'd asked about it, a place could have been got for you in Ilkeston, but you had to play Miss High and Mighty and go your own way," said her father. "I've no doubt you'd rather go right away," said her mother, very caustic, "and I've no doubt you'd find other people didn't put up with you for very long either. You've too much opinion of yourself for your good." Between the girl and her mother was a feeling of pure hatred. There came a stubborn silence. Ursula knew she must break it. "Well, they've written to me, and I shall have to go," she said. "Where will you get the money from?" asked her father. "Uncle Tom will give it me," she said. Again there was silence. This time she was triumphant. Then at length her father lifted his head. His face was abstracted. He seemed to be abstracting himself to make a pure statement. "Well, you're not going all that distance away," he said. "I'll ask Mr. Burt about a place here. I'm not going to have you by yourself, at the other side of London." "But I've got to go to Kingston," said Ursula. "They've sent for me." "They'll do without you," he said. There was a trembling silence when she was on the point of tears. "Well," she said, low and tense, "you can put me off this, but I am going to have a place. I am not going to stop at home." "Nobody wants you to stop at home," he suddenly shouted, going livid with rage. She said no more. Her nature had gone hard and smiling in its own arrogance, in its own antagonistic indifference to the rest of them. This was the state in which he wanted to kill her. She went singing into the parlor. "C'est la mère Mitchell, qui a perdu son chat, qui crie par la fenêtre quests, qui le lui rende." During the next days, Ursula went about bright and hard, singing to herself, making love to the children, but her soul hard and cold with regard to her parents. Nothing more was said. The hardness and brightness lasted for 4 days, then it began to break up. So at evening she said to her father, "Have you spoken about a place for me?" "I spoke to Mr. Burt." "What did he say?" "There's a committee meeting tomorrow held, tell me, on Friday." So she waited till Friday. Kingston-on-Thames had been an exciting dream. Here she could feel the hard, raw reality, so she knew that this would come to pass, because nothing was ever fulfilled, she found, except in the hard, limited reality. She did not want to be a teacher in Ilkeston, because she knew Ilkeston and hated it, but she wanted to be free, so she must take her freedom where she could. On Friday, her father said there was a place vacant in Brinsley Street School. This could most probably be secured for her at once, without the trouble of application. Her heart halted. Brinsley Street was a school in a poor quarter, and she had had a taste of the common children of Ilkeston. They had shouted after her and thrown stones. Still, as a teacher she would be an authority. And it was all unknown. She was excited. The very forest of dry, sterile brick had some fascination for her. It was so hard and ugly, so relentlessly ugly, it would purge her of some of her floating sentimentality. She dreamed how she would make the little ugly children love her. She would be so personal. Teachers were always so hard and impersonal. There was no vivid relationship. She would make everything personal and vivid. She would give herself. She would give all her great stores of wealth to her children. She would make them so happy, and they would prefer her to any teacher on the face of the earth. At Christmas, she would choose such fascinating Christmas cards for them, and she would give them such a happy party in one of the classrooms. The headmaster, Mr. Harby, was a short, thick-set, rather common man, she thought, but she would hold before him the light of grace and refinement. He would have her in such high esteem before long. She would be the gleaming sun of the school. The children would blossom like little weeds. The teachers, like tall, hard plants, would burst into rare flower. The Monday morning came. It was the end of September, and a drizzle of fine rain like veils round her, making her seem intimate, a world to herself. She walked forward to the new land. The old was blotted out. The veil would be rent that hid the new world. She was gripped hard with suspense as she went down the hill in the rain, carrying her dinner bag. Through the thin rain she saw the town, a black, extensive mount. She must enter in upon it. She felt at once a feeling of repugnance and of excited fulfillment, but she shrank. She waited at the terminus for the tram. Here it was beginning. Before her was the station to Nottingham, whence Teresa had gone to school half an hour before. Behind her was the little church school she had attended when she was a child, when her grandmother was alive. Her grandmother had been dead 2 years now. There was a strange woman at the marsh with her Uncle Fred, and a small baby behind her was Cossithay, and blackberries were ripe on the hedges. As she waited at the terminus, she reverted swiftly to her childhood, her teasing grandfather with his fair beard and blue eyes, and his big monumental body. He had got drowned. Her grandmother, whom Ursula would sometimes say she had loved more than anyone else in the world. The little church school, the Phillips boys. One was a soldier in the Life Guards. Now one was a collier. With a passion she clung to the past. But as she dreamed of it, she heard the tramcar grinding round a bend, rumbling dully. She saw it draw into sight and hum nearer. It sidled round the loop at the terminus, and came to a standstill. Looming above her, some shadowy grey people stepped from the far end. The conductor was walking in the puddles, swinging round the pole. She mounted into the wet, comfortless tram, whose floor was dark with wet, whose windows were all steamed, and she sat in suspense. It had begun her new existence. One other passenger, mounted a sort of charwoman with a drab wet coat, Ursula, could not bear the waiting of the tram. The bell clanged. There was a lurch forward. The car moved cautiously down the wet street. She was being carried forward into her new existence. Her heart burned with pain and suspense, as if something were cutting her living tissue. Often, oh often, the tram seemed to stop, and wet-cloaked people mounted and sat mute and grey and stiff, rose opposite her, their umbrellas between their knees. The windows of the tram grew more steamy, opaque. She was shut in with these unliving, spectral people. Even yet it did not occur to her that she was one of them. The conductor came down, issuing tickets. Each little ring of his clipper sent a pang of dread through her, but her ticket surely was different from the rest. They were all going to work. She also was going to work. Her ticket was the same. She sat trying to fit in with them, but fear was at her bowels. She felt an unknown, terrible grip upon her. At Bath Street, she must dismount and change trams. She looked uphill. It seemed to lead to freedom. She remembered the many Saturday afternoons she had walked up to the shops, how free and careless she had been. Her tram was sliding gingerly downhill. She dreaded every yard of her conveyance. The car halted. She mounted hastily. She kept turning her head as the car ran on, because she was uncertain of the street. At last, her heart, a flame of suspense, trembling, she rose. The conductor rang the bell brusquely. She was walking down a small, mean, wet street, empty of people. The school squatted low within its railed asphalt yard that shone black with rain. The building was grimy, and horrible dry plants were shadowily looking through the windows. She entered the arched doorway of the porch. The whole place seemed to have a threatening expression, imitating the church's architecture for the purpose of domineering, like a gesture of vulgar authority. She saw that one pair of feet had paddled across the flagstone floor of the porch. The place was silent, deserted, like an empty prison, waiting the return of tramping feet. Ursula went forward to the teacher's room that burrowed in a gloomy hole. She knocked timidly. "Come in," called a surprised man's voice. As from a prison cell, she entered the dark little room that never got any sun. The gas was lighted. Naked and raw at the table, a thin man in shirt-sleeves was rubbing a paper on a jelly tray. He looked up at Ursula with his narrow, sharp face, said "Good morning," then turned away again and stripped the paper off the tray, glancing at the violet-colored writing transferred before he dropped the curled sheet aside among a heap. Ursula watched him, fascinated. In the gaslight and gloom and the narrowness of the room, all seemed unreal. "Isn't it a nasty morning?" she said. "Yes," he said, "it's not much of weather." But in here it seemed that neither morning nor weather really existed. This place was timeless. He spoke in an occupied voice, like an echo. Ursula did not know what to say. She took off her waterproof. "Am I early?" she asked. The man looked first at a little clock, then at her. His eyes seemed to be sharpened to needle points of vision. 25 past, he said. "You're the second to come. I am first this morning." Ursula sat down gingerly on the edge of a chair and watched his thin red hands rubbing away on the white surface of the paper, then pausing, pulling up a corner of the sheet, peering, and rubbing away again. There was a great heap of curled, whitened, scribbled sheets on the table. "Must you do so many?" asked Ursula. Again the man glanced up sharply. He was about 30 or 33 years old, thin, greenish, with a long nose and a sharp face. His eyes were blue and sharp as points of steel, rather beautiful, the girl thought. 63, he answered. "So many," she said gently, then she remembered. "But they're not all for your class, are they?" she added. "Why aren't they?" he replied, a fierceness in his voice. Ursula was rather frightened by his mechanical ignoring of her, and his directness of statement. It was something new to her. She had never been treated like this before, as if she did not count, as if she were addressing a machine. "It is too many," she said sympathetically. "You'll get about the same," he said. That was all she received. She sat rather blank, not knowing how to feel. Still, she liked him. He seemed so cross. There was a queer, sharp, keen edge feeling about him that attracted her and frightened her at the same time. It was so cold and against his nature. The door opened, and a short, neutral-tinted young woman of about 28 appeared. "Oh, Ursula," the newcomer exclaimed, "you are here early, my word. Ill warrant you don't keep it up. That's Mr. Williamson's. Peg, this is yours. Standard 5 teacher always. Has this aren't you going to take your hat off?" Miss Violet Harby removed Ursula's waterproof from the peg, on which it was hung to one a little farther down the row. She had already snatched the pins from her own stuff hat and jammed them through her coat. She turned to Ursula as she pushed up her frizzed, flat, dun-colored hair. "Isn't it a beastly morning?" she exclaimed. "Beastly. And if there's one thing I hate above another, it's a wet Monday morning pack of kids trailing in anyhow no how and no holding 'em." She had taken a black pinafore from a newspaper package and was tying it round her waist. "You've brought an apron, haven't you?" she said, jerkily glancing at Ursula. "Ah, y'all want one? You've no idea what a sight y'all look before 4:30, what with chalk and ink and kids' dirty feet. Well, I can send a boy down to Mama's for one." "Oh, it doesn't matter," said Ursula. "Oh, yes, I can send easily," cried Miss Harby. Ursula's heart sank. Everybody seemed so cocksure and so bossy. How was she going to get on with such jolty, jerky, bossy people? And Miss Harby had not spoken a word to the man at the table. She simply ignored him. Ursula felt the callous, crude rudeness between the two teachers. The two girls went out into the passage. A few children were already clattering in the porch. Jim Richards called Miss Harby hard. An authoritative boy came sheepishly forward. "Shall you go down to our house for me, said Miss Harby in a commanding, condescending, coaxing voice. She did not wait for an answer. "Go down and ask Mama to send me one of my school peanuts for Miss Brangwyn, shall you?" The boy muttered a sheepish "Yes, miss," and was moving away. "Hey," called Miss Harby, "come here no. What are you going for? What shall you say to Mama?" "A school peanut," muttered the boy. "Please, Mrs. Harby," Miss Harby says, "will you send her another school pinafore for Miss Brangwyn, because she's come without one?" "Yes, miss," muttered the boy, head ducked, and was moving off. Miss Harby caught him back, holding him by the shoulder. "What are you going to say?" "Please, Mrs. Harby, Miss Harby wants a penny for Miss Brangwyn," muttered the boy, very sheepishly. Miss Brangwyn laughed. Miss Harby pushing him away. "Here, you'd better have my umbrella. Wait a minute." The unwilling boy was rigged up with Miss Harby's umbrella and set off. "Don't take long over it," called Miss Harby after him. Then she turned to Ursula and said brightly, "Oh, he's a caution, that lad, but not bad, you know." "No," Ursula agreed weakly. The latch of the door clicked, and they entered the big room. Ursula glanced down the place. Its rigid long silence was official and chilling. Halfway down was a glass partition, the doors of which were open. A clock ticked, reaching, and Miss Harby's voice sounded double as she said, "This is the big room, standard 5, 6, and 7. Here's your place, 5. She stood in the near end of the great room. There was a small, high teacher's desk, facing a squadron of long benches, 2 high windows in the wall opposite. It was fascinating and horrible to Ursula. The curious, unliving light in the room changed her character. She thought it was the rainy morning. Then she looked up again, because of the horrid feeling of being shut in a rigid, inflexible air, away from all feeling of the ordinary day, and she noticed that the windows were of ribbed, suffused glass. The prison was round her now. She looked at the walls, color, washed pale green and chocolate, at the large windows, with frowsy geraniums against the pale glass, at the long rows of desks arranged in a squadron, and dread filled her. This was a new world, a new life with which she was threatened, but still excited. She climbed into her chair at her teacher's desk. It was high, and her feet could not reach the ground, but must rest on the step lifted up there off the ground. She was in office. How queer it all was, how different it was from the mist of rain blowing over Casithe. As she thought of her own village, a spasm of yearning crossed her. It seemed so far off, so lost to her. She was here in this hard, stark reality. It was queer that she should call this the reality which she had never known till today, and which now so filled her with dread and dislike that she wished she might go away. This was the reality, and Casithe, her beloved, beautiful, well-known Casithe, which was as herself unto her, that was minor reality. This prison of a school was reality. Here then she would sit in state, the queen of scholars. Here she would realize her dream of being the beloved teacher, bringing light and joy to her children. But the desks before her had an abstract angularity that bruised her sentiment and made her shrink. She winced, feeling she had been a fool in her anticipations. She had brought her feelings and her generosity to where neither generosity nor emotion were wanted. And already she felt rebuffed, troubled by the new atmosphere, out of place. She slid down, and they returned to the teacher's room. It was queer to feel that one ought to alter one's personality. She was nobody. There was no reality in herself. The reality was all outside of her, and she must apply herself to it. Mr. Harby was in the teacher's room, standing before a big open cupboard, in which Ursula could see piles of pink blotting paper, heaps of shiny new books, boxes of chalk, and bottles of colored inks. It looked a treasure store. The schoolmaster was a short, sturdy man with a fine head and a heavy jowl. Nevertheless, he was good-looking with his shapely brows and nose, and his great hanging mustache. He seemed absorbed in his work, and took no notice of Ursula's entry. There was something insulting in the way he could be so actively unaware of another person, so occupied. When he had a moment of absence, he looked up from the table and said good morning to Ursula. There was a pleasant light in his brown eyes. He seemed very manly and incontrovertible, like something she wanted to push over. "You had a wet walk," he said to Ursula. "Oh, I don't mind, I'm used to it," she replied with a nervous little laugh. But already he was not listening. Her words sounded ridiculous and babbling. He was taking no notice of her. "You will sign your name here," he said to her, as if she were some child, "and the time when you come and go." Ursula signed her name in the time book and stood back. No one took any further notice of her. She beat her brains for something to say, but in vain. "Id let them in now," said Mr. Harby to the thin man, who was very hastily arranging his papers. The assistant teacher made no sign of acquiescence and went on with what he was doing. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. At the last moment, Mr. Brunt slipped into his coat. "You will go to the girls' lobby," said the schoolmaster to Ursula, with a fascinating, insulting geniality, purely official and domineering. She went out and found Miss Harby and another girl teacher in the porch, on the asphalt yard. The rain was falling. A toneless bell tang-tanged drearily overhead, monotonously, insistently. It came to an end. Then Mr. Brunt was seen bareheaded, standing at the other gate of the schoolyard, blowing shrill blasts on a whistle and looking down the rainy, dreary street. Boys in gangs and streams came trotting up, running past the master, and with a loud clatter of feet and voices over the yard. To the boys' porch, girls were running and walking through the other entrance. In the porch where Ursula stood, there was a great noise of girls who were tearing off their coats and hats and hanging them on the racks bristling with pegs. There was a smell of wet clothing, a tossing out of wet, draggled hair, a noise of voices and feet. The mass of girls grew greater. The rage around the pegs grew steadier. The scholars tended to fall into little noisy gangs in the porch. Then Violet Harby clapped her hands, clapped them louder, with a shrill, quiet girl's quiet. There was a pause. The hubbub died down, but did not cease. "What did I say?" cried Miss Harby shrilly. There was almost complete silence. Sometimes a girl, rather late, whirled into the porch and flung off her things. "Lead us in place," commanded Miss Harby shrilly. Pairs of girls in pinafores and long hair stood separate in the porch. "Standard 4, 5, and 6 fall in," cried Miss Harby. There was a hubbub which gradually resolved itself into 3 columns of girls, 2 and 2, standing smirking in the passage, in among the peg racks. Other teachers were putting the lower classes into ranks. Ursula stood by her own standard 5. They were jerking their shoulders, tossing their hair, nudging, writhing, staring, grinning, whispering, and twisting. A sharp whistle was heard, and standard 6, the biggest girls, set off, led by Miss Harby. Ursula, with her standard 5, followed, after she stood beside a smirking, grinning row of girls, waiting in a narrow passage. What she was herself, she did not know. Suddenly the sound of a piano was heard, and standard 6 set off hollowly down the big room. The boys had entered by another door. The piano played on a march tune. Standard 5 followed to the door of the big room. Mr. Harby was seen away beyond at his desk. Mr. Brunt guarded the other door of the room Ursula's class pushed up. She stood near them. They glanced and smirked and shoved. "Go on," said Ursula. They tittered. "Go on," said Ursula, for the piano continued. The girls broke loosely into the room. Mr. Harby, who had seemed immersed in some occupation away at his desk, lifted his head and thundered. "Halt!" There was a halt. The piano stopped. The boys, who were just starting through the other door, pushed back. The harsh, subdued voice of Mr. Brunt was heard, then the booming shout of Mr. Harby from far down the room. "Who told Standard 5 girls to come in like that?" Ursula crimsoned. Her girls were glancing up at her, smirking their accusation. "I sent them in, Mr. Harby," she said in a clear, struggling voice. There was a moment of silence. Then Mr. Harby roared from the distance. "Go back to your places, Standard 5 girls." The girls glanced up at Ursula, accusing, rather jeering fugitive. They pushed back. Ursula's heart hardened with ignominious pain. Forward, Mark, came Mr. Brunt's voice, and the girls set off, keeping time with the ranks of boys. Ursula faced her class, some 55 boys and girls, who stood filling the ranks of the desks. She felt utterly non-existent. She had no place nor being there. She faced the block of children. Down the room she heard the rapid firing of questions. She stood before her class, not knowing what to do. She waited painfully. Her block of children, 50 unknown faces, watched her hostile, ready to jeer. She felt as if she were in torture over a fire of faces, and on every side she was naked to them, of unutterable length and torture. The seconds went by. Then she gathered courage. She heard Mr. Brunt asking questions in mental arithmetic. She stood near to her class, so that her voice need not be raised too much, and faltering, uncertain, she said, "7 hats at 2 halfpenny each." A grin went over the faces of the class, seeing her commence. She was red and suffering. Then some hands shot up like blades, and she asked for the answer. The day passed incredibly slowly. She never knew what to do. There came horrible gaps when she was merely exposed to the children, and when relying on some pert little girl for information. She had started a lesson. She did not know how to go on with it properly. The children were her masters. She deferred to them. She could always hear Mr. Brunt, like a machine, always in the same hard, high, inhuman voice. He went on with his teaching, oblivious of everything and before. This inhuman number of children, she was always at bay. She could not get away from it there. It was this class of 50 collective children, depending on her for command. It hated and resented. It made her feel she could not breathe. She must suffocate. It was so inhuman. They were so many that they were not children. They were a squadron. She could not speak as she would to a child, because they were not individual children. They were a collective, inhuman thing. Dinner time came, and stunned, bewildered, solitary, she went into the teacher's room for dinner. Never had she felt such a stranger to life before. It seemed to her she had just disembarked from some strange, horrible state, where everything was, as in hell, a condition of hard, malevolent system, and she was not really free. The afternoon drew at her like some bondage. The first week passed in a blind confusion. She did not know how to teach, and she felt she never would know. Mr. Harby came down every now and then to her class to see what she was doing. She felt so incompetent as he stood by, bullying and threatening, so unreal that she wavered, became neutral and non-existent. But he stood there watching with the listening, genial smile of the eyes that was really threatening. He said nothing. He made her go on teaching. She felt she had no soul in her body. Then he went away, and his going was like a derision. The class was his class. She was a wavering substitute. He thrashed and bullied. He was hated, but he was master, though she was gentle and always considerate of her class. Yet they belonged to Mr. Harby, and they did not belong to her. Like some invincible source of the mechanism, he kept all power to himself, and the class owned his power, and in school it was power and power alone that mattered. Soon Ursula came to dread him, and at the bottom of her dread was a seed of hate, for she despised him. Yet he was master of her. Then she began to get on. All the other teachers hated him and fanned their hatred among themselves, for he was master of them and the children. He stood like a wheel to make absolute his authority over the herd. That seemed to be his one reason in life, to hold blind authority over the school. His teachers were his subjects, as much as the scholars, only because they had some authority. His instinct was to detest them. Ursula could not make herself a favorite with him. From the first moment she set hard against him. She set against Violet Harby. Also Mr. Harby was, however, too much for her. He was something she could not come to grips with, something too strong for her. She tried to approach him as a young bright girl usually approaches a man, expecting a little chivalrous courtesy. But the fact that she was a girl, a woman, was ignored or used as a matter for contempt against her. She did not know what she was nor what she must be. She wanted to remain her own responsive, personal self. So she taught on. She made friends with the standard 3 teacher, Maggie Schofield. Miss Schofield was about 20 years old, a subdued girl who held aloof from the other teachers. She was rather beautiful, meditative, and seemed to live in another lovelier world. Ursula took her dinner to school, and during the second week ate it in Miss Schofield's room. Standard 3 classroom stood by itself, and had windows on 2 sides looking onto the playground. It was a passionate relief to find such a retreat in the jarring school, for there were pots of chrysanthemums and colored leaves, and a big jar of berries. There were pretty little pictures on the wall, photogravure reproductions from Greuze and Reynolds' Age of Innocence, giving an air of intimacy, so that the room with its window space, its smaller, tidier desks, its touch of pictures and flowers, made Ursula at once glad. Here at last was a little personal touch to which she could respond. It was Monday. She had been at school a week, and was getting used to the surroundings, though she was still an entire foreigner in herself. She looked forward to having dinner with Maggie. That was the bright spot in the day. Maggie was so strong and remote, walking with slow, sure steps down a hard road, carrying the dream within her. Ursula went through the class teaching as through a meaningless daze. Her class tumbled out at midday in haphazard fashion. She did not realize what host she was gathering against herself. By her superior tolerance, her kindness, and her lacer roller, they were gone, and she was rid of them, and that was all. She hurried away to the teacher's room. Mr. Brunt was crouching at the small stove, putting a little rice pudding into the oven. He rose then, and attentively poked in a small saucepan on the hob with a fork. Then he replaced the saucepan. Roman 549. Errant, they done? Asked Ursula gaily, breaking in on his tense absorption. She always kept a bright, blithe manner, and was pleasant to all the teachers, for she felt like the swan among the geese of superior heritage and belonging, and her pride at being the swan in this ugly school was not yet abated. Not yet, replied Mr. Brunt, laconic. I wonder if my dish is hot, she said, bending down at the oven. She half expected him to look for her, but he took no notice. She was hungry, and she poked her finger eagerly in the pot to see if her Brussels sprouts and potatoes and meat were ready. They were not. Don't you think it's rather jolly bringing dinner? She said to Mr. Brunt. I don't know as I do, he said, spreading a serviette on a corner of the table and not looking at her. I suppose it is too far for you to go home. Yes, he said. Then he rose and looked at her. He had the bluest, fiercest, most pointed eyes that she had ever met. He stared at her with growing fierceness. If I were you, Miss Brangwen, he said menacingly, I should get a bit tighter hand over my class. Ursula shrank. Would you? She asked sweetly, yet in terror. Aren't I strict enough? Because, he repeated, taking no notice of her. They'll get you down. If you don't tackle 'em pretty quick, they'll pull you down and worry you till Harby gets you shifted. That's how it'll be. You won't be here another 6 weeks. And he filled his mouth with food. If you don't tackle 'em, and tackle 'em quick. Oh, but Ursula said resentfully, ruefully. The terror was deep in her. Harb'll not help you. This is what hell do. Hell let you go on getting worse and worse till either you clear out or he clears you out. It doesn't matter to me, except that you'll leave a class behind you as I hope I shan't have to cope with. She heard the accusation in the man's voice and felt condemned, but still school had not yet become a definite reality to her. She was shirking it. It was reality, but it was all outside her, and she fought against Mr. Brunt's representation. She did not want to realize. Will it be so terrible? She said, quivering, rather beautiful, but with a slight touch of condescension, because she would not betray her own trepidation. Terrible, said the man, turning to his potatoes again. I dunno, about terrible. I do feel frightened, said Ursula. The children seem so. What, said Miss Harby, entering at that moment. Why, said Ursula, Mr. Brunt says I ought to tackle my class, and she laughed uneasily. Oh, you have to keep order if you want to teach, said Miss Harby, hard superior trite. Ursula did not answer. She felt non-valid before them. If you want to be let to live, you have, said Mr. Brunt. Well, if you can't keep order, what good are you, said Miss Harby. And you've got to do it by yourself. His voice rose like the bitter cry of the prophets. You'll get no help from anybody. Oh, indeed, said Miss Harby, some people can't be helped, and she departed. The air of hostility and disintegration of wills working in antagonistic subordination was hideous. Mr. Brunt, subordinate, afraid, acid, with shame, frightened. Her Ursula wanted to run. She only wanted to clear out, not to understand. Then Miss Schofield came in, and with her another more restful note. Ursula, at once, turned for confirmation to the newcomer. Maggie remained personal within all this unclean system of authority. Is the big Anderson here, she asked of Mr. Brunt, and they spoke of some affair about two scholars, coldly, officially. Miss Schofield took her brown dish, and Ursula followed with her. On the cloth was laid in the pleasant standard 3-room. There was a jar with 2 or 3 monthly roses on the table. It is so nice in here. You have made it different, said Ursula gaily, but she was afraid the atmosphere of the school was upon her. The big room, said Miss Schofield, heart's misery to be in it. She too spoke with bitterness. She too lived in the ignominious position of an upper servant, hated by the master above, and the class beneath. She knew, liable to attack from either side at any minute, or from both at once, for the authorities would listen to the complaints of parents, and both would turn round on the mongrel authority, the teacher. So there was a hard, bitter withholding in Maggie Schofield, even as she poured out her savory mess of big golden beans and brown gravy. It is vegetarian hot pot, said Miss Schofield. Would you like to try it? I should love to, said Ursula. Her own dinner seemed coarse and ugly beside this savory, clean dish. I've never eaten vegetarian things, she said, but I should think they can be good. I'm not really a vegetarian, said Maggie. I don't like to bring meat to school. No, said Ursula, I don't think I do either. And again, her soul rang an answer to a new refinement, a new liberty. If all vegetarian things were as nice as this, she would be glad to escape the slight uncleanness of meat. How good, she cried. Yes, said Miss Schofield, and she proceeded to tell her the receipt. The two girls passed on to talk about themselves. Ursula told all about the high school and about her matriculation, bragging a little. She felt so poor here in this ugly place. Miss Schofield listened with brooding, handsome face, rather gloomy. Couldn't you have got to some better place than this? She asked at length. I didn't know what it was like, said Ursula doubtfully. Ah, said Miss Schofield, and she turned aside her head with a bitter motion. Is it as horrid as it seems? Asked Ursula, frowning lightly in fear. It is said, Miss Schofield bitterly, hate is hateful. Ursula's heart sank, seeing even Miss Schofield in the deadly bondage. It is Mr. Harby, said Maggie Schofield, breaking forth. I don't think I could live again in the big room. Mr. Brunt's voice and Mr. Harbier. She turned aside her head with a deep hurt. Some things she could not bear. Is Mr. Harby really horrid? Asked Ursula, venturing into her own dread. Hughie, he's just a bully, said Miss Schofield, raising her shamed dark eyes that flamed with tortured contempt. He's not bad as long as you keep in with him and refer to him and do everything in his way. Beautite's all so mean. It's just a question of fighting on both sides and those great louts. She spoke with difficulty and with increased bitterness. She had evidently suffered. Her soul was raw with ignominy. Ursula suffered in response. But why is it so horrid? She asked helplessly. You can't do anything, said Miss Schofield. He's against you on one side, and he sets the children against you on the other. The children are simply awful. You've got to make them do everything. Everything has got to come out of you. Whatever they learn, you've got to force it into them, and That's how it is. Ursula felt her heart fail inside her. Why must she grasp all this? Why must she force learning on 55 reluctant children, having all the time an ugly, rude jealousy behind her ready to throw her to the mercy of the herd of children who would like to rend her as a weaker representative of authority? A great dread of her task possessed her. She saw Mr. Brunt, Miss Harby, Miss Schofield, all the schoolteachers drudging unwillingly at the graceless task of compelling many children into one disciplined mechanical set, reducing the whole set to an automatic state of obedience and attention, and then of commanding their acceptance of various pieces of knowledge. The first great task was to reduce 60 children to one state of mind, or being this state must be produced automatically through the will of the teacher, and the will of the whole school authority imposed upon the will of the children. The point was that the headmaster and the teachers should have one will, authority which should bring the will of the children into accord. But the headmaster was narrow and exclusive. The will of the teachers could not agree with his. Their separate wills refused to be so subordinated. So there was a state of anarchy, leaving the final judgment to the children themselves, which authority should exist. So there existed a set of separate wills, each straining itself to the utmost to exert its own authority. Children will never naturally acquiesce to sitting in a class and submitting to knowledge. They must be compelled by a stronger, wiser will, against which will they must always strive to revolt, so that the first great effort of every teacher of a large class must be to bring the will of the children into accordance with his own will, and this he can only do by an abnegation of his personal self and an application of a system of laws for the purpose of achieving a certain calculable result, the imparting of certain knowledge. Whereas Ursula thought she was going to become the first wise teacher by making the whole business personal, and using no compulsion. She believed entirely in her own personality. So that she was in a very deep mess. In the first place, she was offering to a class a relationship which only one or two of the children were sensitive enough to appreciate, so that the mass were left outsiders therefore against her. Secondly, she was placing herself in passive antagonism to the one fixed authority of Mr. Harby, so that the scholars could more safely harry her. She did not know, but her instinct gradually warned her. She was tortured by the voice of Mr. Brunt. On it went jarring, harsh, full of hate, but so monotonous it nearly drove her mad. Always the same set, harsh monotony. The man was become a mechanism, working on and on and on, but the personal man was in subdued friction. All the time it was horribly ill hate. Must she be like this? She could feel the ghastly necessity. She must become the same, put away the personal self, become an instrument, an abstraction, working upon a certain material, the class, to achieve a set purpose of making them know so much each day. And she could not submit, yet gradually she felt the invincible iron closing upon her. The sun was being blocked out often when she went out at playtime and saw a luminous blue sky with changing clouds. It seemed just a fantasy, like a piece of painted scenery. Her heart was so black and tangled in the teaching. Her personal self was shut in prison, abolished. She was subjugate to a bad destructive. Well, how then could the sky be shining? There was no sky. There was no luminous atmosphere of out of doors. Only the inside of the school was real, hard concrete, real and vicious. She would not yet, however, let school quite overcome her. She always said, it is not a permanency, it will come to an end. She could always see herself beyond the place, see the time when she had left it on Sundays, and on holidays when she was away at Cossithay, or in the woods where the beech leaves were fallen. She could think of St. Philip's Church School, and by an effort of will put it in the picture as a dirty little low-squatting building that made a very tiny mound under the sky, while the great beechwood spread immense about her, and the afternoon was spacious and wonderful. Moreover, the children, the scholars, they were insignificant little objects, far away, oh far away. And what power had they over her free soul? A fleeting thought of them, as she kicked her way through the beech leaves, and they were gone, but her will was tense against them all the time. All the while they pursued her. She had never had such a passionate love of the beautiful things about her. Sitting on top of the tramcar at evening, sometimes school was swept away, as she saw a magnificent sky settling down, and her breast, her very hands clamored for the lovely flare of sunset. It was poignant, almost to agony, her reaching for it. She almost cried aloud, seeing the sundown so lovely. For she was held away. It was no matter how, she said to herself, that school existed no more once she had left it. It existed, It was within her like a dark weight, controlling her movement. It was in vain. The high-spirited, proud young girl flung off the school, and its association with her. She was Miss Brangwen. She was Standard 5 teacher. She had her most important being in her work now. Constantly haunting her like a darkness, hovering over her heart and threatening to swoop down over it at every moment, was the sense that somehow she was brought down bitterly. She denied unto herself that she was really a schoolteacher. Leave, that to the Violet Harbys she herself would stand clear of the accusation. It was in vain she denied it. Within herself, some recording hand seemed to point mechanically to a negation. She was incapable of fulfilling her task. She could never for a moment escape from the fatal weight of the knowledge. And so she felt inferior to Violet Harby. Miss Harby was a splendid teacher. She could keep order and inflict knowledge on a class with remarkable efficiency. It was no good Ursula's protesting to herself that she was infinitely the superior of Violet Harby. She knew that Violet Harby succeeded where she failed, and this in a task which was almost a test of her. She felt something all the time wearing upon her, wearing her down. She went about in these first weeks, trying to deny it, to say she was free as ever. She tried not to feel at a disadvantage. Before Miss Harby tried to keep up the effect of her own superiority, but a great weight was on her which Violet Harby could bear, and she herself could not. Though she did not give in, she never succeeded. Her class was getting in worse condition. She knew herself less and less secure in teaching it. Ought she to withdraw and go home again? Ought she to say she had come to the wrong place, and so retire? Her very life was at test. She went on doggedly, blindly waiting for a crisis. Mr. Harby had now begun to persecute her. Her dread and hatred of him grew and loomed larger and larger. She was afraid he was going to bully her and destroy her. He began to persecute her because she could not keep her class in proper condition, because her class was the weak link in the chain which made up the school. One of the offenses was that her class was noisy and disturbed Mr. Harby as he took Standard 7 at the other end of the room. She was taking composition on a certain morning, walking in among the scholars. Some of the boys had dirty ears and necks. Their clothing smelled unpleasantly, but she could ignore it. She corrected the writing as she went. "When you say their fur is brown, how do you write there?" she asked. There was a little pause. The boys were always jeeringly backward in answering. They had begun to jeer at her authority altogether. "Please, miss," there spelled a lad loudly, with a note of mockery. At that moment, Mr. Harby was passing. "Stand up, Hill," he called in a big voice. Everybody started. Ursula watched the boy. He was evidently poor and rather cunning. A stiff bit of hair stood straight off his forehead. The rest fitted close to his meager head. He was pale and colorless. "Who told you to call out?" thundered Mr. Harby. The boy looked up and down with a guilty air and a cunning, cynical reserve. "Please, sir, I was answering," he replied with the same humble insolence. "Go to my desk." The boy set off down the room, the big black jacket hanging in dejected folds about him, his thin legs, rather knocked at the knees, going already, with the paupers crawl his feet in their big boots. Scarcely lifted. Ursula watched him in his crawling, slinking progress down the room. He was one of her boys. When he got to the desk, he looked round half furtively, with a sort of cunning grin and a pathetic leer at the big boys in Standard Roman 7. Then, pitiable pale in his dejected garments, he lounged under the menace of the headmaster's desk, with one thin leg crooked at the knee, and the foot struck out sideways, his hands in the low-hanging pockets of his man's jacket. Ursula tried to get her attention back to the class. The boy gave her a little horror, and she was at the same time hot with pity for him. She felt she wanted to scream. She was responsible for the boy's punishment. Mr. Harby was looking at her handwriting on the board. He turned to the class. "Pens down." The children put down their pens and looked up. "Fold arms." They pushed back their books and folded arms. Ursula, stuck among the back forms, could not extricate herself. "What is your composition about?" asked the headmaster. Every hand shot up. The stuttered some voice in its eagerness to answer. "I wouldn't advise you to call out," said Mr. Harby. He would have a pleasant voice, full and musical, but for the detestable menace that always tailed in it, He stood unmoved, his eyes twinkling under his bushy black eyebrows, watching the class. There was something fascinating in him as he stood, and again she wanted to scream. She was all jarred, she did not know what she felt. "Well, Alice," he said. The rabbit piped a girl's voice. "A very easy subject for Standard 5. Ursula felt a slight shame of incompetence. She was exposed before the class, and she was tormented by the contradictoriness of everything. Mr. Harby stood so strong and so male with his black brows and clear forehead, the heavy jaw, the big overhanging mustache, such a man with strength and male power, and a certain blind native beauty. She might have liked him as a man, and here he stood in some other capacity, bullying over such a trifle as a boy's speaking out without permission. Yet he was not a little fussy man. He seemed to have some cruel, stubborn, evil spirit. He was imprisoned in a task too small and petty for him, which yet in a servile acquiescence he would fulfill, because he had to earn his living. He had no finer control over himself, only this blind, dogged wholesale. Well, he would keep the job going since he must, and this job was to make the children spell the word caution correctly, and put a capital letter after a full stop. So at this, he hammered. With his suppressed hatred always suppressing himself, till he was beside himself, Ursula suffered bitterly, as he stood short and handsome and powerful teaching her class. It seemed such a miserable thing for him to be doing. He had a decent, powerful, rude soul. What did he care about the composition on the rabbit? Yet his will kept him there, before the class, thrashing the trivial subject. It was habit with him now to be so little and vulgar, out of place. She saw the shamefulness of his position, felt the fettered wickedness in him, which would blaze out into evil rage in the long run, so that he was like a persistent, strong creature, tethered. It was really intolerable. The jarring was torture to her. She looked over the silent, attentive class that seemed to have crystallized into order and rigid neutral form. This he had it in his power to do, to crystallize the children into hard, mute fragments fixed under his brute will, which fixed them by sheer force. She too must learn to subdue them to her will. She must, for it was her duty, since the school was such. He had crystallized the class into order. But to see him, a strong, powerful man, using all his power for such a purpose, seemed almost horrible. There was something hideous about it. The strange, genial light in his eye was really vicious and ugly. His smile was one of torture. He could not be impersonal. He could not have a clear, pure purpose. He could only exercise his own brute. Well, he did not believe in the least in the education he kept inflicting year after year upon the children. So he must bully, only bully, even while it tortured his strong, wholesome nature with shame like a spur, always galling. He was so blind and ugly and out of place. Ursula could not bear it. As he stood there, the whole situation was wrong and ugly. The lesson was finished. Mr. Harby went away. At the far end of the room, she heard the whistle and the thud of the cane. Her heart stood still within her. She could not bear it. No, she could not bear it. When the boy was beaten, it made her sick. She felt that she must go out of this school, this torture place, and she hated the schoolmaster thoroughly. And finally, the brute, had he no shame? He should never be allowed to continue the atrocity of this bullying cruelty. Then Hill came crawling back, blubbering piteously. There was something desolate about this blubbering that nearly broke her heart, for after all, if she had kept her class in proper discipline, this would never have happened. Hill would never have called out and been caned. She began the arithmetic lesson, but she was distracted. The boy Hill sat away on the back desk, huddled up, blubbering and sucking his hand. It was a long time. She dared not go near nor speak to him. She felt ashamed before him, and she felt she could not forgive the boy for being the huddled, blubbering object, all wet and sniveled, which he was. She went on correcting the sums, but there were too many children. She could not get round the class, and Hill was on her conscience at last. He had stopped crying and sat bunched over his hands, playing quietly. Then he looked up at her. His face was dirty with tears. His eyes had a curious washed look, like the sky after rain, a sort of wanness. He bore no malice. He had already forgotten, and was waiting to be restored to the normal position. "Go on with your work, Hill," she said. The children were playing over their arithmetic, and she knew cheating thoroughly. She wrote another sum on the blackboard. She could not get round the class. She went again to the front to watch. Some were ready, some were not. What was she to do? At last it was time for recreation. She gave the order to cease working, and in some way or other got her class out of the room. Then she faced the disorderly litter of blotted, uncorrected books, of broken rulers and chewed pens, and her heart sank in sickness. The misery was getting deeper. The trouble went on, and on day after day, she had always piles of books, to mark myriads of errors, to correct a heart-wearying task that she loathed, and the work got worse and worse. When she tried to flatter herself that the composition grew more alive, more interesting, she had to see that the handwriting grew more and more slovenly, the books more filthy and disgraceful. She tried what she could, but it was of no use. But she was not going to take it seriously. Why should she say to herself that it mattered? If she failed to teach a class to write perfectly neatly, why should she take the blame unto herself? Payday came, and she received £4 2 and 1 penny. She was very proud that day. She had never had so much money before, and she had earned it all herself. She sat on the top of the tramcar, fingering the gold and fearing she might lose it. She felt so established and strong because of it. And when she got home, she said to her mother, "It is payday today, mother." "I," said her mother coolly. Then Ursula put down 50 shillings on the table. "That is my board," she said. "I," said her mother, letting it lie. Ursula was hurt, yet she had paid her scot. She was free. She paid, for what she had there remained, moreover 32 shillings of her own. She would not spend any, she who was naturally a spendthrift, because she could not bear to damage her fine gold. She had a standing ground now apart from her parents. She was something else besides the mere daughter of William and Anna Brangwyn. She was independent. She earned her own living. She was an important member of the working community. She was sure that 50 shillings a month quite paid for her keep. If her mother received 50 shillings a month for each of the children, she would have £20 a month, and no clothes to provide. Very well then. Ursula was independent of her parents. She now adhered elsewhere. Now the Board of Education was a phrase that rang significant to her, and she felt Whitehall far beyond her as her ultimate home in the government. She knew which minister had supreme control over education, and it seemed to her that in some way he was connected with her as her father was connected with her. She had another self, another responsibility. She was no longer Ursula Brangwyn, daughter of William Brangwyn. She was also Standard 5 teacher in St. Philip's School, and it was a case now of being Standard 5 teacher and nothing else, for she could not escape. Neither could she succeed. That was her horror. As the weeks passed on, there was no Ursula Brangwyn free and jolly. There was only a girl of that name, obsessed by the fact that she could not manage her class of children. At weekends, there came days of passionate reaction, when she went mad with the taste of liberty, when merely to be free in the morning, to sit down at her embroidery and stitch the colored silks, was a passion of delight, for the prison house was always awaiting her. This was only a respite, as her chained heart knew well, so that she seized hold of the swift hours of the weekend and wrung the last drop of sweetness out of them in a little cruel frenzy. She did not tell anybody how this state was a torture to her. She did not confide either to Gudrun or to her parents how horrible she found it to be a schoolteacher. But when Sunday night came, and she felt the Monday morning at hand, she was strung up tight with dreadful anticipation, because the strain and the torture was near again. She did not believe that she could ever teach that great brutish class in that brutal school, ever. And yet if she failed, she must in some way go under. She must admit that the man's world was too strong for her. She could not take her place in it. She must go down before Mr. Harby, and all her life henceforth, she must go on never having freed herself of the man's world, never having achieved the freedom of the great world of responsible work. Maggie had taken her place there. She had even stood level with Mr. Harby, and got free of him, and her soul was always wandering in far-off valleys and glades of poetry. Maggie was free, yet there was something like subjection in Maggie's very freedom. Mr. Harby, the man, disliked the reserved woman Maggie. Mr. Harby, the schoolmaster, respected his teacher, Miss Schofield. For the present, however, Ursula only envied and admired Maggie. She herself had still to get where Maggie had got. She had still to make her footing. She had taken up a position on Mr. Harby's ground, and she must keep it, for he was now beginning a regular attack on her to drive her away out of his school. She could not keep order. Her class was a turbulent crowd, and the weak spot in the school's work. Therefore she must go, and someone more useful must come in her place, someone who could keep discipline. The headmaster had worked himself into an obsession of fury against her. He only wanted her gone. She had come, she had got worse, As the weeks went on, she was absolutely no good. His system, which was his very life in school, the outcome of his bodily movement, was attacked and threatened at the point where Ursula was included. She was the danger that threatened his body. With a blow, a fall, and blindly, thoroughly moving from strong instinct of opposition, he set to work to expel her. When he punished one of her children, as he had punished the boy Hill for an offense against himself, he made the punishment extra heavy, with the significance that the extra stroke came in because of the weak teacher who allowed all these things to be. When he punished for an offense against her, he punished lightly, as if offenses against her were not significant, which all the children knew, and they behaved accordingly. Every now and again, Mr. Harby would swoop down to examine exercise books for a whole hour. He would be going round the class taking book after book, comparing page after page, whilst Ursula stood aside for all the remarks and fault-finding to be pointed at her through the scholars. It was true, since she had come, the composition books had grown more and more untidy. Disorderly, filthy. Mr. Harby pointed to the pages done before her regime, and to those done after, and fell into a passion of rage. Many children he sent out to the front with their books, and after he had thoroughly gone through the silent and quivering class, he caned the worst offenders well in front of the others, thundering in real passion of anger and chagrin. Such a condition in a class, I can't believe it. It is simply disgraceful. I can't think how you have been let to get like it. Every Monday morning I shall come down and examine these books, so don't think that because there is nobody paying any attention to you, that you are free to unlearn everything you ever learned and go back till you are not fit for Standard 3. I shall examine all books every Monday. Then in a rage he went away with his cane, leaving Ursula to confront a pale, quivering class, whose childish faces were shut in blank resentment, fear, and bitterness, whose souls were full of anger and contempt for her rather than of the master, whose eyes looked at her with the cold, inhuman accusation of children, and she could hardly make mechanical words to speak to them. When she gave an order, they obeyed with an insolent offhandedness, as if to say, "As for you, do you think we would obey you?" But for the master, she sent the blubbering caned boys to their seats, knowing that they too jeered at her and her authority, holding her weakness responsible for what punishment had overtaken them. And she knew the whole position, so that even her horror of physical beating and suffering sank to a deeper pain, and became a moral judgment upon her worse than any hurt. She must during the next week watch over her books, and punish any fault. Her soul decided it coldly. Her personal desire was dead for that day at least. She must have nothing more of herself in school. She was to be Standard 5 teacher only. That was her duty in school. She was nothing but Standard 5 teacher. Ursula Brangwen must be excluded. So that pale shut at last, distant and impersonal, she saw no longer the child, how his eyes danced, or how he had a queer little soul that could not be bothered with shaping handwriting so long as he dashed down what he thought. She saw no children, only the task that was to be done, and keeping her eyes there on the task and not on the child, she was impersonal enough to punish where she could otherwise only have sympathized, understood, and condoned, to approve where she would have been merely uninterested before, but her interest had no place any more. It was agony to the impulsive, bright girl of 17 to become distant and official, having no personal relationship with the children. For a few days after the agony of the Monday, she succeeded and had some success with her class, but it was a state not natural to her, and she began to relax. Then came another infliction. There were not enough pens to go round the class. She sent to Mr. Harby for more. He came in person. "Not enough pens, Miss Brangwen," he said, with the smile and calm of exceeding rage against her. "No, we are 6 short," she said, quaking. "Oh, how is that?" he said menacingly. Then looking over the class, he asked, "How many are there here today?" 52, said Ursula, but he did not take any notice, counting for himself. 52, he said, "and how many pens are there, Staples?" Ursula was now silent. He would not heed her if she answered, since he had addressed the monitor. "That's a very curious thing," said Mr. Harby, looking over the silent class with a slight grin of fury. All the childish faces looked up at him, blank and exposed. "A few days ago there were 60 pens for this class. No, there are 48. What is 48 from 60, Williams?" There was a sinister suspense in the question. A thin, ferret-faced boy in a sailor suit, started up exaggeratedly. "Please, sir," he said then. A slow, sly grin came over his face. He did not know there was a tense silence. The boy dropped his head. Then he looked up again, a little cunning triumph in his eyes. 12, he said. "I would advise you to attend," said the headmaster dangerously. The boy sat down. 48 from 60 is 12, so there are 12 pens to account for. Have you looked for them, Staples? "Yes, sir." "Then look again." The scene dragged on. 2 pens were found, 10 were missing. Then the storm burst. "Am I to have you thieving besides your dirt and bad work and bad behavior?" The headmaster began, not content with being the worst behaved and dirtiest class in the school. "You are thieves into the bargain. Are you? It is a very funny thing. Pens don't melt into the air. Pens are not in the habit of mizzling away into nothing. What has become of them? Then they must be somewhere. What has become of them? For they must be found, and found by Standard 5. They were lost by Standard 5, and they must be found." Ursula stood and listened, her heart hard and cold. She was so much upset that she felt almost mad. Something in her tempted her to turn on the headmaster and tell him to stop about the miserable pens, but she did not. She could not. After every session, morning and evening, she had the pens counted. Still they were missing, and pencils and indirubbers disappeared. She kept the class staying behind till the things were found. But as soon as Mr. Harby had gone out of the room, the boys began to jump about and shout, and at last they bolted in a body from the school. This was drawing near a crisis. She could not tell Mr. Harby, because while he would punish the class, he would make her the cause of the punishment, and her class would pay her back with disobedience and derision. Already, there was a deadly hostility grown up between her and the children. After keeping in the class at evening to finish some work, she would find boys dodging behind her, calling after her, "Brangwen, Brangwen, Proudaker." When she went into Ilkeston of a Saturday morning with Gudrun, she heard again the voices yelling after her, "Brangwen, Brangwens." She pretended to take no notice, but she colored with shame at being held up to derision in the public street. She, Ursula Brangwen of Cossithay, could not escape from the Standard 5 teacher, which she was in vain. She went out to buy ribbon for her hat. They called after her, the boys she tried to teach. And one evening, as she went from the edge of the town into the country, stones came flying at her. Then the passion of shame and anger surpassed her. She walked on unheeding beside herself. Because of the darkness, she could not see who were those that threw, but she did not want to know. Only in her soul, a change took place. Never more, and never more would she give herself as individual to her class. Never would she, Ursula Brangwen, the girl. She was the person. She was come into contact with those boys. She would be Standard 5 teacher, as far away personally from her class as if she had never set foot in St. Philip's School. She would just obliterate them all and keep herself apart, take them as scholars only. So her face grew more and more shut, and over her flayed, exposed soul of a young girl who had gone open and warm to give herself to the children, there sat a hard, insentient thing that worked mechanically according to a system imposed. It seemed she scarcely saw her class the next day. She could only feel her will, and what she would have of this class, which she must grasp into subjection. It was no good any more to appeal to play upon the better feelings of the class. Her swift-working soul realized this. She as teacher must bring them all as scholars into subjection, and this she was going to do. All else she would forsake. She had become hard and impersonal, almost avengeful on herself, as well as on them. Since the stone-throwing, she did not want to be a person, to be herself any more. After such humiliation, she would assert herself for mastery, be only teacher. She was set now. She was going to fight and subdue. She knew by now her enemies in the class. The one she hated most was Williams. He was a sort of defective, not bad enough to be so classed. He could read with fluency and had plenty of cunning intelligence, but he could not keep still, and he had a kind of sickness very repulsive to a sensitive girl, something cunning and etiolated and degenerate. Once he had thrown an inkwell at her in one of his mad little rages. Twice he had run home out of class. He was a well-known character. And he grinned up his sleeve at this girl teacher, sometimes hanging round her to fawn on her. But this made her dislike him more. He had a kind of leech-like power. From one of the children she took a supple cane, and this she determined to use when real occasion came. One morning at composition, she said to the boy Williams, Why have you made this blot? Please miss, it fell off my pen, he whined out in the mocking voice. That he was so clever in using the boys near snorted with laughter, for Williams was an actor. He could tickle the feelings of his hearers subtly, particularly. He could tickle the children with him into ridiculing his teacher, or indeed any authority of which he was not afraid. He had that peculiar jail instinct. Then you must stay in and finish another page of composition, said the teacher. This was against her usual sense of justice, and the boy resented it derisively. At 12 o'clock, she caught him slinking out. Williams, sit down, she said. And there she sat, and there he sat alone opposite to her on the back desk, looking up at her with his furtive eyes every minute. Please, miss, I've got to go an errand, he called out insolently. Bring me your book, said Ursula. The boy came out flapping his book along the desks. He had not written a line. Go back and do the writing you have to do, said Ursula, and she sat at her desk, trying to correct books. She was trembling and upset, and for an hour the miserable boy writhed and grinned in his seat. At the end of that time, he had done 5 lines. As it is so late now, said Ursula, you will finish the rest this evening. The boy kicked his way insolently down the passage. The afternoon came again. Williams was there glancing at her, and her heart beat thick, for she knew it was a fight between them. She watched him. During the geography lesson, as she was pointing to the map with her cane, the boy continually ducked his whitish head under the desk and attracted the attention of other boys. Williams, she said, gathering her courage, for it was critical now to speak to him, what are you doing? He lifted his face, the sorrowed eyes half smiling. There was something intrinsically indecent about him. Ursula shrank away. Nothing, he replied, feeling a triumph. What are you doing? She repeated, her heartbeat suffocating her. Nothing, replied the boy, insolently aggrieved, comic. If I speak to you again, you must go down to Mr. Harby, she said. But this boy was a match even for Mr. Harby. He was so persistent, so cringing and flexible. He howled so when he was hurt that the master hated more the teacher who sent him than he hated the boy himself. For of the boy, he was sick of the sight, which Williams knew. He grinned visibly. Ursula turned to the map again to go on with the geography lesson, but there was a little ferment in the class. Williams' spirit infected them all. She heard a scuffle, and then she trembled inwardly. If they all turned on her this time, she was beaten. Please, miss, called a voice in distress. She turned round. One of the boys she liked was ruefully holding out a torn celluloid collar. She heard the complaint, feeling futile. Go in front, right, she said. She was trembling in every fiber. A big sullen boy, not bad, but very difficult, slouched out to the front. She went on with the lesson, aware that Williams was making faces at Wright, and that Wright was grinning behind her. She was afraid. She turned to the map again, and she was afraid. Please, Miss Williams, came a sharp cry, and a boy on the back row was standing up with drawn, pained brows, half a mocking grin on his pain, half real resentment. Against Williams, please, miss, he's nipped meaned. He rubbed his leg ruefully. Come in front, Williams, she said. The rat-like boy sat with his pale smile and did not move. Come in front, she repeated, definite now. I shan't, he cried, snarling, rat-like, grinning. Something went click in Ursula's soul. Her face and eyes set. She went through the class straight. The boy cowered before her glowering, fixed eyes. But she advanced on him, seized him by the arm, and dragged him from his seat. He clung to the form. It was the battle between him and her. Her instinct had suddenly become calm and quick. She jerked him from his grip and dragged him, struggling and kicking, to the front. He kicked her several times and clung to the forms as he passed, but she went on. The class was on its feet in excitement. She saw it and made no move. She knew if she let go the boy, he would dash to the door. Already he had run home once out of her class, so she snatched her cane from the desk and brought it down on him. He was writhing and kicking. She saw his face beneath her, white, with eyes like the eyes of a fish, stony, yet full of hate and horrible fear, and she loathed him, the hideous, writhing thing that was nearly too much for her. In horror lest he should overcome her, and yet at the heart quite calm, she brought down the cane again and again, whilst he struggled, making inarticulate noises and lunging vicious kicks at her With one hand she managed to hold him, and then the cane came down on him. He writhed like a mad thing, but the pain of the strokes cut through his writhing, vicious coward's courage bit deeper, till at last, with a long whimper that became a yell, he went limp. She let him go, and he rushed at her, his teeth and eyes glinting. There was a second of agonized terror in her heart. He was a beast thing. Then she caught him, and the cane came down on him a few times madly in a frenzy. He lunged and writhed to kick her, but again the cane broke him. He sank with a howling yell on the floor, and like a beaten beast lay there yelling. Mr. Harby had rushed up towards the end of this performance. "What's the matter?" he roared. Ursula felt as if something were going to break in her. "I've thrashed him," she said, her breast heaving, forcing out the words on the last breath. The headmaster stood choked with rage, helpless. She looked at the writhing, howling figure on the floor. "Get up," she said. The thing writhed away from her. She took a step forward. She had realized the presence of the headmaster for 1 second, and then she was oblivious of it again. "Get up," she said, and with a little dart the boy was on his feet. His yelling dropped to a mad blubber. He had been in a frenzy. "Go and stand by the radiator," she said. As if mechanically blubbering, he went. The headmaster stood robbed of movement or speech. His face was yellow, his hands twitched convulsively. But Ursula stood stiff, not far from him. Nothing could touch her now. She was beyond Mr. Harby. She was as if violated to death. The headmaster muttered something, turned, and went down the room, whence from the far end he was heard roaring in a mad rage at his own class. The boy blubbered wildly by the radiator. Ursula looked at the class. There were 50 pale, still faces watching her, 100 round eyes fixed on her in an attentive, expressionless stare. "Give out the history readers," she said to the monitors. There was dead silence. As she stood there, she could hear again the ticking of the clock and the chalk of piles of books taken out of the low cupboard. Then came the faint flap of books on the desks. The children passed in silence, their hands working in unison. They were no longer a pack, but each one separated into a silent, closed thing. "Take page 125 and read that chapter," said Ursula. There was a click of many books opened. The children found the page and bent their heads obediently to read, and they read mechanically. Ursula, who was trembling violently, went and sat in her high chair. The blubbering of the boy continued. The strident voice of Mr. Brunt, the roar of Mr. Harby came muffled through the glass partition, and now and then a pair of eyes rose from the reading book, rested on her a moment, watchful, as if calculating impersonally, then sank again. She sat still without moving, her eyes watching the class, unseeing. She was quite still and weak. She felt that she could not raise her hand from the desk. If she sat there forever, she felt she could not move again, nor utter a command. It was 4:15. She almost dreaded the closing of the school, when she would be alone. The class began to recover its ease. The tension relaxed. Williams was still crying. Mr. Brunt was giving orders for the closing of the lesson. Ursula got down. "Take your place, Williams," she said. He dragged his feet across the room, wiping his face on his sleeve. As he sat down, he glanced at her furtively, his eyes still redder now. He looked like some beaten rat. At last the children were gone. Mr. Harby trod by heavily, without looking her way or speaking. Mr. Brunt hesitated as she was locking her cupboard. "If you settle Clark, and let's in the same way Miss Brangwen, you'll be all right," he said, his blue eyes glancing down in a strange fellowship, his long nose pointing at her. "Shall I?" She laughed nervously. She did not want anybody to talk to her. As she went along the street, clattering on the granite pavement, she was aware of boys dodging behind her. Something struck her hand that was carrying her bag, bruising her. As it rolled away, she saw that it was a potato. Her hand was hurt, but she gave no sign. Soon she would take the tram. She was afraid, and strange it was to her, quite strange and ugly, like some dream where she was degraded. She would have died rather than admit it to anybody. She could not look at her swollen hand. Something had broken in her. She had passed a crisis. Williams was beaten, but at a cost. Feeling too much upset to go home, she rode a little farther into the town and got down from the tram at a small tea shop there. In the dark little place behind the shop, she drank her tea and ate bread and butter. She did not taste anything. The taking of tea was just a mechanical action to cover over her existence. There she sat in the dark, obscure little place, without knowing, only unconsciously. She nursed the back of her hand, which was bruised. When finally she took her way home, it was sunset red across the west. She did not know why she was going home. There was nothing for her there. She had true only to pretend to be normal. There was nobody. She could speak to nowhere to go for escape. But she must keep on under this red sunset alone, knowing the horror in humanity that would destroy her, and with which she was at war, yet it had to be so. In the morning again, she must go to school. She got up and went without murmuring even to herself. She was in the hands of some bigger, stronger, coarser will. School was fairly quiet, but she could feel the class watching her, ready to spring on her. Her instinct was aware of the class instinct to catch her if she were weak, but she kept cold and was guarded. Williams was absent from school. In the middle of the morning, there was a knock at the door. Someone wanted the headmaster. Mr. Harby went out heavily, angrily, nervously. He was afraid of irate parents. After a moment in the passage, he came again into school. Sturgis, he called to one of his larger boys, stand in front of the class and write down the name of anyone who speaks. Will you come this way, Miss Brangwen? He seemed vindictively to seize upon her. Ursula followed him and found in the lobby a thin woman with a whitish skin, not ill-dressed, in a grey costume and a purple hat. I called about Vernon, said the woman, speaking in a refined accent. There was about the woman altogether an appearance of refinement and of cleanliness curiously contradicted by her half-beggar's deportment, and a sense of her being unpleasant to touch, like something going bad inside. She was neither a lady nor an ordinary working man's wife, but a creature separate from society. By her dress, she was not poor. Ursula knew at once that she was William's mother, and that he was Vernon. She remembered that he was always clean and well-dressed in a sailor suit, and he had this same peculiar half-transparent unwholesomeness, rather like a corpse. I wasn't able to send him to school today, continued the woman, with a false grace of manner. He came home last night, so ill. He was violently sick. I thought I should have to send for the doctor. You know, he has a weak heart. The woman looked at Ursula with her pale, dead eyes. No, replied the girl, I did not know. She stood still with repulsion and uncertainty. Mr. Harby, large and male, with his overhanging mustache, stood by with a slight, ugly smile at the corner of his eyes. The woman went on insidiously, not quite human. Oh yes, he has had heart disease ever since he was a child. That is why he isn't very regular at school. And it is very bad to beat him. He was awfully ill this morning. I shall call on the doctor as I go back. Who is staying with him now then? Put in the deep voice of the schoolmaster cunningly. Oh, I left him with a woman who comes in to help me and who understands him, but I shall call in the doctor on my way home. Ursula stood still. She felt vague threats in all this, but the woman was so utterly strange to her that she did not understand. He told me he had been beaten, continued the woman, and when I undressed him to put him to bed, his body was covered with marks. I could show them to any doctor. Mr. Harby looked at Ursula to answer. She began to understand. The woman was threatening to take out a charge of assault on her son, against her perhaps. She wanted money. I caned him, she said. He was so much trouble. I am sorry if he was troublesome, said the woman, but he must have been shamefully beaten. I could show the marks to any doctor. I am sure it isn't allowed if it was known. I caned him while he kept kicking me, said Ursula, getting angry, because she was half excusing herself. Mr. Harby standing there with the twinkle at the side of his eyes, enjoying the dilemma of the two women. I am sure I am sorry if he behaved badly, said the woman, but I can't think he deserved beating as he has been. I can't send him to school, and really can't afford to pay the doctor. Is it allowed for the teachers to beat the children like that, Mr. Harby? The headmaster refused to answer. Ursula loathed herself and loathed Mr. Harby with his twinkling cunning and malice. On the occasion, the other miserable woman watched her chance. It is an expense to me, and I have a great struggle to keep my boy decent. Ursula still would not answer. She looked out at the asphalt yard, where a dirty rag of paper was blowing. and it isn't allowed to beat a child like that, I am sure, especially when he is delicate." Ursula stared with a set face on the yard, as if she did not hear. She loathed all this, and had ceased to feel or to exist. "Though I know he is troublesome sometimes, but I think it was too much. His body is covered with marks." Mr. Harby stood sturdy and unmoved, waiting now to have done, with the twinkling tiny wrinkles of an ironical smile at the corners of his eyes. He felt himself master of the situation. "And he was violently sick. I couldn't possibly send him to school today. He couldn't keep his head up." Yet she had no answer. "You will understand, sir, why he is absent," she said, turning to Mr. Harby. "Oh yes," he said, rough and offhand. Ursula detested him for his male triumph, and she loathed the woman. She loathed everything. "You will try to have it remembered, sir, that he has a weak heart. He is so sick after these things." "Yes," said the headmaster, "I'll see about it. I know he is troublesome." The woman only addressed herself to the male. "No, but if you could have him punished without beating, is really delicate." Ursula was beginning to feel upset. Harby stood in rather superb mastery, the woman cringing to him to tickle him as one tickles trout. "I had come to explain why he was away this morning, sir. You will understand." She held out her hand. Harby took it and let it go, surprised and angry. "Good morning," she said, and she gave her gloved, seedy hand to Ursula. She was not a-looking, and had a curious, insinuating way, very distasteful, yet effective. "Good morning, Mr. Harby, and thank you." The figure in the grey costume and the purple hat was going across the schoolyard with a curious, lingering walk. Ursula felt a strange pity for her and revulsion from her. She shuddered. She went into the school again. The next morning Williams turned up looking paler than ever, very neat and nicely dressed in his sailor blouse. He glanced at Ursula with a half-smile, cunning, subdued, ready to do as she told him. There was something about him that made her shiver. She loathed the idea of having laid hands on him. His elder brother was standing outside the gate at playtime, a youth of about 15, tall and thin and pale. He raised his hat almost like a gentleman, but there was something subdued, insidious about him too. "Who is it?" said Ursula. "It's the big Williams," said Violet Harby roughly. "She was here yesterday, wasn't she?" "Yes." "It's no good her coming. Her character's not good enough for her to make any trouble." Ursula shrank from the brutality and the scandal, but it had some vague, horrid fascination. How sordid everything seemed. She felt sorry for the queer woman with the lingering walk, and those queer, insidious boys. The Williams in her class was wrong somewhere. How nasty it was altogether. So the battle went on till her heart was sick. She had several more boys to subjugate before she could establish herself, and Mr. Harby hated her almost as if she were a man. She knew now that nothing but a thrashing would settle some of the big louts who wanted to play cat and mouse with her. Mr. Harby would not give them the thrashing if he could help it, for he hated the teacher, the stuck-up, insolent high school miss, with her independence. "Now, right, what have you done this time?" he would say genially to the boy who was sent to him from Standard 5 for punishment, and he left the lad standing lounging, wasting his time. So that Ursula would appeal no more to the headmaster, but when she was driven wild, she seized her cane and slashed the boy who was insolent to her over head and ears and hands, and at length they were afraid of her. She had them in order. But she had paid a great price out of her own soul to do this. It seemed as if a great flame had gone through her and burnt her sensitive tissue. She, who shrank from the thought of physical suffering in any form, had been forced to fight and beat with a cane, and rouse all her instincts to hurt, and afterwards she had been forced to endure the sound of their blubbering and desolation when she had broken them to order. Oh, and sometimes she felt as if she would go mad. What did it matter? What did it matter if their books were dirty and they did not obey? She would rather, in reality, that they disobeyed the whole rules of the school than that they should be beaten, broken, reduced to this crying, hopeless state. She would rather bear all their insults and insolences 1,000 times than reduce herself and them to this. Bitterly she repented having got beside herself and having tackled the boy she had beat. Yet it had to be so. She did not want to do it. Yet she had to. Oh, why had she leagued herself to this evil system where she must brutalize herself to live? Why had she become a schoolteacher? Why? The children had forced her to the beatings. No, she did not pity them. She had come to them full of kindness and love, and they would have torn her to pieces. They chose Mr. Harby. Well, then they must know her as well as Mr. Harby. They must first be subjugate to her, for she was not going to be made not know. Neither by them, nor by Mr. Harby, nor by all the system around her. She was not going to be put down, prevented from standing free. It was not to be said of her. She could not take her place and carry out her task. She would fight and hold her place in this state, also in the world of work and man's convention. She was isolated now from the life of her childhood, a foreigner, in a new life of work and mechanical consideration. She and Maggie in their dinner hours and their occasional teas at the little restaurant discussed life and ideas. Maggie was a great suffragette, trusting in the vote. To Ursula, the vote was never a reality. She had within her the strange, passionate knowledge of religion and living, far transcending the limits of the automatic system that contained the vote, but her fundamental organic knowledge had as yet to take form and rise to utterance for her. As for Maggie, the liberty of woman meant something real and deep. She felt that somewhere in something she was not free, and she wanted to be. She was in revolt, for once she were free, she could get somewhere, the wonderful real somewhere, that was beyond her, the somewhere that she felt deep, deep inside her. In coming out and earning her own living, she had made a strong, cruel move towards freeing herself, but having more freedom, she only became more profoundly aware of the big want. She wanted so many things. She wanted to read great, beautiful books and be rich with them. She wanted to see beautiful things and have the joy of them forever. She wanted to know big, free people, and there remained always the want she could put no name to. It was so difficult. There were so many things, so much to meet and surpass, and one never knew where one was going. It was a blind fight. She had suffered bitterly in this school of St. Philip's. She was like a young filly that has been broken into the shafts and has lost its freedom, and now she was suffering bitterly from the agony of the shafts, the agony, the galling, the ignominy of her breaking in this war into her soul. But she would never submit to shafts like these. She would never submit for long, but she would know them, she would serve them, that she might destroy them. She and Maggie went to all kinds of places together, to big suffrage meetings in Nottingham, to concerts, to theaters, to exhibitions of pictures. Ursula saved her money and bought a bicycle, and the two girls rode to Lincoln, to Southwell, and into Derbyshire. They had an endless wealth of things to talk about, and it was a great joy discovering. But Ursula never told about Winifred in Jure. That was a sort of secret sideshow to her life, never to be opened. She did not even think of it. It was the closed door she had not the strength to open. Once she was broken in to her teaching, Ursula began gradually to have a new life of her own again. She was going to college in 18 months' time. Then she would take her degree, and she would perhaps be a big woman and lead a movement. Who knows? At any rate, she would go to college in 18 months' time. All that mattered now was work, work. Until college, she must go on with this teaching in St. Philip's School, which was always destroying her, but which she could now manage without spoiling all her life. She would submit to it for a time, since the time had a definite limit. The class teaching itself at last became almost mechanical. It was a strain on her, an exhausting, wearying strain, always unnatural. But there was a certain amount of pleasure in the sheer oblivion of teaching, so much work to do, so many children to see after, so much to be done, that one's self was forgotten. When the work had become like habit to her, and her individual soul was left out, had its growth elsewhere, then she could be almost happy. Her real individual self drew together and became more coherent during these 2 years of teaching. During the struggle against the odds of class teaching, it was always a prison to her, the school, but it was a prison where her wild, chaotic soul became hard and independent. When she was well enough and not tired, then she did not hate the teaching. She enjoyed getting into the swing of work of a morning, putting forth all her strength, making the thing go. It was, for her, a strenuous form of exercise, and her soul was left to rest. It had the time of torpor in which to gather itself together in strength again. But the teaching hours were too long, the tasks too heavy, and the disciplinary condition of the school too unnatural for her. She was worn very thin and quivering. She came to school in the morning, seeing the hawthorn flowers, with the little rosy grains swimming in a bowl of dew. The larks quivered their song up into the new sunshine, and the country was so glad. It was a violation to plunge into the dust and grayness of the town. So that she stood before her class, unwilling to give herself up to the activity of teaching, to turn her energy that longed for the country, and for joy of early summer into the dominating of 50 children, and the transferring to them some morsels of arithmetic. There was a little absentness about her. She could not force herself into forgetfulness. A jar of buttercups and fool sparsely in the window bottom kept her away in the meadows, where in the lush grass the moondaisies were half submerged, and a spray of pink ragged robin. Yet before her were faces of 50 children. They were almost like big daisies in a dimness of the grass. A brightness was on her face, a little unreality in her teaching. She could not quite see her children. She was struggling between two worlds, her own world of young summer and flowers, and this other world of work, and the glimmer of her own sunlight was between her and her class. Then the morning passed, with a strange farawayness and quietness. Dinner time came, when she and Maggie ate joyously with all the windows open, and then they went out into St. Philip's churchyard, where was a shadowy corner under red hawthorn trees, and there they talked and read Shelley or Browning or some work about woman and labor. And when she went back to school, Ursula lived still in the shadowy corner of the graveyard, where pink-red petals lay scattered from the hawthorn tree like myriad tiny shells on a beach, and a church bell sometimes rang sonorously, and sometimes a bird called out, whilst Maggie's voice went on low and sweet. These days she was happy in her soul. Oh, she was so happy that she wished she could take her joy and scatter it in armfuls broadcast. She made her children happy too, with a little tingling of delight. But to her the children were not a school class. This afternoon they were flowers, birds, little bright animals, children, anything they only were not. Standard 5, she felt no responsibility for them. It was for once a game, this teaching, and if they got their sums wrong, what matter? And she would take a pleasant bit of reading, and instead of history with dates, she would tell a lovely tale, and for grammar they could have a bit of written analysis that was not difficult because they had done it before. She shall be sportive as a fawn, that wild with glee across the lawn, or up the mountain springs. She wrote that from memory because it pleased her. So the golden afternoon passed away, and she went home happy. She had finished her day of school, and was free to plunge into the glowing evening of Kassithe, and she loved walking home, but it had not been school, it had been playing at school beneath red hawthorn blossom. She could not go on like this. The quarterly examination was coming, and her class was not ready. It irritated her that she must drag herself away from her happy self and exert herself with all her strength to compel this heavy class of children to work hard at arithmetic. They did not want to work. She did not want to compel them. And yet some second conscience gnawed at her, telling her the work was not properly done. It irritated her almost to madness, and she let loose all the irritation in the class. Then followed a day of battle and hate and violence, when she went home raw, feeling the golden evening taken away from her herself, incarcerated in some dark, heavy place, and chained there with a consciousness of having done badly at work. What good was it that it was summer that right till evening, when the corncrakes called the larks would mount up into the light to sing once more before nightfall? What good was it all when she was out of tune, when she must only remember the burden and shame of school that day? And still she hated school, still she cried. She did not believe in it. Why should the children learn? And why should she teach them? It was all so much milling the wind. What folly was it that made life into this, the fulfilling of some stupid, factitious duty? It was all so made up, so unnatural. The school, the sums, the grammar, the quarterly examinations, the register sit, was all a barren nothing. Why should she give her allegiance to this world, and let it so dominate her that her own world of warm sun and growing sap-filled life was turned into nothing? She was not going to do it. She was not going to be a prisoner in the dry, tyrannical man-world. She was not going to care about it. What did it matter if her class did ever so badly in the quarterly examination? Let it. What did it matter? Nevertheless, when the time came, and the report on her class was bad, she was miserable, and the joy of the summer was taken away from her. She was shut up in gloom. She could not really escape from this world of system and work out into her fields where she was happy. She must have her place in the working world, be a recognized member with full rights there. It was more important to her than fields and sun and poetry at this time. but she was only the more its enemy. It was a very difficult thing, she thought, during the long hours of intermission in the summer holidays, to be herself, her happy self, that enjoyed so much to lie in the sun, to play and swim and be content, and also to be a schoolteacher getting results out of a class of children. She dreamed fondly of the time when she need not be a teacher anymore, but vaguely she knew that responsibility had taken place in her forever, and as yet her prime business was to work. The autumn passed away, the winter was at hand. Ursula became more and more an inhabitant of the world of work, and of what is called life. She could not see her future, but a little way off was college, and to the thought of this she clung fixedly. She would go to college and get her 2 or 3 years training free of cost. Already she had applied and had her place appointed for the coming year. So she continued to study for her degree. She would take French, Latin, English, mathematics, and botany. She went to classes in Ilkeston. She studied at evening, for there was this world to conquer, this knowledge, to acquire, this qualification to attain, and she worked with intensity because of a want inside her that drove her on. Almost everything was subordinated now to this one desire to take her place in the world. What kind of place it was to be, she did not ask herself. The blind desire drove her on. She must take her place. She knew she would never be much of a success as an elementary school teacher, but neither had she failed. She hated it, but she had managed it. Maggie had left St. Philip's School and had found a more congenial post. The two girls remained friends. They met at evening classes, they studied, and somehow encouraged a firm hope each in the other. They did not know whither they were making, nor what they ultimately wanted, but they knew they wanted now to learn to know and to do. They talked of love and marriage, and the position of woman in marriage. Maggie said that love was the flower of life, and blossomed unexpectedly and without law, and must be plucked where it was found and enjoyed for the brief hour of its duration. To Ursula this was unsatisfactory. She thought she still loved Anton Skrebensky, but she did not forgive him that he had not been strong enough to acknowledge her. He had denied her. How then could she love him? How then was love so absolute? She did not believe it. She believed that love was a way, a means, not an end in itself, as Maggie seemed to think, and always the way of love would be found. But whither did it lead? I believe there are many men in the world one might love. There is not only one man, said Ursula. She was thinking of Skrebensky. Her heart was hollow with the knowledge of Winifred in Jur. But you must distinguish between love and passion, said Maggie, adding with a touch of contempt, men will easily have a passion for you, but they won't love you. Yes, said Ursula vehemently, the look of suffering, almost of fanaticism on her face. Passion is only part of love, and it seems so much, because it can't last. That is why passion is never happy. She was staunch for joy, for happiness and permanency, in contrast with Maggie, who was for sadness and the inevitable passing away of things. Ursula suffered bitterly at the hands of life. Maggie was always single, always withheld, so she went in a heavy, brooding sadness that was almost meat to her. In Ursula's last winter at St. Philip's, the friendship of the two girls came to a climax. It was during this winter that Ursula suffered and enjoyed most keenly Maggie's fundamental sadness of enclosedness. Maggie enjoyed and suffered Ursula's struggles against the confines of her life, and then the two girls began to drift apart as Ursula broke from that form of life wherein Maggie must remain enclosed. Chapter Roman 14, The Widening Circle. Maggie's people, the Schofields, lived in the large gardener's cottage that was half a farm behind Belcote Hall. The hall was too damp to live in, so the Schofields were caretakers, gamekeepers, farmers, all in one. The father was gamekeeper and stock breeder. The eldest son was market gardener, using the big hall gardens. The second son was farmer and gardener. There was a large family, as at Cossithay. Ursula loved to stay at Belcote, to be treated as a grand lady by Maggie's brothers. They were good-looking men. The eldest was 26 years old. He was the gardener, a man not very tall, but strong and well-made, with brown, sunny, easy eyes, and a face handsomely hewn brown, with a long, fair mustache, which he pulled as he talked to Ursula. The girl was excited because these men attended to her. When she came near, she could make their eyes light up and quiver. She could make Anthony, the eldest, twist and twist his mustache. She knew she could move them almost at will with her light laughter and chatter. They loved her ideas, watched her as she talked vehemently about politics or economics. And while she talked, saw the golden-brown eyes of Anthony gleam like the eyes of a satyr as they watched her. He did not listen to her words. He listened to her. It excited her. He was like a fawn pleased when she would go with him over his hothouses to look at the green and pretty plants, at the pink primulas, nodding among their leaves and cinerias, flaunting purple and crimson and white. She asked about everything, and he told her very exactly and minutely in a queer, pedantic way that made her want to laugh, yet she was really interested in what he Roman 999. And he had the curious light in his face, like the light in the eyes of the goat that was tethered by the farmyard gate. She went down with him into the warmish cellar, where already in the darkness the little yellow knobs of rhubarb were coming. He held the lantern down to the dark earth. She saw the tiny knob end of the rhubarb thrusting upwards upon the thick red stem, thrusting itself like a knob of flame through the soft soil. His face was turned up to her, the light glittered on his eyes, and his teeth, as he laughed with a faint musical neigh. He looked handsome, and she heard a new sound in her ears, the faint musical neighing laugh of Anthony, whose mustache twisted up, and whose eyes were luminous, with a cold, steady, arrogant, laughing glare. There seemed a little prance of triumph in his movement. She could not rid herself of a movement of acquiescence, a touch of acceptance. Yet he was so humble, his voice was so caressing. He held his hand for her to step on when she must climb a wall, and she stepped on the living firmness of him that quivered firmly under her weight. She was aware of him as if in a mesmeric state. In her ordinary sense, she had nothing to do with him, but the peculiar ease and unnoticeableness of his entering the house. The power of his cold, gleaming light on her when he looked at her was like a bewitchment in his eyes, as in the pale gray eyes of a goat. There seemed some of that steady, hard fire of moonlight, which has nothing to do with the day. It made her alert, and yet her mind went out like an extinguished thing. She was all senses, all her senses were alive. Then she saw him on Sunday, dressed up in Sunday clothes, trying to impress her, and he looked ridiculous. She clung to the ridiculous effect of his stiff Sunday clothes. She was always conscious of some unfaithfulness to Maggie on Anthony's score. Poor Maggie stood apart, as if betrayed. Maggie and Anthony were enemies by instinct. Ursula had to go back to her friend, brimming with affection, and a poignancy of pity which Maggie received with a little stiffness. Then poetry and books and learning took the place of Anthony with his goat's movements and his cold, gleaming humor. While Ursula was at Belcote, the snow fell in the morning. A covering of snow weighed on the rhododendron bushes. "Shall we go out?" said Maggie. She had lost some of her leader's sureness and was now tentative, a little in reserve from her friend. They took the key of the gate and wandered into the park. It was a white world on which dark trees and tree masses stood under a sky keen with frost. The two girls went past the hole that was shuttered and silent, their footprints marking the snow on the drive down the park. A long way off a man was carrying armfuls of hay across the snow. He was a small dark figure like an animal moving in its unawareness. Ursula and Maggie went on exploring down to a tinkling chilly brook that had worn the snow away in little scoops and ran dark between. They saw a robin glance its bright eyes and burst scarlet and gray into the hedge. Then some pertly marked bluetits scuffled. Meanwhile the brook slid on, coldly chuckling to itself. The girls wandered across the snowy grass to where the artificial fish ponds lay under thin ice. There was a big tree with a thick trunk twisted with ivy that hung almost horizontal over the ponds. Ursula climbed joyfully into this and sat amid bosses of bright ivy and dull berries. Some ivy leaves were like green spears held out and tipped with snow. The ice was seen beneath them. Maggie took out a book and, sitting lower down the trunk, began to read Coleridge's Christabel. Ursula half listened. She was wildly thrilled. Then she saw Anthony coming across the snow with his confident, slightly strutting stride. His face looked brown and hard against the snow, smiling with a sort of tense confidence. "Hello," she called to him. A response went over his face. His head was lifted in an answering, jerking gesture. "Hello," he said, "You're like a bird in there." And Ursula's laugh rang out. She answered to the peculiar reedy twang in his penetrating voice. She did not think of Anthony, yet she lived in a sort of connection with him in his world. One evening, she met him as she was coming down the lane, and they walked side by side. "I think it's so lovely here," she cried. "Do you?" he said. "I'm glad you like it." There was a curious confidence in his voice. "Oh, I love it. What more does one want than to live in this beautiful place and make things grow in your garden? It is like the Garden of Eden." "Is it?" he said, with a little laugh. "Yes, well, it's not so bad." He was hesitating. The pale gleam was strong in his eyes. He was looking at her steadily, watching her. As an animal might, something leaped in her soul. She knew he was going to suggest to her that she should be as he was. "Would you like to stay here with me?" he asked tentatively. She blenched with fear and with the intense sensation of proffered license suggested to her. They had come to the gate. "How," she asked, "you aren't alone here?" "We could marry," he answered, in the strange, coldly gleaming, insinuating tone that chilled the sunshine into moonlight. All substantial things seemed transformed. Shadows and dancing moonlight were real, and all cold, inhuman, gleaming sensations. She realized with something like terror that she was going to accept this. She was going inevitably to accept him. His hand was reaching out to the gate before them. She stood still. His flesh was hard and brown and final. She seemed to be in the grip of some insult. "I couldn't," she answered, involuntarily. He gave the same brief, neighing little laugh, very sad and bitter now, and slotted back the bar of the gate. Yet he did not open for a moment. They both stood looking at the fire of sunset that quivered among the purple twigs of the trees. She saw his brown, hard, well-hewn face gleaming with anger and humiliation and submission. He was an animal that knows that it is subdued. Her heart flamed with sensation of him, of the fascinating thing he offered her, and with sorrow, and with an inconsolable sense of loneliness. Her soul was an infant crying in the night. He had no soul. Oh, and why had she? He was the cleaner. She turned away. She turned round from him, and saw the east flushed. Strangely rose the moon, coming yellow and lovely upon a rosy sky above the darkening bluish snow. All this so beautiful, all this so lovely. He did not see it. He was one with it. But she saw it, and was one with it. Her seeing separated them infinitely. They went on in silence down the path, following their different fates. The trees grew darker and darker. The snow made only a dimness in an unreal world. And like a shadow, the day had gone into a faintly luminous, snowy evening, while she was talking aimlessly to him to keep him at a distance, yet to keep him near her. And he walked heavily. He opened the garden gate for her quietly, and she was entering into her own pleasances, leaving him outside the gate. Then, even whilst she was escaping, or trying to escape this feeling of pain, came Maggie the next day saying, "I wouldn't make Anthony love you, Ursula. If you don't want him, it is not nice." "But Maggie, I never made him love me," cried Ursula, dismayed and suffering and feeling as if she had done something base. She liked Anthony, though all her life at intervals she returned to the thought of him and of that which he offered, but she was a traveler on the face of the earth, and he was an isolated creature living in the fulfillment of his own senses. She could not help it that she was a traveler. She knew Anthony, that he was not one, but oh, ultimately and finally she must go on, and on seeking the goal that she knew she did draw nearer to. She was wearing away her second and last cycle at St. Philip's. As the months went, she ticked them off. First October, then November, December, January. She was careful always to subtract a month from the remainder for the summer holidays. She saw herself traveling round a circle, only an arc of which remained to complete. Then she was in the open like a bird, tossed into midair, a bird that had learned in some measure to fly. There was college ahead. That was her midair, unknown, spacious come college, and she would have broken from the confines of all the life she had known, for her father was also going to move. They were all going to leave Casithe. Brangwen had kept his carelessness about his circumstances. He knew his work in the lace designing meant little to him personally. He just earned his wage by it. He did not know what meant much to him living close to Anna Brangwen. His mind was always suffused through with physical heat. He moved from instinct to instinct, groping, always groping on. When it was suggested to him that he might apply for one of the posts as handwork instructor posts about to be created by the Nottingham Education Committee, it was as if a space had been given to him into which he could remove from his hot, dusky enclosure. He sent in his application confidently, expectantly. He had a sort of belief in his supernatural fate. The inevitable weariness of his daily work had stiffened some of his muscles and made a slight deadness in his ruddy, alert face. Now he might escape. He was full of the new possibilities, and his wife was acquiescent. She was willing now to have a change. She, too, was tired of Casithe. The house was too small for the growing children, and since she was nearly 40 years old, she began to come awake from her sleep of motherhood. Her energy moved more outwards. The din of growing lives roused her from her apathy. She, too, must have her hand in making life. She was quite ready to move, taking all her brood. It would be better now if she transplanted them, for she had borne her last child. It would be growing up. So that in her easy, unused fashion, she talked plans and arrangements with her husband, indifferent really as to the method of the change, since a change was coming. Even if it did not come in this way, it would come in another. The house was full of ferment. Ursula was wild with excitement. At last her father was going to be something socially. So long he had been a social cipher without form or standing. Now he was going to be art and handwork instructor for the county of Nottingham. That was really a status. It was a position. He would be a specialist in his way, and he was an uncommon man. Ursula felt they were all getting a foothold at last. He was coming to his own. Who else that she knew could turn out from his own fingers the beautiful things her father could produce? She felt he was certain of this new job. They would move. They would leave this cottage at Casithe, which had grown too small for them. They would leave Casithe, where the children had all been born, and where they were always kept to the same measure, for the people who had known them as children, along with the other village boys and girls, could never understand that they should grow up different. They had held Ursula Brangwen one of themselves, and had given her her place in her native village as in a family, and the bond was strong. But now, when she was growing to something beyond what Casithe would allow or understand, the bond between her and her old associates was becoming a bondage. "Hello, Ursula, how are you going on?" they said when they met her, and it demanded of her in the old voice, the old response. And something in her must respond and belong to people who knew her, but something else denied bitterly. What was true of her 10 years ago was not true now, and something else which she was and must be they could neither see nor allow. They felt it, there nevertheless something beyond them, and they were injured. They said she was proud, and conceded that she was too big for her shoes. Nowadays, they said she needn't pretend, because they knew what she was. They had known her since she was born. They quoted this and that about her, and she was ashamed, because she did feel different from the people she had lived amongst. It hurt her that she could not be at her ease with them any more. And Yeton's kite will rise on the wind as far as ever one has string to let it go. It tugs and tugs, and will go, and one is glad the further it goes, even if everybody else is nasty about it. So Casithe hampered her, and she wanted to go away to be free, to fly her kite as high as she liked. She wanted to go away to be free, to stand straight up to her own height. So that when she knew that her father had the new post, and that the family would move, she felt like skipping on the face of the earth, and making psalms of joy. The old bound shell of Casithe was to be cast off, and she was to dance away into the blue air. She wanted to dance and sing. She made dreams of the new place she would live in, where stately cultured people of high feeling would be friends with her, and she would live with the noble in the land, moving to a large freedom of feeling. She dreamed of a rich, proud, simple girlfriend who had never known Mr. Harby and his like, nor ever had a note in her voice of bondaged contempt and fear as Maggie had. And she gave herself to all that she loved in Casithe passionately, because she was going away now. She wandered about to her favorite spots. There was a place where she went trespassing to find the snowdrops that grew wild. It was evening, and the winter-darkened meadows were full of mystery. When she came to the woods, an oak tree had been newly chopped down. In the dell pale drops of flowers glimmered many under the hazels, and by the sharp golden splinters of wood that were splashed about the gray-green blades of snowdrop leaves, pricked unheeding the drooping, still little flowers were without heed. Ursula picked some lovingly in an ecstasy. The golden chips of wood shone yellow like sunlight. The snowdrops in the twilight were like the first stars of night, and she alone amongst them was wildly happy to have found her way into such a glimmering dusk, to the intimate little flowers, and the splash of wood chips like sunshine over the twilight of the ground. She sat down on the felled tree and remained a while remote. Going home, she left the purplish dark of the trees for the open lane, where the puddles shone long and jewel-like. In the ruts, the land about her was darkened, and the sky a jewel overhead. Oh, how amazing it was to her! It was almost too much. She wanted to run and sing, and cry out for very wildness and poignancy. But she could not run and sing and cry out in such a way as to cry out the deep things in her heart. So she was still and almost sad with loneliness. At Easter she went again to Maggie's home for a few days. She was, however, shy and fugitive. She saw Anthony, how suggestive he was to look on, and how his eyes had a sort of supplicating light that was rather beautiful. She looked at him, and she looked again for him to become real to her, but it was her own self that was occupied elsewhere. She seemed to have some other being. And she turned to spring, and the opening buds. There was a large pear tree by a wall, and it was full thronged with tiny grey-green buds, myriads. She stood before it arrested with delight, and a realization went deep into her heart. There was so great a host in array behind the cloud of pale dim green, so much to come forth, so much sunshine to pour down. So the weeks passed on trance-like, and pregnant the pear tree at Carcithe burst into bloom against the Cartagine like a wave burst into foam. Then gradually the bluebells came, blue as water, standing thin in the level places under the trees, and bushes flowing in more and more, till there was a flood of azure, and pale green leaves burning, and tiny birds with fiery little song and flight. Then swiftly the flood sank and was gone, and it was summer. There was to be no going to the seaside for a holiday. The holiday was the removal from Carcithe. They were going to live near Willey Green, which place was most central for Brangwen. It was an old quiet village on the edge of the thronged colliery district, so that it served in its quaintness of odd old cottages lingering in their sunny gardens as a sort of bower or pleasaunce to the sprawling colliery townlet of Beldover, a pleasant walk-round for the colliers on Sunday morning before the public houses opened. In Willey Green stood the grammar school, where Brangwen was occupied for 2 days during the week, and where experiments in education were being carried on. Ursula wanted to live in Willey Green on the remoter side, towards Southwell and Sherwood Forest. There it was so lovely and romantic, but out into the world meant out into the world. Will Brangwen must become modern. He bought with his wife's money a fairly large house in the new red brick part of Beldover. It was a villa built by the widow of the late colliery manager, and stood in a quiet new little side street near the large church. Ursula was rather sad. Instead of having arrived at distinction, they had come to new red brick suburbia in a grimy small town. Mrs. Brangwen was happy. The rooms were splendidly large, a splendid dining-room, drawing-room, and kitchen, besides a very pleasant study downstairs. Everything was admirably appointed. The widow had settled herself in lavishly. She was a native of Beldover, and had intended to reign almost queen. Her bathroom was white and silver, her stairs were of oak, her chimney-pieces were massive and oaken, with bulging columnar supports. Good and substantial was the keynote, but Ursula resented the stout inflated prosperity implied everywhere. She made her father promise to chisel down the bulging oaken chimney-pieces, chisel them flat. That sort of important paunch was very distasteful to her. Her father was himself long and loosely built. What had he to do with so much good and substantial importance? They bought a fair amount also of the widow's furniture. It was in common good taste: the great Wilton carpet, the large round table, the Chesterfield covered with glossy chintz in roses and birds. It was all really very sunny and nice, with large windows and a view right across the shallow valley. After all, they would be, as one of their acquaintances said, among the elite of Beldover. They would represent culture, and as there was no one of higher social importance than the doctors, the colliery managers, and the chemists, they would shine with their Della Robbia beautiful Madonna, their lovely reliefs from Donatello, their reproductions from Botticelli, nay, the large photographs of the Primavera and the Aphrodite and the Nativity in the dining-room. The ordinary reception-room would make dumb the mouth of Beldover. And after all, it is better to be princess in Beldover than a vulgar nobody in the country. There was great preparation made for the removal of the whole Brangwen family. 10 in all. The house in Beldover was prepared. The house in Carcithe was dismantled. Come the end of the school term, the removal would begin. Ursula left school at the end of July, when the summer holiday commenced. The morning outside was bright and sunny, and the freedom got inside the schoolroom. This last day it was as if the walls of the school were going to melt away. Already, they seemed shadowy and unreal. It was breaking up morning. Soon scholars and teachers would be outside, each going his own way. The irons were struck off, the sentence was expired, the prison was a momentary shadow halting about them. The children were carrying away books and inkwell, and rolling up maps. All their faces were bright with gladness and goodwill. There was a bustle of cleaning and clearing away all marks of this last term of imprisonment. They were all breaking free busily, eagerly. Ursula made up her totals of attendances in the register. With pride she wrote down the thousands to so many thousands of children. Had she given another session's lessons, it looked tremendous. The excited hours passed slowly in suspense. Then at last it was over. For the last time she stood before her children, whilst they said their prayers and sang a hymn. Then it was over. "Goodbye, children," she said. "I shall not forget you, and you must not forget me." "No, miss," cried the children in chorus, with shining faces. She stood smiling on them, moved as they filed out. Then she gave her monitors their term sixpences, and they too departed. Cupboards were locked, blackboards washed, inkwells and dusters removed. The place stood bare and vacated. She had triumphed over it. It was a shell now. She had fought a good fight here, and it had not been altogether unenjoyable. She owed some gratitude even to this hard, vacant place that stood like a memorial or a trophy. So much of her life had been fought for and won and lost here. Something of this school would always belong to her, something of her to it. She acknowledged it, and now came the leave-taking. In the teachers' room, the teachers were chatting and loitering, talking excitedly of where they were going: to the Isle of Man, to Llandudno, to Yarmouth. They were eager and attached to each other like comrades leaving a ship. Then it was Mr. Harby's turn to make a speech to Ursula. He looked handsome, with his silver-grey temples and black brows, and his imperturbable male solidity. "Well," he said, "we must say goodbye to Miss Brangwen, and wish her all good fortune for the future. I suppose we shall see her again some time and hear how she is getting on." "Oh yes," said Ursula, stammering, blushing, laughing. "Oh yes, I shall come and see you." Then she realized that this sounded too personal, and she felt foolish. "Miss Schofield suggested these two books," he said, putting a couple of volumes on the table. "I hope you will like them." Ursula, feeling very shy, picked up the books. There was a volume of Swinburne's poetry and a volume of Meredith's. "Oh, I shall love them," she said. "Thank you very much. Thank you all so much. It is so." She stuttered to an end, and very red turned the leaves of the books, eagerly pretending to be taking the first pleasure, but really seeing nothing. Mr. Harby's eyes were twinkling. He alone was at his ease, master of the situation. It was pleasing to him to make Ursula the gift, and for once extend good feeling to his teachers. As a rule, it was so difficult. Each one was so strained in resentment under his rule. "Yes," he said, "we hoped you would like the choice." He looked with his peculiar challenging smile for a moment, then returned to his cupboards. Ursula felt very confused. She hugged her books, loving them, and she felt that she loved all the teachers and Mr. Harby. It was very confusing. At last she was out. She cast one hasty glance over the school buildings squatting on the asphalt yard in the hot, glistening sun, one look down the well-known road, and turned her back on it all. Something strained in her heart. She was going away. "Well, good luck," said the last of the teachers, as she shook hands at the end of the road. "Well, expect you back some day." He spoke in irony. She laughed and broke away. She was free as she sat on the top of the tram in the sunlight. She looked round her with tremendous delight. She had left something which had meant much to her. She would not go to school any more, and do the familiar things. Queer. There was a little pang amid her exultation of fear, not of regret, yet how she exulted this morning. She was tremulous with pride and joy. She loved the two books. They were tokens to her, representing the fruit and trophies of her 2 years, which, thank God, were over. To Ursula Brangwen, with best wishes for her future, and in warm memory of the time she spent in St. Philip's School, was written, in the headmaster's neat, scrupulous handwriting. She could see the careful hand holding the pen, the thick fingers with tufts of black hair on the back of each one. He had signed all the teachers had signed. She liked having all their signatures. She felt she loved them all. They were her fellow workers. she carried away from the school, a pride she could never lose. She had her place as comrade and sharer in the work of the school. Her fellow teachers had signed to her as one of them, and she was one of all workers. She had put in her tiny brick to the fabric man was building. She had qualified herself as cobbler. Then the day for the home removal came. Ursula rose early to pack up the remaining goods. The carts arrived lent by her uncle at the marsh, in the lull between hay and corn harvest. The goods roped in the cart, Ursula mounted her bicycle and sped away to Beldover. The house was hers. She entered its clean-scrubbed silence. The dining room had been covered with a thick rush matting hard, and of the beautiful luminous clean color of sundried reeds. The walls were pale gray, the doors were darker gray. Ursula admired it very much as the sun came through the large windows streaming. She flung open doors and windows to the sunshine. Flowers were bright and shining round the small lawn, which stood above the road, looking over the raw field opposite, which would later be built upon. No one came, so she wandered down the garden at the back of the wall. The 8 bells of the church rang the hour. She could hear the many sounds of the town about her. At last the cart was seen coming round the corner. Familiar furniture, piled, undignified, on top. Tom, her brother, and Teresa, marching on foot, beside the mass, proud of having walked 10 miles or more from the tram terminus. Ursula poured out beer, and the men drank thirstily by the door. A second cart was coming. Her father appeared on his motor bicycle. There was the staggering transport of furniture up the steps to the little lawn, where it was deposited all pell-mell in the sunshine, very queer and discomforting. Brangwen was a pleasant man to work with, cheerful and easy. Ursula loved deciding him where the heavy things should stand. She watched anxiously the struggle up the steps and through the doorways. Then the big things were in the carts, set off again. Ursula and her father worked away, carrying in all the light things that remained upon the lawn and putting them in place. Dinner time came. They ate bread and cheese in the kitchen. "Well, we're getting on," said Brangwen cheerfully. 2 more loads arrived. The afternoon passed away in a struggle with the furniture upstairs. Towards 5 o'clock appeared the last loads, consisting also of Mrs. Brangwen and the younger children, driven by Uncle Fred in the trap. Gudrun had walked with Margaret from the station. The whole family had come. "There," said Brangwen, as his wife got down from the cart. "Now we're all here." "I," said his wife pleasantly. And the very brevity, the silence of intimacy between the two, made a home in the hearts of the children, who clustered round, feeling strange in the new place. Everything was at 6s and 7s, but a fire was made in the kitchen, the hearthrug put down, the kettle set on the hob, and Mrs. Brangwen began towards sunset to prepare the first meal. Ursula and Gudrun were slaving in the bedrooms. Candles were rushing about. Then, from the kitchen came the smell of ham and eggs and coffee, and in the gaslight, the scrambled meal began. The family seemed to huddle together like a little camp. In a strange place, Ursula felt a load of responsibility upon her, caring for the half-little ones, the smallest kept near the mother. It was dark, and the children went sleepy, but excited, to bed. It was a long time before the sound of voices died out. There was a tremendous sense of adventure. In the morning, everybody was awake soon after dawn, the children crying. When I wakened up, I didn't know where I was. There were the strange sounds of the town, and the repeated chiming of the big church bells, so much harsher and more insistent than the little bells of Kosithe. They looked through the windows, past the other new red houses, to the wooded hill across the valley. They had all a delightful sense of space, and liberation, space, and light, and air. But gradually all set to work. They were a careless, untidy family, yet, when once they set about to get the house in order, the thing went with felicity and quickness. By evening, the place was roughly established. They would not have a servant to live in the house, only a woman who could go home at night, and they would not even have the woman, yet they wanted to do as they liked in their own home, with no stranger in the midst. Chapter Roman 15, The Bitterness of Ecstasy. A storm of industry raged on in the house. Ursula did not go to college till October, so, with a distinct feeling of responsibility, as if she must express herself in this house, she labored, arranging, rearranging, selecting, contriving. She could use her father's ordinary tools, both for woodwork and metalwork, so she hammered and tinkered. Her mother was quite content to have the thing done. Brangwen was interested. He had a ready belief in his daughter. He himself was at work, putting up his workshed in the garden. At last she had finished. For the time being, the drawing room was big and empty. It had the good Wilton carpet, of which the family was so proud, and the large couch and large chairs covered with shiny chintz, and the piano, a little sculpture in plaster that Brangwen had done, and not very much more. It was too large and empty for the family to occupy very much, yet they liked to know it was there, large and empty. The home was the dining room. There the hard rush floor covering made the ground light, reflecting light upon the bottom of their hearts. In the window bay was a broad sunny seat. The table was so solid one could not jostle it, and the chairs so strong one could knock them over without hurting them. The familiar organ that Brangwen had made stood on one side, looking peculiarly small. The sideboard was comfortably reduced to normal proportions. This was the family living room. Ursula had a bedroom to herself. It was really a servant's bedroom, small and plain. Its window looked over the back garden at other back gardens, some of them old and very nice, some of them littered with packing cases, then at the backs of the houses, whose fronts were the shops in High Street, or the genteel homes of the under-manager or the chief cashier, facing the chapel. She had 6 weeks still before going to college. In this time, she nervously read over some Latin and some botany, and fitfully worked at some mathematics. She was going into college as a teacher for her training, but having already taken her matriculation examination, she was entered for a university course. At the end of a year, she would sit for the intermediate arts, then 2 years after for her BA, so her case was not that of the ordinary schoolteacher. She would be working among the private students, who came only for pure education, not for mere professional training. She would be of the elect. For the next 3 years, she would be more or less dependent on her parents. Again, her training was free. All college fees were paid by the government. She had moreover a few pounds grant every year. This would just pay for her train fares, and her clothing. Her parents would only have to feed her. She did not want to cost them much. They would not be well off. Her father would earn only 200 a year, and a good deal of her mother's capital was spent in buying the house. Still, there was enough to get along with. Gudrun was attending the art school at Nottingham. She was working particularly at sculpture. She had a gift for this. She loved making little models in clay of children or of animals. Already some of these had appeared in the students' exhibition in the castle. And Gudrun was a distinguished person. She was chafing at the art school and wanted to go to London. But there was not enough money, neither would her parents let her go so far. Teresa had left the high school. She was a great strapping, bold hussy, indifferent to all higher claims. She would stay at home. The others were at school, except the youngest. When term started, they would all be transferred to the grammar school at Willey Green. Ursula was excited at making acquaintances in Beldover. The excitement soon passed. She had tea at the clergyman's, at the chemist's, at the other chemist's, at the doctor's, at the under-manager's. Then she knew practically everybody. She could not take people very seriously, though at the time she wanted to. She wandered the country on foot, and on her bicycle, finding it very beautiful in the forest direction between Mansfield and Southwell and Worksop. But she was here only skirmishing for amusement. Her real exploration would begin in college. Term began. She went into town each day by train. The cloistered quiet of the college began to close around her. She was not at first disappointed. The big college, built of stone, standing in the quiet street, with a rim of grass and lime trees, all so peaceful. She felt it remote, a magic land. Its architecture was foolish, she knew from her father. Still, it was different from that of all other buildings. Its rather pretty plaything Gothic form was almost a style in the dirty industrial town. She liked the hall with its big stone chimney-piece, and its Gothic arches supporting the balcony above. To be sure, the arches were ugly. The chimney-piece of cardboard-like carved stone, with its armorial decoration, looked silly just opposite the bicycle stand, and the radiator, whilst the great notice board, with its fluttering papers, seemed to slam away all sense of retreat and mystery from the far wall. Nevertheless, amorphous as it might be, there was in it a reminiscence of the wondrous cloistral origin of education. Her soul flew straight back to the medieval times, when the monks of God held the learning of men, and imparted it within the shadow of religion. In this spirit, she entered college. The harshness and vulgarity of the lobbies and cloakrooms hurt her. At first, why was it not all beautiful? But she could not openly admit her criticism. She was on holy ground. She wanted all the students to have a high, pure spirit. She wanted them to say only the real, genuine things. She wanted their faces to be still and luminous, as the nuns' and the monks' faces. Alas, the girls chattered and giggled, and were nervous. They were dressed up, and frizzed. The men looked mean and clownish. Still, it was lovely to pass along the corridor with one's books in one's hands, to push the swinging glass-paneled door, and enter the big room where the first lecture would be given. The windows were large and lofty. The myriad brown students' desks stood waiting. The great blackboard was smooth behind the rostrum. Ursula sat beside her window, rather far back, looking down. She saw the lime trees turning yellow, the tradesman's boy passing silent down the still autumn sunny street. There was the world remote. Here within the great whispering seashell that whispered all the while, with reminiscence of all the centuries time faded away, and the echo of knowledge filled the timeless silence. She listened, she scribbled her notes with joy, almost with ecstasy, never for a moment criticizing what she heard. The lecturer was a mouthpiece, a priest. As he stood black-gowned on the rostrum, some strands of the whispering confusion of knowledge that filled the whole place seemed to be singled out and woven together by him till they became a lecture. At first she preserved herself from criticism. She would not consider the professors as men, ordinary men who ate bacon and pulled on their boots before coming to college. They were the black-gowned priests of knowledge, serving forever in a remote, hushed temple. They were the initiated, and the beginning and the end of the mystery was in their keeping. Curious joy she had of the lectures. It was a joy to hear the theory of education. There was such freedom and pleasure in ranging over the very stuff of knowledge, and seeing how it moved and lived, and had its being. How happy Racine made her, she did not know why. But as the big lines of the drama unfolded themselves, so steady, so measured, she felt a thrill as of being in the realm of the reality of Latin. She was doing Livy and Horace. The curious, intimate, gossiping tone of the Latin class suited Horace, yet she never cared for him, nor even Livy. There was an entire lack of sternness in the gossipy classroom. She tried hard to keep her old grasp of the Roman spirit. But gradually, the Latin became mere gossip stuff, and artificiality to her a question of manners and verbosities. Her terror was the mathematics class. The lecturer went so fast her heart beat excitedly. She seemed to be straining every nerve, and she struggled hard during private study to get the stuff into control. Then came the lovely, peaceful afternoons in the botany laboratory. There were few students. How she loved to sit on her high stool before the bench with her pith and her razor, and her material, carefully mounting her slides, carefully bringing her microscope into focus, then turning with joy to record her observation, drawing joyfully in her book if the slide were good. She soon made a college friend, a girl who had lived in Florence, a girl who wore a wonderful purple or figured scarf draped over a plain dark dress. She was Dorothy Russell, daughter of a South Country advocate. Dorothy lived with a maiden aunt in Nottingham and spent her spare moments slaving for the Women's Social and Political Union. She was quiet and intense, with an ivory face and dark hair looped plain over her ears. Ursula was very fond of her, but afraid of her. She seemed so old and so relentless towards herself, yet she was only 22. Ursula always felt her to be a creature of fate, like Cassandra. The two girls had a close, stern friendship. Dorothy worked at all things with the same passion, never sparing herself. She came closest to Ursula during the botany hours, for she could not draw. Ursula made beautiful and wonderful drawings of the sections under the microscope, and Dorothy always came to learn the manner of the drawing. So the first year went by in magnificent seclusion and activity of learning. It was strenuous as a battle, her college life, yet remote as peace. She came to Nottingham in the morning with Gudrun. The two sisters were distinguished. Wherever they went, slim, strong girls, eager and extremely sensitive. Gudrun was the more beautiful of the two, with her sleepy, half-languid girlishness that looked so soft, and yet was balanced and inalterable underneath. She wore soft, easy clothing and hats, which fell by themselves into a careless grace. Ursula was much more carefully dressed, but she was self-conscious, always falling into depths of admiration of somebody else, and modeling herself upon this other, and so producing a hopeless incongruity when she dressed for practical purposes. She always looked well in winter, wearing a tweed coat and skirt, and a small hat of black fur pulled over her eager, palpitant face. She seemed to move down the street in a drifting motion of suspense, and exceeding sensitive receptivity. At the end of the first year, Ursula got through her intermediate arts examination, and there came a lull in her eager activities. She slackened off, she relaxed altogether, worn, nervous, and inflammable by the excitement of the preparation for the examination, and by the sort of exaltation which carried her through the crisis itself. She now fell into a quivering passivity, her will all loosened. The family went to Scarborough for a month. Gudrun and the father were busy at the handicraft holiday school. There Ursula was left a good deal with the children, but when she could she went off by herself. She stood and looked out over the shining sea. It was very beautiful to her. The tears rose hot in her heart. Out of the far, far space, there drifted slowly into her a passionate, unborn yearning. There are so many dawns that have not yet risen, it seemed, as if from over the edge of the sea, all the unrisen dawns were appealing to her. All her unborn soul was crying for the unrisen dawns. As she sat looking out at the tender sea, with its lovely swift glimmer, the sob rose in her breast, till she caught her lips suddenly under her teeth, and the tears were forcing themselves from her. And in her very sob she laughed. Why did she cry? She did not want to cry. It was so beautiful that she laughed. It was so beautiful that she cried. She glanced apprehensively round, hoping no one would see her in this state. Then came a time when the sea was rough. She watched the water traveling into the coast. She watched a big wave, running unnoticed, to burst in a shock of foam against a rock, enveloping all in a great white beauty, to pour away again, leaving the rock emerged black and teeming. Oh, and if when the wave burst into whiteness, it were only set free. Sometimes she loitered along the harbor, looking at the sea-brown sailors, who in their close blue jerseys lounged on the harbor wall, and laughed at her with impudent, communicative eyes. There was established a little relation between her and them. She never would speak to them or know any more of them, yet as she walked by, and they leaned on the seawall, there was something between her and them, something keen and delightful and painful. She liked best the young one whose fair salty hair tumbled over his blue eyes. He was so new and fresh and salt, and not of this world. From Scarborough she went to her Uncle Tom's. Winifred had a small baby born at the end of the summer. She had become strange and alien to Ursula. There was an unmentionable reserve between the two women. Tom Brangwen was an attentive father, a very domestic husband. But there was something spurious about his domesticity. Ursula did not like him any more. Something ugly, blatant in his nature had come out now, making him shift everything over to a sentimental basis, a materialistic unbeliever. He carried it all off by becoming full of human feeling, a warm, attentive host, a generous husband, a model citizen. And he was clever enough to rouse admiration everywhere, and to take in his wife sufficiently. She did not love him. She was glad to live in a state of complacent self-deception with him. She worked according to him. Ursula was relieved to go home. She had still 2 peaceful years before her. Her future was settled for 2 years. She returned to college to prepare for her final examination. But during this year, the glamour began to depart from college. The professors were not priests initiated into the deep mysteries of life and knowledge. After all, they were only middlemen handling, whereas they had become so accustomed to that they were oblivious of them. What was Latin? So much dry goods of knowledge. What was the Latin class altogether but a sort of second-hand curio shop, where one bought curios and learned the market value of curios. Dull curios too, on the whole. She was as bored by the Latin curiosities as she was by Chinese and Japanese curiosities. In the antique shops, antiquest, very word, made her soul fall flat and dead. The life went out of her studies. Why, she did not know, but the whole thing seemed sham. Spurious Gothic arches, spurious peace, spurious Latinity, spurious dignity of France, spurious naivete of Chaucer. It was a second-hand dealer's shop, and one bought an equipment for an examination. This was only a little sideshow to the factories of the town. Gradually, the perception stole into her. This was no religious retreat, no perception of pure learning. It was a little apprentice shop, where one was further equipped for making money. The college itself was a little slovenly laboratory for the factory. A harsh and ugly disillusion came over her again, the same darkness and bitter gloom, from which she was never safe now, the realization of the permanent substratum of ugliness under everything. As she came to the college in the afternoon, the lawns were frothed with daisies, the lime trees hung tender and sunlit and green. And oh, the deep white froth of the daisies was anguish to see. For inside the college, she knew she must enter the sham workshop. All the while it was a sham store, a sham warehouse with a single motive of material gain, and no productivity. It pretended to exist by the religious virtue of knowledge, but the religious virtue of knowledge was become a flunky to the god of material success. A sort of inertia came over her mechanically from habit. She went on with her studies, but it was almost hopeless. She could scarcely attend to anything at the Anglo-Saxon lecture in the afternoon. She sat looking down out of the window, hearing no word of Beowulf or of anything else down below in the street. The sunny grey pavement went beside the palisade. A woman in a pink frock with a scarlet sunshade crossed the road, a little white dog running like a fleck of light about her. The woman with the scarlet sunshade came over the road, a lilt in her walk. A little shadow attending her. Ursula watched, spellbound, the woman with the scarlet sunshade, and the flickering terrier was garnered whither. In what world of reality was the woman in the pink dress, walking to what warehouse of dead unreality was she herself confined? What good was this place, this college? What good was Anglo-Saxon, when one only learned it in order to answer examination questions, in order that one should have a higher commercial value later on? She was sick with this long service at the inner commercial shrine. Yet what else was there? Was life all this? And this only? Everywhere everything was debased to the same service. Everything went to produce vulgar things, to encumber material life. Suddenly she threw over French. She would take honors in botany. This was the one study that lived for her. She had entered into the lives of the plants. She was fascinated by the strange laws of the vegetable world. She had here a glimpse of something working entirely apart from the purpose of the human world. College was barren cheap, a temple converted to the most vulgar petty commerce. Had she not gone to hear the echo of learning pulsing back to the source of the mystery, the source of mystery? And barrenly, the professors in their gowns offered commercial commodity that could be turned to good account in the examination room, ready-made stuff too, and not really worth the money it was intended to fetch, which they all knew. All the time in the college now, save when she was laboring in her botany laboratory, for there the mystery still glimmered. She felt she was degrading herself in a kind of trade of sham jujos. Angry and stiff, she went through her last term. She would rather be out again, earning her own living. Even Brinsley Street and Mr. Harby seemed real in comparison. Her violent hatred of the Ilkeston school was nothing compared with the sterile degradation of college. But she was not going back to Brinsley Street. Either she would take her B.A. and become a mistress in some grammar school for a time. The last year of her college career was wheeling slowly round. She could see ahead her examination and her departure. She had the ash of disillusion gritting under her teeth. Would the next move turn out the same? Always the shining doorway ahead. And then, upon approach, always the shining doorway was a gate into another ugly yard, dirty and active and dead. Always the crest of the hill gleaming ahead under heaven. And then from the top of the hill, only another sordid valley full of amorphous, squalid activity. No matter, every hilltop was a little different. Every valley was somehow new. Carthage and her childhood with her father, the marsh, and the little church school near the marsh, and her grandmother and her uncles, the high school at Nottingham, and Anton Skrebensky, and the dance in the moonlight between the fires. Then the time she could not think of without being blasted, Winifred in Jur, and the months before becoming a schoolteacher. Then the horrors of Brinsley Street, lapsing into comparative peacefulness. Maggie and Maggie's brother, whose influence she could still feel in her veins when she conjured him up. Then college and Dorothy Russell, who was now in France. Then the next move into the world. Already it was a history in every phase. She was so different, yet she was always Ursula Brangwen. But what did it mean, Ursula Brangwen? She did not know what she was. Only she was full of rejection, of refusal. Always she was spitting out of her mouth the ash and grit of disillusion, of falsity. She could only stiffen in rejection. she seemed always negative in her action. That which she was positively was dark and unrevealed. It could not come forth. It was like a seed buried in dry ash. This world in which she lived was like a circle lighted by a lamp. This lighted area, lit up by man's completest consciousness, she thought was all the world, that here all was disclosed, forever, yet all the time within the darkness she had been aware of points of light, like the eyes of wild beasts, gleaming, penetrating, vanishing, and her soul had acknowledged in a great heave of terror only the outer darkness, this inner circle of light, in which she lived and moved, wherein the trains rushed, and the factories ground out their machine produce, and the plants and the animals worked by the light of science and knowledge. Suddenly, it seemed like the area under an arc lamp, wherein the moths and children played in the security of blinding light, not even knowing there was any darkness, because they stayed in the light. But she could see the glimmer of dark movement just out of range. She saw the eyes of the wild beast gleaming from the darkness, watching the vanity of the camp fire. And the sleepers, she felt the strange, foolish vanity of the camp, which said, beyond our light and our order there is nothing, turning their faces always inward, towards the sinking fire of illuminating consciousness, which comprised sun and stars, and the Creator and the system of righteousness, ignoring always the vast darkness that wheeled round about, with half-revealed shapes lurking on the edge. Yea, and no man dared even throw a firebrand into the darkness, for if he did he was jeered to death by the others, who cried, "Fool, antisocial knave, why would you disturb us with bogies? There is no darkness, we move and live, and have our being within the light, and unto us is given the eternal light of knowledge. We comprise and comprehend the innermost core and issue of knowledge. Fool and knave, how dare you belittle us with the darkness?" Nevertheless, the darkness wheeled round about with grey shadow shapes of wild beasts, and also with dark shadow shapes of the angels, whom the light fenced out, as it fenced out the more familiar beasts of darkness. And some, having for a moment seen the darkness, saw it bristling with the tufts of the hyena and the wolf. And some, having given up their vanity of the light, having died in their own conceit, saw the gleam in the eyes of the wolf and the hyena, that it was the flash of the sword of angels, flashing at the door to come in, that the angels in the darkness were lordly and terrible, and not to be denied, like the flash of fangs. It was a little while before Easter in her last year of college, when Ursula was 22 years old, that she heard again from Skrebensky. He had written to her once or twice from South Africa during the first months of his service out there in the war, and since had sent her a postcard every now and then at ever longer intervals. He had become a first lieutenant, and had stayed out in Africa. She had not heard of him now for more than 2 years. Often her thoughts returned to him. He seemed like the gleaming dawn, yellow radiant of a long grey ashy day. The memory of him was like the thought of the first radiant hours of morning, and here was the blank grey ashiness of later daytime. Ah, if he had only remained true to her, she might have known the sunshine without all this toil and hurt and degradation of a spoiled day. He would have been her angel. He held the keys of the sunshine, still he held them. He could open to her the gates of succeeding freedom and delight. Nay, if he had remained true to her, he would have been the doorway to her into the boundless sky of happiness and plunging inexhaustible freedom, which was the paradise of her soul. Ah, the great range he would have opened to her, the illimitable endless space for self-realization and delight forever. The one thing she believed in was in the love she had held for him. It remained shining and complete, a thing to hark back to. And she said to herself, when present things seemed a failure, "Ah, I was fond of him," as if with him the leading flower of her life had died. Now she heard from him again. The chief effect was pain. The pleasure, the spontaneous joy was not there any longer, but her will rejoiced, her will had fixed itself to him, and the old excitement of her dreams stirred and woke up. He was come, the man with the wondrous lips that could send the kiss, wavering to the very end of all space. Was he come back to her? She did not believe. "My dear Ursula, I am back in England again for a few months, before going out again, this time to India. I wonder if you still keep the memory of our times together. I have still got the little photograph of you. You must be changed since then, for it is about 6 years ago. I'm fully 6 years older. I have lived through another life. Since I knew you at Kosithe, I wonder if you would care to see me. I shall come up to Derby next week, and I would call in Nottingham, and we might have tea together. Will you let me know? I shall look for your answer. Anton Skrebensky. Ursula had taken this letter from the rack in the hall at college and torn it open. As she crossed to the women's room, the world seemed to dissolve away from around her. She stood alone in clear air. Where could she go to be alone? She fled away upstairs and through the private way to the reference library. Seizing a book, she sat down and pondered the letter. Her heart beat, her limbs trembled. As in a dream, she heard one gong sound in the college, then strangely another. The first lecture had gone by. Hurriedly, she took one of her notebooks and began to write. Dear Anton, yes, I still have the ring. I should be very glad to see you again. You can come here to college for me, or I will meet you somewhere in the town. Will you let me know? Your sincere friend. Trembling, she asked the librarian, who was her friend, if he would give her an envelope. She sealed and addressed her letter and went out bareheaded to post it. When it was dropped into the pillar box, the world became a very still, pale place without confines. She wandered back to college, to her pale dream, like a first wan light of dawn. Skrebensky came one afternoon, the following week, day after day. She had hurried swiftly to the Letirac on her arrival at college in the morning, and during the intervals between lectures several times swiftly, with secretive fingers, she had plucked his letter down from its public prominence and fled across the hall holding it fast, and hidden she read her letters in the botany laboratory, where her corner was always reserved to her. Several letters, and then he was coming. It was Friday afternoon, he appointed. She worked over her microscope with feverish activity, able to give only half her attention, yet working closely and rapidly. She had on her slide some special stuff come up from London that day, and the professor was fussy and excited about it at the same time. As she focused the light on her field and saw the plant animal lying shadowy in a boundless light, she was fretting over a conversation she had had a few days ago with Dr. Frankstone, who was a woman doctor of physics in the college. No, really, Dr. Frankstone had said, I don't see why we should attribute some special mystery to life, though. We don't understand it, as we understand electricity, even, but that doesn't warrant our saying it is something special, something different in kind, and distinct from everything else in the Universido. You think it does. May it not be that life consists in a complexity of physical and chemical activities of the same order as the activities we already know in science? I don't see really why we should imagine there is a special order of life and life alone. The conversation had ended on a note of uncertainty, indefinite, wistful. But the purpose, what was the purpose? Electricity had no soul. Light and heat had no soul. Was she herself an impersonal force or conjunction of forces like one of these? She looked still at the unicellular shadow that lay within the field of light. Under her microscope, it was alive. She saw it move, saw the bright mist of its ciliary activity. She saw the gleam of its nucleus as it slid across the plane of light. What then was its will, if it was a conjunction of forces, physical and chemical? What held these forces unified, and for what purpose were they unified? For what purpose were the incalculable physical and chemical activities nodalized in this shadowy moving speck under her microscope? What was the will which nodalized them and created the one thing she saw? What was its intention to be itself? Was its purpose just mechanical and limited to itself? It intended to be itself, but what self? Suddenly in her mind, the world gleamed strangely with an intense light, like the nucleus of the creature under the microscope. Suddenly, she had passed away into an intensely gleaming light of knowledge. She could not understand what it all was. She only knew that it was not limited mechanical energy, nor mere purpose of self-preservation and self-assertion. It was a consummation, a being. Infinite self was a oneness with the infinite. To be oneself was a supreme gleaming triumph of infinity. Ursula sat abstracted over her microscope, in suspense. Her soul was busy, infinitely busy, in the new world. In the new world, Skrebensky was waiting for her, would be waiting for her. She could not go yet, because her soul was engaged. Soon she would go. A stillness like passing away took hold of her far off down the corridors. She heard the gong booming 5 o'clock. She must go, yet she sat still. The other students were pushing back their stools and putting their microscopes away. Everything broke into turmoil. She saw through the window students going down the steps with books under their arms, talking, all talking. A great craving to depart came upon her. She wanted also to be gone. She was in dread of the material world, and in dread of her own transfiguration. She wanted to run to meet Skrebensky's new life, the reality. Very rapidly she wiped her slides and put them back, cleared her place at the bench, active, active, active. She wanted to run to meet Skrebensky, hasten, hasten. She did not know what she was to meet, but it would be a new beginning. She must hurry. She flitted down the corridor on swift feet, her razor and notebooks and pencil in one hand, her pinafore over her arm. Her face was lifted and tense with eagerness. He might not be there. Issuing from the corridor, she saw him at once. She knew him at once, yet he was so strange. He stood with the curious self-effacing diffidence which so frightened her in well-bred young men, whom she knew. He stood as if he wished to be unseen. He was very well dressed. She would not admit to herself the chill like a sunshine of frost that came over her. This was he, the key, the nucleus to the new world. He saw her coming swiftly across the hall, a slim girl in a white flannel blouse and dark skirt, with some of the abstraction and gleam of the unknown upon her. And he started excited. He was very nervous. Other students were loitering about the hall. She laughed with a blind, dazzled face. As she gave him her hand, he too could not perceive her. In a moment she was gone to get her outdoor things. Then again, as when she had been at school, they walked out into the town to tea, and they went to the same tea shop. She knew a great difference in him. The kinship was there, the old kinship, but he had belonged to a different world from hers. It was as if they had cried a state of truce between him and her. And in this truce they had met. She knew vaguely in the first minute that they were enemies come together in a truce. Every movement and word of his was alien to her being. Yet still she loved the fine texture of his face, of his skin. He was rather browner, physically stronger. He was a man now. She thought his manliness made the strangeness in him. When he was only a youth fluid, he was nearer to her. She thought a man must inevitably set into this strange separateness, cold otherness of being. He talked, but not to her. She tried to speak to him, but she could not reach him. He seemed so balanced, and sure. He made such a confident presence. He was a great rider, so there was about him some of a horseman's sureness and habitual definiteness of decision, also some of the horseman's animal darkness. Yet his soul was only the more wavering, vague. He seemed made up of a set of habitual actions and decisions. The vulnerable, variable quick of the man was inaccessible. She knew nothing of it. She could only feel the dark, heavy fixity of his animal desire. This dumb desire on his part had brought him to her. She was puzzled, hurt by some hopeless fixity in him that terrified her with a cold feeling of despair. What did he want? His desires were so underground. Why did he not admit himself? What did he want? He wanted something that should be nameless. She shrank in fear. Yet she flashed with excitement in his dark subterranean male soul. He was kneeling before her, darkly exposing himself. She quivered, the dark flame ran over her. He was waiting at her feet. He was helpless at her mercy. She could take or reject. If she rejected him, something would die in him. For him it was life or death. And yet all must be kept so dark, the consciousness must admit nothing. "How long," she said, "are you staying in England?" "I am not sure, but not later than July, I believe." Then they were both silent. He was here in England for 6 months. They had a space of 6 months between them. He waited. The same iron rigidity, as if the world were made of steel, possessed her again. It was no use turning with flesh and blood to this arrangement of forged metal. Quickly her imagination adjusted itself to the situation. "Have you an appointment in India?" she asked. "Yes, I have just the 6 months leave." "Will you like being out there?" "I think so. There's a good deal of social life, and plenty going on, hunting, parlound, always a good horse and plenty of work, any amount of work." He was always sidetracking his own soul. She could see him so well out there, in Indian of the governing class, superimposed upon an old civilization, lord and master of a clumsier civilization than his own. It was his choice. He would become again an aristocrat, invested with authority and responsibility, having a great helpless populace beneath him. One of the ruling class. His whole being would be given over to the fulfilling and the executing of the better idea of the state. And in India, there would be real work to do. The country did need the civilization which he himself represented. It did need his roads and bridges, and the enlightenment, of which he was part. He would go to India, but that was not her road. Yet she loved him, the body of him. Whatever his decisions might be, he seemed to want something of her. He was waiting for her to decide of him. It had been decided in her long ago. When he had kissed her first, he was her lover, though good and evil should seize her, will never relax, though her heart and soul must be imprisoned. And silenced, he waited upon her. And she accepted him, for he had come back to her. A glow came into his face, into his fine smooth skin. His eyes gold-grey glowed intimately to her. He burned up. He caught fire, and became splendid, royal, something like a tiger. She caught his brilliant, burnished glamour. Her heart and her soul were shut away, fast down, below, hidden. She was free of them. She was to have her satisfaction. She became proud and erect like a flower, putting itself forth in its proper strength. His warmth invigorated her. His beauty of form, which seemed to glow out in contrast with the rest of people, made her proud. It was like deference to her, and made her feel as if she represented before him all the grace and flower of humanity. She was no mere Ursula Brangwen. She was woman. She was the whole of woman in the human order, all-containing, universal. How should she be limited to individuality? She was exhilarated. She did not want to go away from him. She had her place by him who should take her away. They came out of the cafe. "Is there anything you would like to do?" he said. "Is there anything we can do?" It was a dark, windy night in March. "There is nothing to do," she said. Which was the answer he wanted. "Let us walk." "Then where shall we walk?" he asked. "Shall we go to the river?" she suggested timidly. In a moment they were on the tram going down to Trent Bridge. She was so glad. The thought of walking in the dark, far-reaching water meadows beside the full river transported her. Dark water, flowing in silence through the big, restless night, made her feel wild. They crossed the bridge, descended, and went away from the lights in an instant in the darkness. He took her hand, and they went in silence with subtle feet, treading the darkness. The town fumed away on their left. There were strange lights and sounds. The wind rushed against the trees, and under the bridge they walked close together, powerful in unison. He drew her very close, held her with a subtle, stealthy, powerful passion, as if they had a secret agreement which held good in the profound darkness. The profound darkness was their universe. "It is like it was before," she said. Yet it was not in the least as it was before. Nevertheless, his heart was perfectly in accord with her. They thought one thought. "I knew I should come back," he said at length. She quivered. "Did you always love me?" she asked. The directness of the question overcame him, submerged him for a moment. The darkness traveled massively along. "I had to come back to you," he said, as if hypnotized. "You were always at the back of everything." She was silent with triumph, like fate. "I loved you," she said, "always." The dark flame leaped up in him. He must give her himself. He must give her the very foundations of himself. He drew her very close, and they went on in silence. She started violently hearing voices. They were near a stile, across the dark meadows. "It's only lovers," he said to her softly. She looked to see the dark figures against the fence, wondering that the darkness was inhabited. "Only lovers will walk here tonight," he said. Then in a low, vibrating voice, he told her about Africa, the strange darkness, the strange blood fear. "I'm not afraid of the darkness in England," he said. "It is soft and natural to me. It is my medium, especially when you are here. But in Africa, it seems massive and fluid, with terror, not fear of anything, just fear. One breathes it like the smell of blood. The blacks know it. They worship it. Really, the darkness, one almost likes it. They fear something sensual." She thrilled again to him. He was to her a voice out of the darkness. He talked to her all the while in low tones about Africa, conveying something strange and sensual to her, the Negro with his loose, soft passion that could envelop one like a bath. Gradually, he transferred to her the hot, fecund darkness that possessed his own blood. He was strangely secret. The whole world must be abolished. He maddened her with his soft, cajoling, vibrating tones. He wanted her to answer, to understand. A turgid, teeming night, heavy with fecundity, in which every molecule of matter grew big with increase, secretly urgent with fecund desire, seemed to come to pass. She quivered, taut and vibrating, almost pained. And gradually he ceased telling her of Africa. There came a silence, Whilst they walked the darkness beside the massive river, her limbs were rich and tense. She felt they must be vibrating with a low, profound vibration. She could scarcely walk. The deep vibration of the darkness could only be felt, not heard. Suddenly, as they walked, she turned to him and held him fast, as if she were turned to steel. "Do you love me?" she cried in anguish. "Yes," he said, in a curious lapping voice, unlike himself. "Yes, I love you." He seemed like the living darkness upon her. She was in the embrace of the strong darkness. He held her enclosed, soft, unutterably soft. And with the unrelaxing softness of fate, the relentless softness of fecundity, she quivered and quivered like a tense thing that is struck. But he held her all the time, soft, unending, like darkness, closed upon her, omnipresent as the night he kissed her. And she quivered, as if she were being destroyed, shattered. The lighted vessel vibrated and broke in her soul. The light fell, struggled, and went dark. She was all dark, willless, having only the receptive. He kissed her with his soft, enveloping kisses, and she responded to them completely, her mind, her soul gone out, darkness, cleaving to darkness. She hung close to him, pressed herself into soft flow of his kiss, pressed herself down to the source and core of his kiss herself, covered and enveloped in the warm, fecund flow of his kiss that traveled over her, flowed over her, covered her, flowed over the last fiber of her. So they were one stream, one dark fecundity, and she clung at the core of him with her lips, holding open the very bottommost source of him. So they stood in the utter dark kiss that triumphed over them. Both subjected them, knitted them into one fecund nucleus of the fluid darkness. It was bliss. It was the nucleolating of the fecund darkness. Once the vessel had vibrated till it was shattered, the light of consciousness gone, then the darkness reigned, and the unutterable satisfaction. They stood enjoying the unmitigated kiss, taking it, giving to it endlessly, and still it was not exhausted. Their veins fluttered, their blood ran together as one stream. Till gradually a sleep, a heaviness settled on them, a drowse, and out of the drowse, a small light of consciousness woke up. Ursula became aware of the night around her, the water lapping and running full just near the trees, roaring and soughing in gusts of wind. She kept near to him, in contact with him, but she became ever more and more herself, and she knew she must go to catch her train, but she did not want to draw away from contact with him. At length they roused and set out. No longer they existed in the unblemished darkness. There was the glitter of a bridge, the twinkle of lights across the river, the big flare of the town in front and on their right. But still dark and soft and incontestable, their bodies walked untouched by the light's darkness, supreme and arrogant. "The stupid lights," Ursula said to herself in her dark, sensual arrogance. "The stupid, artificial, exaggerated town, fuming its lights. It does not exist really. It rests upon the unlimited darkness, like a gleam of colored oil on dark water. But what is it? Nothing, just nothing." In the tram, in the train, she felt the same. The lights, the civic uniform, was a trick, played the people as they moved or sat, were only dummies exposed. She could see beneath their pale, wooden pretense of composure and civic purposefulness the dark stream that contained them all. They were like little paper ships in their motion, but in reality, each one was a dark, blind, eager wave, urging blindly forward, dark, with the same homogeneous desire. And all their talk and all their behavior was sham. They were dressed-up creatures. She was reminded of the invisible man, who was a piece of darkness, made visible only by his clothes. During the next weeks, all the time she went about in the same dark richness, her eyes dilated and shining like the eyes of a wild animal, a curious half-smile, which seemed to be jibing at the civic pretense of all the human life about her. "What are you, you pale citizens?" her face seemed to say, gleaming, "you subdued beast in sheep's clothing, you primeval darkness, falsified to a social mechanism." She went about in the sensual subconsciousness, all the time mocking at the ready-made artificial daylight of the rest. "They assume selves as they assume suits of clothing," she said to herself, looking in mocking contempt at the stiffened, neutralized men. "They think it better to be clerks or professors than to be the dark, fertile beings that exist in the potential darkness. What do you think you are?" her soul asked of the professor as she sat opposite him in class. "What do you think you are as you sit there in your gown and your spectacles? You are a lurking, blood-sniffing creature with eyes peering out of the jungle darkness, snuffing for your desires. That is what you are, though nobody would believe it, and you would be the very last to allow it. Her soul mocked at all this pretense herself. She kept on pretending. She dressed herself and made herself fine. She attended her lectures and scribbled her notes, but all in a mood of superficial mocking facility. She understood well enough their make for tricks. She was as clever as they were, but did she care about their monkey tricks of knowledge or learning or civic deportment? She did not care in the least. There was Skrebensky. There was her dark vital self outside the college. The outer darkness. Skrebensky was waiting on the edge of the night. He was attentive. Did he care? She was free as a leopard that sends up its raucous cry in the night. She had the potent dark stream of her own blood. She had the glimmering core of fecundity. She had her mate, her complement, her sharer in fruition. So she had all everything. Skrebensky was staying in Nottingham all the time. He too was free. He knew no one in this town. He had no civic self to maintain. He was free. Their trams and markets and theaters and public meetings were a shaken kaleidoscope to him. He watched as a lion or a tiger may lie, with narrowed eyes watching the people pass before its cage, the kaleidoscopic unreality of people, or a leopard lie, blinking, watching the incomprehensible feats of the keepers. He despised it. Allet was all non-existent. Their good professors, their good clergymen, their good political speakers, their good earnest women, all the time he felt his soul was grinning at the sight of them. So many performing puppets, all wood and rag for the performance. He watched the citizen, a pillar of society, a model, saw the stiff goat's legs, which have become almost stiffened to wood in the desire to make them puppet in their action. He saw the trousers formed to the puppetaction man's legs, but man's legs become rigid and deformed, ugly, mechanical. He was curiously happy being alone. Now the glimmering grin was on his face. He had no longer any necessity to take part in the performing tricks of the rest. He had discovered the clue to himself. He had escaped from the show like a wild beast, escaped straight back into its jungle, having a room in a quiet hotel. He hired a horse and rode out into the country, staying sometimes for the night in some village and returning the next day. He felt rich and abundant in himself. Everything he did was a voluptuous pleasure, to either to ride on horseback, or to walk, or to lie in the sun, or to drink in a public house. He had no use for people nor for words. He had an amused pleasure in everything, a great sense of voluptuous richness in himself, and of the fecundity of the universal night. He inhabited the puppet shapes of people, their wood mechanical voices. He was remote from them. For there were always his meetings with Ursula. Very often she did not go to college in the afternoon, but walked with him instead, or he took a motor car or a dog cart, and they drove into the country, leaving the car and going away by themselves into the woods. He had not taken her, yet with subtle instinctive economy, they went to the end of each kiss, each embrace, each pleasure in intimate contact, knowing subconsciously that the last was coming. It was to be their final entry into the source of creation. She took him home, and he stayed a weekend at Beldover with her family. She loved having him in the house. Strange how he seemed to come into the atmosphere of her family with his laughing, insidious grace. They all loved him. He was kin to them. His raillery, his warm, voluptuous, mocking presence was meat and joy to the Brangwen household, for this house was always quivering with darkness. They put off their puppet form when they came home to lie and drowse in the sun. There was a sense of freedom amongst them, all of the undercurrent of darkness among them, all. Yet here at home, Ursula resented it. It became distasteful to her, and she knew that if they understood the real relationship between her and Skrebensky, her parents, her father in particular, would go mad with rage. So subtly, she seemed to be like any other girl who is more or less courted by a man, and she was like any other girl, but in her the antagonism to the social imposition was, for the time, complete and final. She waited every moment of the day for his next kiss. She admitted it to herself in shame and bliss. Almost consciously, she waited, he waited. But until the time came, more unconsciously, when the time came that he should kiss her again, a prevention was an annihilation to him. He felt his flesh go gray. He was heavy, with a corpse-like inanition. He did not exist if the time passed unfulfilled. He came to her finally in a superb consummation. It was very dark, and again, a windy, heavy night. They had come down the lane towards Beldover, down to the valley. They were at the end of their kisses, and there was the silence between them. They stood, as at the edge of a cliff, with a great darkness beneath. Coming out of the lane along the darkness, with the dark space spreading down to the wind, and the twinkling lights of the station below the far-off windy chuff of a shunting train, the tiny clink-clink-clink of the wagons blown between the wind, the light of belt of verge twinkling upon the blackness of the hill, opposite the glow of the furnaces. Along the railway to the right, their steps began to falter. They would soon come out of the darkness into the lights. It was like turning back. It was unfulfillment. Two quivering, unwilling creatures, they lingered on the edge of the darkness, peering out at the lights. And the machine glimmer beyond, they could not turn back to the world, they could not. So lingering along, they came to a great oak tree by the path. In all its budding mass, it roared to the wind, and its trunk vibrated in every fiber, powerful, indomitable. "We will sit down," he said. And in the roaring circle under the tree that was almost invisible, yet whose powerful presence received them, they lay a moment looking at the twinkling lights on the darkness opposite, saw the sweeping brand of a train pass the edge of their darkened field. Then he turned and kissed her, and she waited for him. The pain to her was the pain she wanted, the agony was the agony she wanted. She was caught up, entangled, in the powerful vibration of the night. The man, what was he? Dark, powerful vibration that encompassed her. She passed away, as on a dark wind, far, far away, into the pristine darkness of paradise, into the original immortality. She entered the dark fields of immortality. When she rose, she felt strangely free, strong. She was not ashamed. Should she be? He was walking beside her. The man who had been with her, she had taken him. They had been together. Whither they had gone, she did not know. But it was as if she had received another nature. She belonged to the eternal, changeless place into which they had leapt together. Her soul was sure and indifferent of the opinion of the world of artificial light. As they went up the steps of the footbridge over the railway and met the train passengers, she felt herself belonging to another world. She walked past them, immune, a whole darkness dividing her from them. When she went into the lighted dining room at home, she was impervious to the lights, and the eyes of her parents. Her everyday self was just the same. She merely had another, stronger self that knew the darkness. This curious separate strength that existed in darkness and pride of night never forsook her. She had never been more herself. It could not occur to her that anybody, not even the young man of the world, Skrebensky, should have anything at all to do with her permanent self. As for her temporal social self, she let it look after itself. Her whole soul was implicated with Skrebensky, not the young man of the world, but the undifferentiated man he was. She was perfectly sure of herself, perfectly strong, stronger than all the world. The world was not strong. She was strong. The world existed only in a secondary sense. She existed supremely. She continued at college in her ordinary routine, merely as a cover to her dark, powerful underlife, the fact of herself. And with her, Skrebensky was so powerful that she took rest in the other. She went to college in the morning and attended her classes, flowering and remote. She had lunch with him in his hotel every evening. She spent with him either in town at his rooms or in the country. She made the excuse at home of evening study for her degree, but she paid not the slightest attention to her study. They were both absolute and happy and calm, the fact of their own consummate being made everything else so entirely subordinate that they were free. The only thing they wanted, as the days went by, was more time to themselves. They wanted the time to be absolutely their own. The Easter vacation was approaching. They agreed to go right away. It would not matter if they did not come back. They were indifferent to the actual facts. "I suppose we ought to get married," he said rather wistfully. It was so magnificently free, and in a deeper world as it was. To make public their connection would be to put it in range with all the things which nullified him, and from which he was, for the moment, entirely dissociated. If he married, he would have to assume his social self, and the thought of assuming his social self made him at once diffident and abstract. If she were his social wife, if she were part of that complication of dead reality, then what had his underlife to do with her? One's social wife was almost a material symbol, whereas now she was something more vivid to him than anything in conventional life could be. She gave the complete lie to all conventional life. He and she stood together, dark, fluid, infinitely potent, giving the living lie to the dead whole which contained them. He watched her pensive, puzzled face. "I don't think I want to marry you," she said, her brow clouded. It piqued him rather. "Why not?" he asked. "Let's think about it afterwards, shall we?" she said. He was crossed, yet he loved her violently. "You've got a muso, not a face," he said. "Have I?" she cried, her face lighting up like a pure flame. She thought she had escaped, yet he returned, was not satisfied. "Why?" he asked. "Why don't you want to marry me?" "I don't want to be with other people," she said. "I want to be like this. I'll tell you if ever I want to marry you." "All right," he said. He would rather the thing was left indefinite, and that she took the responsibility. They talked of the Easter vacation. She thought only of complete enjoyment. They went to an hotel in Piccadilly. She was supposed to be his wife. They bought a wedding ring for a shilling from a shop in a poor quarter. They had revoked altogether the ordinary mortal world. Their confidence was like a possession upon them. They were possessed perfectly and supremely free. They felt proud beyond all question and surpassing mortal conditions. They were perfect, therefore nothing else existed. The world was a world of servants, whom one civilly ignored wherever they went. They were the sensuous aristocrats, warm, bright, glancing, with pure pride of the senses. The effect upon other people was extraordinary. The glamour was cast from the young couple upon all they came into contact with, waiters or chance acquaintances. "Oui, Monsieur le Baron," she would reply with a mocking courtesy to her husband. So they came to be treated as titled people. He was an officer in the engineers. They were just married, going to India immediately. Thus a tissue of romance was round them. She believed she was a young wife of a titled husband on the eve of departure for India. This, the social fact, was a delicious make-believe. The living fact was that he and she were man and woman, absolute and beyond all limitation. The days went by. They were to have 3 weeks together in perfect success. All the time they themselves were reality. All outside was tribute to them. They were quite careless about money, but they did nothing very extravagant. He was rather surprised when he found that he had spent £20 in a little under a week. But it was only the irritation of having to go to the bank. The machinery of the old system lasted for him, not the system. The money simply did not exist. Neither did any of the old obligations. They came home from the theater, had supper, then flitted about in their dressing gowns. They had a large bedroom and a corner sitting room high up, remote and very cozy. They ate all their meals in their own rooms, attended by a young German called Hans, who thought them both wonderful and answered assiduously, "Juiz Herr Baron, bitte sehr Frau Baronin." Often they saw the pink of dawn away across the park. The tower of Westminster Cathedral was emerging. The lamps of Piccadilly, stringing away beside the trees of the park, were becoming pale and moth-like. The morning traffic was clock-clocking down the shadowy road, which had gleamed all night like metal down below, running far ahead into the night beneath the lamps, and which was now vague as in a mist because of the dawn. Then, as the flush of dawn became stronger, they opened the glass doors and went on to the giddy balcony, feeling triumphant as two angels in bliss, looking down at the still sleeping world, which would wake to a dutiful, rumbling, sluggish turmoil of unreality. But the air was cold. They went into their bedroom and bathed before going to bed, leaving the partition doors of the bathroom open so that the vapor came into the bedroom and faintly dimmed the mirror. She was always in bed first. She watched him as he bathed, his quick, unconscious movements, the electric light glinting on his wet shoulders. He stood out of the bath, his hair all washed flat over his forehead, and pressed the water out of his eyes. He was slender, and to her perfect, a clean, straight-cut youth, without a grain of superfluous body. The brown hair on his body was soft and fine and adorable. He was all beautifully flushed as he stood in the white bath apartment. He saw her warm, dark, lit-up face watching him from the pillow. He did not see it. It was always present, and was to him as his own eyes. He was never aware of the separate being of her. She was like his own eyes, and his own heart beating to him. So he went across to her to get his sleeping suit. It was always a perfect adventure to go near to her. She put her arms round him and snuffed his warm, softened skin. "Scent," she said. "Soap," he answered. Soap, she repeated, looking up with bright eyes. They were both laughing, always laughing. Soon they were fast asleep, till midday close together, sleeping one sleep. Then they awoke to the ever-changing reality of their state. They alone inhabited the world of reality, all the rest lived on a lower sphere. Whatever they wanted to do, they Roman 999. They saw a few people, Dorothy, whose guest she was supposed to be, and a couple of friends of Skrebensky, young Oxford men, who called her Mrs. Skrebensky. With entire simplicity, they treated her indeed with such respect that she began to think she was really quite of the whole universe of the old world, as well as of the new. She forgot she was outside the pale of the old world. She thought she had brought it under the spell of her own real world, and so she had. In such ever-changing reality, the weeks went by. All the time they were an unknown world to each other. Every movement made by the one was a reality and an adventure to the other. They did not want outside excitements. They went to very few theaters. They were often in their sitting room high up over Piccadilly, with windows open on two sides, and the door open on to the balcony looking over the Green Park, or down upon the minute travelling of the traffic. Then suddenly, looking at a sunset, she wanted to go. She must be gone. She must be gone at once. And in 2 hours' time, they were at Charing Cross, taking train for Paris. Paris was his suggestion. She did not care where it was. The great joy was in setting out, and for a few days she was happy in the novelty of Paris. Then for some reason she must call in Rouen on the way back to London. He had an instinctive mistrust of her desire for the place, but perversely she wanted to go there. It was as if she wanted to try its effect upon her. For the first time in Rouen, he had a cold feeling of death, not afraid of any other man, but of her. She seemed to leave him. She followed after something that was not him. She did not want him. The old streets, the cathedral, the age, and the monumental peace of the town took her away from him. She turned to it, as if to something she had forgotten and wanted. This was now the reality, this great stone cathedral slumbering there in its mass, which knew no transience nor heard any denial. It was majestic in its stability, its splendid absoluteness. Her soul began to run by itself. He did not realize, nor did she yet. In Rouen, he had the first deadly anguish, the first sense of the death towards which they were wandering, and she felt the first heavy yearning, heavy, hopeless warning, almost like a deep, uneasy sinking into apathy, hopelessness. They returned to London, but still, they had 2 days. He began to tremble. He grew feverish with the fear of her departure. She had in her some fatal prescience that made her calm. What would be, would be. He remained fairly easy, however, still in his state of heightened glamour, till she had gone, and he had turned away from St. Pancras and sat on the tramcar going up Pimlico to the Angel to Moorgate Street on Sunday evening. Then the cold horror gradually soaked into him. He saw the horror of the city road. He realized the ghastly cold sordidness of the tramcar, in which he sat. Cold, stark, ashen sterility had him surrounded. Where then was the luminous, wonderful world he belonged to by rights? How did he come to be thrown on this refuse heap where he was? He was as if mad. The horror of the brick buildings, of the tramcar, of the ash-angry people in the street, made him reeling and blind. As if drunk, he went mad. He had lived with her in a close, living, pulsing world, where everything pulsed with rich being. Now he found himself struggling amid an ash-angry, cold world of rigidity, dead walls, and mechanical traffic and creeping spectre-like people. The life was extinct. Only ash moved and stirred or stood rigid. There was a horrible clattering activity, a rattle like the falling of dry slag. Cold and sterile it was, as if the sunshine that fell were unnatural light, exposing the ash of the town, as if the lights at night were the sinister gleam of decomposition. Quite mad beside himself, he went to his club and sat with a glass of whiskey, motionless. As if turned to clay, he felt like a corpse that is inhabited with just enough life to make it appear as any other of the spectral unliving beings which we call people in our dead language. Her absence was worse than pain to him. It destroyed his being. Dead, he went on from lunch to tea. His face was all the time fixed and stiff and colorless. His life was a dry mechanical movement. Yet even he wondered slightly at the awful misery that had overcome him. How could he be so ash-like and extinct? He wrote her a letter. I've been thinking that we must get married before long. My pay will be more when I get out to India. We shall be able to get along, or, if you don't want to go to India, I could very probably stay here in England. But I think you would like India. You could ride, and you would know just everybody out there. Perhaps, if you stay on to take your degree, we might marry immediately after that. I will write to your father as soon as I hear from you." He went on disposing of her. If only he could be with her. All he wanted now was to marry her, to be sure of her. Yet all the time he was perfectly hopeless, cold, extinct, without emotion or connection. He felt as if his life were dead. His soul was extinct. The whole being of him had become sterile. He was a spectre divorced from life. He had no fullness. He was just a flat shape. Day by day, the madness accumulated in him. The horror of not being possessed him. He went here, there, and everywhere, but whatever he did, he knew that only the cipher of him was there. Nothing was filled in. He went to the theater. What he heard and saw fell upon a cold surface of consciousness, which was now all that he was. There was nothing behind it. He could have no experience of any sort. Mechanical registering took place in him. No more. He had no being, no contents, neither had the people he came into contact with. They were mere permutations of known quantities. There was no roundness or fullness in this world. He now inhabited everything, was a dead shape, mental arrangement, without life or being. Much of the time he was with friends and comrades. Then he forgot everything. Their activities made up for his own negation. They engaged his negative horror. He only became happy when he drank, and he drank a good deal. Then he was just the opposite to what he had been. He became a warm, diffuse, glowing cloud. In a warm, diffuse, formless fashion, everything melted down into a rosy glow. And he was the glow, and everything was the glow. Everybody else was the glow. And it was very nice, very nice. He would sing songs. It was so nice. Ursula went back to Beldover shut and firm. She loved Skrebensky. Of that she was resolved. She would allow nothing else. She read his long, obsessed letter about getting married and going to India without any particular response. She seemed to ignore what he said about marriage. It did not come home to her. He seemed throughout the greater part of his letter to be talking without much meaning. She replied to him pleasantly and easily. She rarely wrote long letters. "India sounds lovely. I can just see myself on an elephant swaying between lanes of obsequious natives. But I don't know if father would let me go. We must see. I keep living over again the lovely times we have had. But I don't think you liked me quite so much towards the end. Did you? You did not like me when we left Paris. Why didn't you? I love you very much. I love your body. It is so clear and fine. I am glad you do not go naked, or all the women would fall in love with you. I am very jealous of it. I love it so much." He was more or less satisfied with this letter. But day after day, he was walking about dead, non-existent. He could not come again to Nottingham until the end of April. Then he persuaded her to go with him for a weekend to a friend's house near Oxford. By this time, they were engaged. He had written to her father, and the thing was settled. He brought her an emerald ring, of which she was very proud. Her people treated her now with a little distance, as if she had already left them. They left her very much alone. She went with him for the 3 days in the country house near Oxford. It was delicious, and she was very happy, but the thing she remembered most was when, getting up in the morning, after he had gone back quietly to his own room, having spent the night with her, she found herself very rich in being alone, and, enjoying to the full her solitary room, she drew up her blind, and saw the plum trees in the garden below all glittering and snowy, and delighted with the sunshine in full bloom under a blue sky. They threw out their blossom, they flung it out under the blue heavens, the whitest blossom. How excited it made her. She had to hurry through her dressing to go and walk in the garden under the plum trees before anyone should come and talk to her out. She slipped and paced like a queen in fairy pleasaunces. The blossom was silver shadowy. When she looked up from under the tree at the blue sky, there was a faint scent, a faint noise of bees, a wonderful quickness of happy morning. She heard the breakfast gong and went indoors. "Where have you been?" asked the others. "I had to go out under the plum trees," she said, her face glowing like a flower. "It is so lovely." A shadow of anger crossed Skrebensky's soul. She had not wanted him to be there. He hardened his will. At night there was a moon, and the blossom glistened ghostly. They went together to look at it. She saw the moonlight on his face as he waited near her, and his features were like silver, and his eyes in shadow were unfathomable. She was in love with him. He was very quiet. They went indoors, and she pretended to be tired, so she went quickly to bed. "Don't be long coming to me," she whispered, as she was supposed to be kissing him good night. And he waited intent, obsessed for the moment when he could come to her. She enjoyed him, she made much of him, she liked to put her fingers on the soft skin of his sides or on the softness of his back when he made the muscles hard underneath. The muscles developed very strong through riding, and she had a great thrill of excitement and passion because of the unimpressible hardness of his body that was so soft and smooth under her fingers that came to her with such absolute service. She owned his body and enjoyed it with all the delight and carelessness of a possessor, but he had become gradually afraid of her body. He wanted her endlessly, but there had come a tension into his desire, a constraint which prevented his enjoying the delicious approach and the lovable close of the endless embrace. He was afraid. His will was always tense, fixed. Her final examination was at midsummer. She insisted on sitting for it, although she had neglected her work during the past months. He also wanted her to go in for the degree. Then he thought she would be satisfied secretly. He hoped she would fail so that she would be more glad of him. "Would you rather live in India or in England when we are married?" he asked her. "Oh, in India by far," she said, with a careless lack of consideration which annoyed him. Once she said with heat, "I shall be glad to leave England. Everything is so meager and paltry. It is so unspiritual. I hate democracy." He became angry to hear her talk like this. He did not know why. Somehow he could not bear it. When she attacked things, it was as if she were attacking him. "What do you mean?" he asked her, hostile. "Why do you hate democracy?" "Only the greedy and ugly people come to the top in a democracy," she said, "because they're the only people who will push themselves. They're only degenerate races are democratic." "What do you want then, an aristocracy?" he asked, secretly moved. He always felt that by rights he belonged to the ruling aristocracy, yet to hear her speak for his class pained him with a curious, painful pleasure. He felt he was acquiescing in something illegal, taking to himself some wrong, reprehensible advantages. "I do want an aristocracy," she cried, "and I'd far rather have an aristocracy of birth than of money. Who are the aristocrats? No, who are chosen as the best to rule? Those who have money and the brains for money. It doesn't matter what else they have, but they must have money brains because they are ruling in the name of money. The people elect the government," he said. "I know they do, but what are the people? Each one of them is a money interest. I hate it that anybody is my equal who has the same amount of money as I have. I know I am better than all of them. I hate them. They are not my equals. I hate equality on a money basis. It is the equality of dirt." Her eyes blazed at him. He felt as if she wanted to destroy him. She had gripped him and was trying to break him. His anger sprang up against her. At least he would fight for his existence with her. A hard, blind resistance possessed him. "I don't care about money," he said. "Neither do I want to put my finger in the pie. I am too sensitive about my finger." "What is your finger to me?" she cried in a passion. "You with your dainty fingers. And you're going to India because you will be one of the somebodies there. It's a mere dodge. You're going to India." "In what way a dodge?" he cried, white with anger and fear. "You think the Indians are simpler than us, and so you'll enjoy being near them and being a lord over them," she said, "and you'll feel so righteous governing them for their own good. Who are you to feel righteous? What are you righteous about in your governing? Your governing stinks. What do you govern for? But to make things there as dead and mean as they are here." "I don't feel righteous in the least," he said. "Then what do you feel? It's all such a nothingness what you feel and what you don't feel." "What do you feel yourself?" he said. "Aren't you righteous in your own mind?" "Yes, I am, because I am against you and all your old dead things," she cried. She seemed, with the last words uttered in hard knowledge, to strike down the flag that he kept flying. He felt cut off at the knees. A figure made worthless. A horrible sickness gripped him, as if his legs were really cut away, and he could not move, but remained a crippled trunk, dependent, worthless, the ghastly sense of helplessness, as if he were a mere figure that did not exist vitally, made him mad beside himself. Now even whilst he was with her, this death of himself came over him when he walked about like a body from which all individual life is gone. In this state, he neither heard nor saw nor felt, only the mechanism of his life continued. He hated her as far as in this state he could hate his cunning, suggested to him all the ways of making her esteem him, for she did not esteem him. He left her, and did not write to her. He flirted with other women, with Gudrun. This last made her very fierce. She was still fiercely jealous of his body. In passionate anger, she upbraided him, because not being man enough to satisfy one woman, he hung round others. "Don't I satisfy you?" he asked of her again, going white to the throat. "No," she said, "you've never satisfied me since the first week in London. You never satisfy me now. What does it mean to me, your having me?" She lifted her shoulders and turned aside her face in a motion of cold, indifferent worthlessness. He felt he would kill her. When she had roused him to a pitch of madness, when she saw his eyes all dark and mad with suffering, then a great suffering overcame her soul, a great inconquerable suffering, and she loved him for, oh, she wanted to love him stronger than life or death was her craving to be able to love him. And at such moments, when he was made with her, destroying him, when all his complacency was destroyed, all his everyday self was broken, and only the stripped, rudimentary, primal man remained, demented with torture, her passion to love him became love. She took him again. They came together in an overwhelming passion in which he knew he satisfied her. But it all contained a developing germ of death. After each contact, her anguished desire for him, or for that which she never had from him, was stronger. Her love was more hopeless. After each contact, his mad dependence on her was deepened. His hope of standing strong and taking her in his own strength was weakened. He felt himself a mere attribute of her. Whitsuntide came just before her examination. She was to have a few days of rest. Dorothy had inherited her patrimony and had taken a cottage in Sussex. She invited them to stay with her. They went down to Dorothy's neat low cottage at the foot of the downs. Here they could do as they liked. Ursula was always yearning to go to the top of the downs. The white track wound up to the rounded summit, and she must go. Up there she could see the channel a few miles away, the sea raised up and faintly glittering in the sky, the Isle of Wight, a shadow lifted in the far distance, the river winding bright through the patterned plain, to seaward Arundel Castle, a shadowy bulk, and then the rolling of the high smooth downs, making a high smooth land under heaven, acknowledging only the heavens in their great sun-glowing strength, and suffering only a few bushes to trespass on the intercourse between their great unabatable body and the changeful body of the sky. Below she saw the villages and the woods of the Weald, and the train running bravely, a gallant little thing running with all the importance of the world over the water meadows, and into the gap of the downs, waving its white steam, yet all the while so little, yet its courage carried it from end to end of the earth, till there was no place where it did not go. Yet the downs, in magnificent indifference, bearing limbs and body to the sun, drinking sunshine and sea wind, and sea-wit cloud into its golden skin with superb stillness and calm of being. Was not the downs still more wonderful, the blind, pathetic, energetic courage of the train, as it steamed tinily away through the patterned levels to the sea's dimness, so fast and so energetic, made her weep. Where was it going? It was going nowhere. It was just going, so blind, so without goal or aim, yet so hasty. She sat on an old prehistoric earthwork and cried, and the tears ran down her face. The train had tunneled all the earth blindly and uglily. And she lay face downwards on the downs that were so strong, that cared only for their intercourse with the everlasting skies, and she wished she could become a strong mound, smooth under the sky bosom, and limbs bared to all winds and clouds and bursts of sunshine. But she must get up again and look down from her foothold of sunshine, down and away at the patterned level earth, with its villages and its smoke and its energy. So short-sighted the train seemed running to the distance, so terrifying in their littleness, the villages with such pettiness in their activity. Skrebensky wandered, dazed, not knowing where he was or what he was doing with her. All her passion seemed to be to wander up there on the downs, and when she must descend to earth, she was heavy up there. She was exhilarated and free. She would not love him in a house any more. She said she hated houses, and particularly she hated beds. There was something distasteful in his coming to her bed. She would stay the night on the downs up there, he with her. It was midsummer, the days were glamorously long. At about 10:30, when the bluey-black darkness had at last fallen, they took rugs and climbed the steep track to the summit of the downs, he and she. Up there the stars were big, the earth below was gone into darkness. She was free up there, with the stars far out. They saw tiny yellow lights, but it was very far out at sea or on land. She was free up among the stars. She took off her clothes and made him take off all his, and they ran over the smooth, moonless turf, a long way, more than a mile, from where they had left their clothing, running in the dark, soft wind. Utterly naked as the downs themselves, her hair was loose and blue about her shoulders. She ran swiftly, wearing sandals, when she set off on the long run to the Dupond. In the round Dupond the stars were untroubled. She ventured softly into the water, grasping at the stars with her hands. And then suddenly she started back, running swiftly. He was there beside her, but only on sufferance. He was a screen for her fears. He served her. She took him. She clasped him, clenched him close. But her eyes were open, looking at the stars. It was as if the stars were lying with her, and entering the unfathomable darkness of her womb, fathoming her at last. It was not him. The dawn came. They stood together on a high place, an earthwork of the Stone Age, men watching for the light. It came over the land. But the land was dark. She watched a pale rim on the sky away against the darkened land. The darkness became bluer. A little wind was running in from the sea behind it, seemed to be running to the pale rift of the dawn. And she and he, darkly on an outpost of the darkness, stood watching for the dawn. The light grew stronger, gushing up against the dark sapphire of the transparent night. The light grew stronger, whiter. Then over it hovered a flush of rose, a flush of rose. And then yellow, pale, new-created yellow, the whole quivering and poising momentarily over the fountain on the sky's rim. The rose hovered and quivered, burned, fused to flame, to transient red, while the yellow urged out in great waves, thrown from the ever-increasing fountain, great waves of yellow, flinging into the sky, scattering its spray over the darkness, which became bluer and bluer, paler, till soon it would itself be a radiance which had been darkness. The sun was coming. There was a quivering, a powerful, terrifying swim of molten light. Then the molten source itself surged forth, revealing itself. The sun was in the sky, too powerful to look at. And the ground beneath lay so still, so peaceful. Only now and again a cock crew, otherwise from the distant yellow hills to the pine trees at the foot of the downs, everything was newly washed into being in a flood of new golden creation. It was so unutterably still and perfect with promise, the golden-lighted distinct land, that Ursula's soul rocked and wept suddenly. He glanced at her. The tears were running over her cheeks. Her mouth was working strangely. "What is the matter?" he asked, after a moment's struggle with her voice. "It is so beautiful," she said, looking at the glowing, beautiful land. It was so beautiful, so perfect, and so unsullied. He too realized what England would be in a few hours' time, a blind, sordid, strenuous activity, all for nothing, fuming with dirty smoke, and running trains, and groping in the bowels of the earth, all for nothing. A ghastliness came over him. He looked at Ursula. Her face was wet with tears, very bright, like a transfiguration in the refulgent light, nor was his the hand to wipe away the burning bright tears. He stood apart, overcome by a cruel ineffectuality. Gradually a great helpless sorrow was rising in him, but as yet he was fighting it away. He was struggling for his own life. He became very quiet and unaware of the things about him, awaiting, as it were, her judgment on him. They returned to Nottingham. The time of her examination came. She must go to London, but she would not stay with him in an hotel. She would go to a quiet little pension near the British Museum. Those quiet residential squares of London made a great impression on her mind. They were very complete. Her mind seemed imprisoned in their quietness. Who was going to liberate her? In the evening, her practical examinations being over, he went with her to dinner at one of the hotels down the river near Richmond. It was golden and beautiful, with yellow water and white and scarlet-striped boat awnings and blue shadows under the trees. "When shall we be married?" he asked her quietly, simply, as if it were a mere question of comfort. She watched the changing pleasure traffic of the river. He looked at her golden, puzzled muso, the knot gathered in his throat. "I don't know," she said. A hot grief gripped his throat. "Why don't you know? Don't you want to be married?" he asked her. Her head turned slowly, her face, puzzled like a boy's face, expressionless. Because she was trying to think, looked towards his face. She did not see him. Because she was preoccupied, she did not quite know what she was going to say. "I don't think I want to be married," she said, and her naive, troubled, puzzled eyes rested a moment on his, then traveled away preoccupied. "Do you mean never or not just yet?" he asked. The knot in his throat grew harder, his face was drawn, as if he were being strangled. "I mean never," she said, out of some far self, which spoke for once beyond her. His drawn, strangled face watched her blankly for a few moments, then a strange sound took place in his throat. She started, came to herself, and horrified saw him. His head made a queer motion, the chin jerked back against the throat. The curious crowing, hiccuping sound came again, his face twisted like insanity, and he was crying, blind and twisted, as if something were broken which kept him in control. "Tonadont," she cried, starting up. It tore every one of her nerves to see him. He made groping movements to get out of his chair, but he was crying uncontrollably, noiselessly, with his face twisted like a mask contorted, and the tears running down the amazing grooves in his cheeks, blindly, his face always this horrible working mask. He groped for his hat, for his way down from the terrace. It was 8 o'clock, but still brightly light. The other people were staring in great agitation, part of which was exasperation. She stayed behind, paid the waiter with a half-sovereign, took her yellow silk coat, then followed Skrebensky. She saw him walking with brittle, blind steps along the path by the river. She could tell, by the strange stiffness and brittleness of his figure, that he was still crying, hurrying after him, running. She took his arm. "Tony," she cried, "don't. Why are you like this? What are you doing this for? Don't. It's not necessary." He heard, and his manhood was cruelly, coldly defaced. Yet it was no good. He could not gain control of his face. His breast were weeping violently, as if automatically his will, his knowledge, had nothing to do with it. He simply could not stop. She walked holding his arm, silent, with exasperation and perplexity and pain. He took the uncertain steps of a blind man, because his mind was blind with weeping. "Shall we go home? Shall we have a taxi?" she said. He could pay no attention, very flustered, very agitated. She signaled indefinitely to a taxicab that was going slowly by. The driver saluted and drew up. She opened the door and pushed Skrebensky in, then took her own place. Her face was uplifted, the mouth closed down. She looked hard and cold, and ashamed. She winced as the driver's dark red face was thrust round upon her, a full-blooded animal face with black eyebrows and a thick short-cut mustache. "Where to, lady?" he said, his white teeth showing again. For a moment she was flustered. 40 Rutland Square, she said. He touched his cap and stolidly set the car in motion. He seemed to have a league with her, to ignore Skrebensky. The latter sat as if trapped within the taxicab, his face still working, whilst occasionally he made quick, slight movements of the head to shake away his tears. He never moved his hands. She could not bear to look at him. She sat with face uplifted and averted to the window. At length, when she had regained some control over herself, she turned again to him. He was much quieter. His face was wet and twitched occasionally. His hands still lay motionless, but his eyes were quite still, like a washed sky after rain, full of a wan light, and quite steady, almost ghost-like. A pain flamed in her womb for him. "I didn't think I should hurt you," she said, laying her hand very lightly, tentatively on his arm. "The words came without my knowing. They didn't mean anything really." He remained quite still, hearing, but washed all wan, and without feeling. She waited, looking at him as if he were some curious, not understandable creature. "You won't cry again, will you, Tony?" Some shame and bitterness against her burned him in the question. She noticed how his mustache was soddened, wet with tears. Taking her handkerchief, she wiped his face. The driver's heavy, stolid back remained, always turned to them, as if conscious but indifferent. Skrebensky sat motionless, whilst Ursula wiped his face softly, carefully, and yet clumsily, not as well as he would have wiped it himself. Her handkerchief was too small, it was soon wet through. She groped in his pocket for his own, then, with its more ample capacity, she carefully dried his face. He remained motionless all the while, then she drew his cheek to hers, and kissed him. His face was cold, her heart was hurt. She saw the tears welling quickly to his eyes again. As if he were a child, she again wiped away his tears. By now she herself was on the point of weeping. Her underlip was caught between her teeth. So she sat still for fear of her own tears, sitting close by him, holding his hand warm and close, and loving. Meanwhile the car ran on, and a soft midsummer dusk began to gather. For a long while they sat motionless, only now and again her hand closed more closely, lovingly over his hand, then gradually relaxed. The dusk began to fall. 1 or 2 lights appeared. The driver drew up to light his lamp. Skrebensky moved for the first time, leaning forward to watch the driver. His face had always the same, still clarified, almost childlike look, impersonal. They saw the driver's strange, full dark face peering into the lamp's under drawn brows. Ursula shuddered. It was the face almost of an animal, yet of a quick, strong, wary animal that had them within its knowledge, almost within its power. She clung closer to Skrebensky. "My love," she said to him questioningly, when the car was again running in full motion. He made no movement or sound. He let her hold his hand. He let her reach forward in the gathering darkness and kiss his still cheek. The crying had gone by, would not cry any more. He was whole and himself again. "My love," she repeated, trying to make him notice her, but as yet he could not. He watched the road. They were running by Kensington Gardens. For the first time his lips opened. "Shall we get out and go into the park?" he asked. "Yes," she said quietly, not sure what was coming. After a moment, he took the tube from its peg. She saw the stout, strong, self-contained driver lean his head. "Stop at Hyde Park Corner." The dark head nodded. The car ran on just the same. Presently they pulled up. Skrebensky paid the man. Ursula stood back. She saw the driver salute as he received his tip, and then, before he set the car in motion, turn and look at her with his quick, powerful animal's look, his eyes very concentrated, and the whites of his eyes flickering. Then he drove away into the crowd. He had let her go. She had been afraid. Skrebensky turned with her into the park. A band was still playing, and the place was thronged with people. They listened to the ebbing music, then went aside to a dark seat where they sat closely, hand in hand. Then at length, as out of the silence, she said to him, wondering, "What hurt you so?" She really did not know at this moment. "When you said you wanted never to marry me," he replied with a childish simplicity. "But why did that hurt you so?" she said. "You needn't mind everything I say so particularly." "I don't know, I didn't want to do it," he said, humbly, ashamed. She pressed his hand warmly. They sat close together, watching the soldiers go by with their sweethearts, the lights trailing in myriads down the great thoroughfares that beat on the edge of the park. "I didn't know you cared so much," she said, also humbly. "I didn't," he said. "I was knocked over myself, but I carry all the world." His voice was so quiet and colorless, it made her heart go pale with fear. "My love," she said, drawing near to him, but she spoke out of fear, not out of love. "I care all the world. I care for nothing else, neither in life nor in death," he said, in the same steady, colorless voice of essential truth. "Then for what?" she murmured duskily. "Then for you to be with me." And again she was afraid. Was she to be conquered by this? She cowered close to him, very close to him. They sat perfectly still, listening to the great heavy beating sound of the town, the murmur of lovers going by, the footsteps of soldiers. She shivered against him. "You are cold," he said. "A little. We will go and have some supper." He was now always quiet and decided and remote, very beautiful. He seemed to have some strange, cold power over her. They went to a restaurant and drank Chianti, but his pale, wan look did not go away. "Don't leave me tonight," he said at length, looking at her, pleading. He was so strange and impersonal, she was afraid. "But the people of my place," she said, quivering. "I will explain to them. No, we are engaged." She sat pale and mute. He waited. Shall we go, he said, at length. Where? To an hotel. Her heart was hardened. Without answering, she rose to acquiesce, but she was now cold and unreal, yet she could not refuse him. It seemed like fate, a fate she did not want. They went to an Italian hotel somewhere, and had a somber bedroom with a very large bed, clean, but somber. The ceiling was painted with a bunch of flowers in a big medallion over the bed. She thought it was pretty. He came to her and cleaved to her very close, like steel cleaving and clinching on to her. Her passion was roused. It was fierce, but cold. But it was fierce and extreme and good, their passion. This night he slept with her fast in his arms all night long. He held her fast against him. She was passive, acquiescent, but her sleep was not very deep nor very real. She woke in the morning to a sound of water dashed on a courtyard, to sunlight streaming through a lattice. She thought she was in a foreign country, and Skrebensky was there, an incubus upon her. She lay still thinking, whilst his arm was round her, his head against her shoulders, his body against hers just behind her. He was still asleep. She watched the sunshine coming in bars through the Persians, and her immediate surroundings again melted away. She was in some other land, some other world, where the old restraints had dissolved and vanished, where one moved freely, not afraid of one's fellow men, nor wary nor on the defensive, but calm, indifferent, at one's ease. Vaguely, in a sort of silver light, she wandered at large, and at ease. The bonds of the world were broken. This world of England had vanished away. She heard a voice in the yard below calling, "O Giavan, oh Giavan." And she knew she was in a new country, in a new life. It was very delicious to lie thus still, with one's soul wandering freely and simply in the silver light of some other, simpler, more finely natural world. But always there was a foreboding waiting to command her. She became more aware of Skrebensky. She knew he was waking up. She must modify her soul, depart from her further world for him. She knew he was awake. He lay still, with a concrete stillness, not as when he slept. Then his arm tightened almost convulsively upon her, and he said half timidly, "Did you sleep well?" "Very well." "So did Roman 1. There was a pause. "And do you love me?" he asked. She turned and looked at him searchingly. He seemed outside her. "I do," she said. But she said it out of complacency and a desire not to be harried. There was a curious breach of silence between them which frightened him. They lay rather late. Then he rang for breakfast. She wanted to be able to go straight downstairs and away from the place. When she got up, she was happy in this room, but the thought of the publicity of the hall downstairs rather troubled her. A young Italian, a Sicilian, dark and slightly pockmarked, buttoned up in a sort of grey tunic, appeared with the tray. His face had an almost African imperturbability, impassive, incomprehensible. "One might be in Italy," Skrebensky said to him genially. A vacant look, almost like fear, came on the fellow's face. He did not understand. "This is like Italy," Skrebensky explained. The face of the Italian flashed with a non-comprehending smile. He finished setting out the tray and was gone. He did not understand. He would understand nothing. He disappeared from the door like a half-domesticated wild animal. It made Ursula shudder slightly, the quick, sharp-sighted, intent animality of the man. Skrebensky was beautiful to her this morning, his face softened and transfused with suffering, and with love, his movements very still and gentle. He was beautiful to her, but she was detached from him by a chill distance. Always she seemed to be bearing up against the distance that separated them, but he was unaware this morning he was transfused and beautiful. She admired his movements, the way he spread honey on his roll or poured out the coffee. When breakfast was over, she lay still again on the pillows whilst he went through his toilet. She watched him as he sponged himself and quickly dried himself with the towel. His body was beautiful, his movements intent and quick. She admired him, and she appreciated him without reserve. He seemed completed now. He aroused no fruitful fecundity in her. He seemed added up. Finished, she knew him all round. Not on any side did he lead into the unknown. Poignant, almost passionate appreciation she felt for him, but none of the dreadful wonder, none of the rich fear, the connection with the unknown, or the reverence of love. He was, however, unaware this morning. His body was quiet, and fulfilled his veins, complete with satisfaction. He was happy finished. Again she went home, but this time he went with her. He wanted to stay by her. He wanted her to marry him. It was already July. In early September, he must sail for India. He could not bear to think of going alone. She must come with him. Nervously, he kept beside her. Her examination was finished. Her college career was over. There remained for her now to marry or to work again. She applied for no post. It was concluded she would marry. India tempted her, strange, strange land. But with the thought of Calcutta or Bombay or of Simla and of the European population, India was no more attractive to her than Nottingham. She had failed in her examination. She had gone down. She had not taken her degree. It was a blow to her. It hardened her soul. "It doesn't matter," he said. "What are the odds whether you are a Bachelor of Arts or not according to the London University? All you know, you know. And if you are Mrs. Skrebensky, the BA is meaningless." Instead of consoling her, this made her harder, more ruthless. She was now up against her own fate. It was for her to choose between being Mrs. Skrebensky, even Baroness Skrebensky, wife of a lieutenant in the Royal Engineers, the sappers, as he called them, living with the European population in India, or being Ursula Brangwen, spinster schoolmistress. She was qualified by her intermediate arts examination. She would probably even now get a post quite easily as assistant in one of the higher grade schools, or even in Willie Green's school. Which was she to do? She hated most of all entering the bondage of teaching once more very heartily. She detested it, yet at the thought of marriage and living with Skrebensky amid the European population in India, her soul was locked and would not budge. She had very little feeling about it, only there was a deadlock. Skrebensky waited, she waited, everybody waited for the decision. When Anton talked to her and seemed insidiously to suggest himself as a husband to her, she knew how utterly locked out he was. On the other hand, when she saw Dorothy and discussed the matter, she felt she would marry him promptly at once, as a sharp disavowal of adherence with Dorothy's views. The situation was almost ridiculous. "But do you love him?" asked Dorothy. "It isn't a question of loving him," said Ursula. "I love him well enough, certainly more than I love anybody else in the world, and I shall never love anybody else the same again. We have had the flower of each other. But I don't care about love. I don't value it. I don't care whether I love or whether I have love or whether I haven't. What is it to me?" And she shrugged her shoulders in fierce, angry contempt. Dorothy pondered, rather angry and afraid. "Then what do you care about?" she asked, exasperated. "I don't know," said Ursula, "but something impersonal. Love level of you hat. Does it mean what? Does it amount to so much personal gratification? It doesn't lead anywhere." "It isn't supposed to lead anywhere, is it?" said Dorothy, satirically. "I thought it was the one thing which is an end in itself." "Then what does it matter to me?" cried Ursula. "As an end in itself, I could love 100 men one after the other. Why should I end with a Skrebensky? Why should I not go on and love all the types I fancy one after another? If love is an end in itself, there are plenty of men who aren't Anton, whom I could love, whom I would like to love." "Then you don't love him," said Dorothy. "I tell you I do quite as much, and perhaps more than I should love any of the others, only there are plenty of things that aren't in Anton that I would love in the other men." "What, for instance?" "It doesn't matter, but a sort of strong understanding in some men, and then a dignity, a directness, something unquestioned, that there is in working men, and then a jolly reckless passionateness that you see a man who could really let go." Dorothy could feel that Ursula was already hankering after something else, something that this man did not give her. "The question is, what do you want?" propounded Dorothy. "Is it just other men?" Ursula was silenced. This was her own dread. Was she just promiscuous? "Because if it is," continued Dorothy, "you'd better marry Anton. The other can only end badly." So out of fear of herself, Ursula was to marry Skrebensky. He was very busy now, preparing to go to India. He must visit relatives and contract business. He was almost sure of Ursula now. She seemed to have given in, and he seemed to become again an important, self-assured man. It was the first week in August, and he was one of a large party in a bungalow on the Lincolnshire coast. It was a tennis, golf, motorcar, motorboat party given by his great-aunt, a lady of social pretensions. Ursula was invited to spend the week with the party. She went rather reluctantly. Her marriage was more or less fixed for the 28th of the month. They were to sail for India on September the 5th. One thing she knew in her subconsciousness, and that was she would never sail for India. She and Anton, being important guests on account of the coming marriage, had rooms in the large bungalow. It was a big place, with a great central hall, 2 smaller reading rooms, and then 2 corridors from which opened 8 or 9 bedrooms. Skrebensky was put on one corridor, Ursula on the other. They felt very lost in the crowd. Being lovers, however, they were allowed to be out alone together as much as they liked. Yet she felt very strange in this crowd of strange people, uneasy, as if she had no privacy. She was not used to these homogeneous crowds. She was afraid. She felt different from the rest of them, with their hard, easy, shallow intimacy that seemed to cost them so little. She felt she was not pronounced enough. It was a kind of hold-your-own, unconventional atmosphere. She did not like it in crowds, in assemblies of people. She liked formality. She felt she did not produce the right effect. She was not effective. She was not beautiful. She was nothing even before Skrebensky. She felt unimportant, almost inferior. He could take his part very well with the rest. He and she went out into the night. There was a moon behind clouds, shedding a diffused light, gleaming now and again in bits of smoky mother-of-pearl. So they walked together on the wet-ribbed sands near the sea, hearing the run of the long, heavy waves that made a ghostly whiteness and a whisper. He was sure of himself as she walked. The soft silk of her dress wore a blue shantung. Full skirted blew away from the sea and flapped and clung to her legs. She wished it would not. Everything seemed to give her away, and she could not rouse herself to deny she was so confused. He would lead her away to a pocket in the sandhills, secret amid the grey thorn bushes and the grey glassy grass. He held her close against him, felt all her firm, unutterably desirable mold of body through the fine fibre of the silk that fell about her limbs, the silk slipping fierily on the hidden yet revealed roundness and firmness of her body. Her loins seemed to run in him like fire, make his brain burn like brimstone. She liked it, the electric fire of the silk under his hands, upon her limbs. The fire flew over her as he drew nearer and nearer to discovery. She vibrated like a jet of electric, firm fluid in response. Yet she did not feel beautiful. All the time she felt she was not beautiful to him, only exciting. She let him take her, and he seemed mad with excited passion. But she, as she lay afterwards on the cold, soft sand, looking up at the blotted, faintly luminous sky, felt that she was as cold now as she had been before. Yet he, breathing heavily, seemed almost savagely satisfied. He seemed revenged. A little wind wafted the sea grass and passed over her face, where was the supreme fulfillment she would never enjoy. Why was she so cold, so unroused, so indifferent? As they went home, and she saw the many hateful lights of the bungalow, of several bungalows in a group, he said softly, "Don't lock your doors." "I'd rather hear," she said. "No, don't we belong to each other? Don't let us deny it." She did not answer. He took her silence for consent. He shared his room with another man. "I suppose," he said, "it won't alarm the house if I go across to happier regions. So long as you don't make a great row going, and don't try the wrong door," said the other man, turning in to sleep. Skrebensky went out in his wide-striped sleeping suit. He crossed the big dining hall, whose low firelight smelled of cigars and whiskey and coffee, entered the other corridor, and found Ursula's room. She was lying awake, wittied and suffering. She was glad he had come, if only for consolation. It was consolation to be held in his arms, to feel his body against hers. Yet how foreign his arms and body were, yet still not so horribly foreign and hostile as the rest of the house felt to her. She did not know how she suffered in this house. She was healthy and exorbitantly full of interest, so she played tennis and learned golf. She rowed out and swam in the deep sea, and enjoyed it very much indeed, full of zest. Yet all the time among those others, she felt shocked and wincing, as if her violent, licentiative nakedness were exposed to the hard, brutal material impact of the rest of the people. The days went by unmarked, in a full, almost strenuous enjoyment of one's own physique. Skrebensky was one among the others till evening came, and he took her for himself. She was allowed a great deal of freedom, and was treated with a good deal of respect, as a girl on the eve of marriage, about to depart for another continent. The trouble began at evening. Then a yearning for something unknown came over her, a passion for something she knew not what. She would walk the foreshore alone, after dusk, expecting something, as if she had gone to a rendezvous. The salt-bitter passion of the sea, its indifference to the earth, its swinging definite motion, its strength, its attack, and its salt burning seemed to provoke her to a pitch of madness, tantalizing her with vast suggestions of fulfillment. And then for personification would come Skrebensky, whom she knew, whom she was fond of, who was attractive, but whose soul could not contain her in its waves of strength, nor his breast compel her in burning, salty passion. One evening they went out after dinner across the low gulf links to the dunes, and the sea. The sky had small faint stars. All was still and faintly dark. They walked together in silence. Then plowed laboring through the heavy loose sand of the gap between the dunes. They went in silence, under the even faint darkness, in the darker shadow of the sandhills. Suddenly cresting the heavy sandy pass, Ursula lifted her head and shrank back, momentarily frightened. There was a great whiteness confronting her. The moon was incandescent, as a round furnace door, out of which came the high blast of moonlight over the seaward half of the world, a dazzling, terrifying glare of white light. They shrank back for a moment into shadow, uttering a cry. He felt his chest laid bare, where the secret was heavily hidden. He felt himself fusing down to nothingness like a bead that rapidly disappears in an incandescent flame. "How wonderful!" cried Ursula in low, calling tones. "How wonderful!" And she went forward, plunging into it. He followed behind. She, too, seemed to melt into the glare towards the moon. The sands were as ground silver. The sea moved in solid brightness, coming towards them. And she went to meet the advance of the flashing, buoyant water. She gave her breast to the moon, her belly to the flashing, heaving water. He stood behind, encompassed a shadow, ever dissolving. She stood on the edge of the water, at the edge of the solid, flashing body of the sea, and the wave rushed over her feet. "I want to go," she cried in a strong, dominant voice. "I want to go." He saw the moonlight on her face, so she was like metal. He heard her ringing, metallic voice, like the voice of a harpy to him. She prowled, ranging on the edge of the water like a possessed creature, and he followed her. He saw the froth of the wave, followed by the hard, bright water swirl over her feet and her ankles. She swung out her arms to balance. He expected every moment to see her walk into the sea dressed as she was and be carried swimming out. But she turned, she walked to him. "I want to go," she cried again in the high, hard voice, like the scream of gulls. "Where?" he asked. "I don't know." And she seized hold of his arm, held him fast, as if captive, and walked him a little way by the edge of the dazzling, dazing water. Then there, in the great flare of light, she clinched hold of him hard, as if suddenly she had the strength of destruction. She fastened her arms round him and tightened him in her grip, whilst her mouth sought his in a hard, rending, ever-increasing kiss, till his body was powerless in her grip. His heart melted in fear from the fierce-beaked harpy's kiss. The water washed again over their feet. But she took no notice. She seemed unaware. She seemed to be pressing in her beaked mouth, till she had the heart of him. Then at last she drew away, and looked at him. He knew what she wanted. He took her by the hand, and led her across the foreshore back to the sandhills. She went silently. He felt as if the ordeal of proof was upon him for life or death. He led her to a dark hollow. "No, here," she said, going out to the slope full under the moonshine. She lay motionless, with wide open eyes, looking at the moon. He came direct to her without preliminaries. She held him pinned down at the chest. Awful. The fight, the struggle for consummation, was terrible. It lasted till it was agony to his soul, till he succumbed, till he gave way as if dead, lay with his face buried partly in her hair, partly in the sand, motionless, as if he would be motionless now, forever hidden away in the dark, buried, only buried. He only wanted to be buried in the goodly darkness, only that, and no more. He seemed to swoon. It was a long time before he came to himself. He was aware of an unusual motion of her breast. He looked up. Her face lay like an image in the moonlight, the eyes wide open, rigid. But out of the eyes, slowly, there rolled a tear that glittered in the moonlight as it ran down her cheek. He felt as the knife were being pushed into his already dead body, with head strained back. He watched, drawn tense, for some minutes, watched the unaltering rigid face like metal in the moonlight, the fixed unseeing eye in which slowly the water gathered, shook with glittering moonlight, then surcharged, brimmed over, and ran trickling a tear with its burden of moonlight into the darkness to fall in the sand. He drew gradually away, as if afraid, drew away, did not move. He glanced at Ursula. The same. Could he break away? He turned, saw the open foreshore clear in front of him, and he plunged away on and on, ever farther from the horrible figure that lay stretched in the moonlight on the sands, with the tears gathering and traveling on the motionless, eternal face. He felt if ever he must see her again, his bones must be broken, his body crushed, obliterated forever, and as yet he had the love of his own living body. He wandered on a long, long way till his brain grew dark, and he was unconscious with weariness. Then he curled in the deepest darkness he could find under the seagrass and lay there without consciousness. She broke from her tense cramp of agony gradually, though each movement was a goad of heavy pain. Gradually, she lifted her dead body from the sands and rose at last. There was now no moon for her, no sea. All had passed away. She trailed her dead body to the house, to her room, where she lay down inert. Morning brought her a new access of superficial life, but all within her was cold, dead, inert. Skrebensky appeared at breakfast. He was white and obliterated. They did not look at each other nor speak to each other apart from the ordinary trivial talk of civil people. They were separate. They did not speak of what was between them during the remaining 2 days of their stay. They were like two dead people who dare not recognize, dare not see each other. Then she packed her bag and put on her things. There were several guests leaving together for the same train. He would have no opportunity to speak to her. He tapped at her bedroom door at the last minute. She stood with her umbrella in her hand. He closed the door. He did not know what to say. "Have you done with me?" he asked her at length, lifting his head. "It isn't me," she said. "You have done with me, have done with each other." He looked at her, at the closed face, which he thought so cruel, and he knew he could never touch her again. His will was broken, he was seared, but he clung to the life of his body. "Well, what have I done?" he asked, in a rather querulous voice. "I don't know," she said, in the same dull, feelingless voice. "It is finished. It had been a failure." He was silent. The words still burned his bowels. "Is it my fault?" he said, looking up at length, challenging the last stroke. "You couldn't," she began, but she broke down. He turned away, afraid to hear more. She began to gather her bag, her handkerchief, her umbrella. She must be gone now. He was waiting for her to be gone. At length the carriage came, and she drove away with the rest. When she was out of sight, a great relief came over him, a pleasant banality. In an instant everything was obliterated. He was childishly amiable and companionable. All the day long he was astonished that life could be so nice. It was better than it had been before. What a simple thing it was to be rid of her. How friendly and simple everything felt to him. What false thing had she been forcing on him? But at night he dared not be alone. His roommate had gone, and the hours of darkness were an agony to him. He watched the window in suffering and terror. When would this horrible darkness be lifted off him, setting all his nerves? He endured it. He went to sleep with the dawn. He never thought of her, only his terror of the hours of night grew on him, obsessed him like a mania. He slept fitfully, with constant wakings of anguish. The fear wore away the core of him. His plan was to sit up very late, drink in company, until 1 or 1:30 in the morning. Then he would get 3 hours of sleep of oblivion. It was light by 5 o'clock, but he was shocked almost to madness if he opened his eyes on the darkness. In the daytime, he was all right, always occupied with the thing of the moment, adhering to the trivial present, which seemed to him ample and satisfying no matter how little and futile his occupations, where he gave himself to them entirely, and felt normal and fulfilled. He was always active, cheerful, gay, charming, trivial, only he dreaded the darkness and silence of his own bedroom, when the darkness should challenge him upon his own soul, that he could not bear. As he could not bear to think about Ursula, He had no soul, no background, he never thought of. Ursula, not once he gave her no sign. She was the darkness, the challenge, the horror. He turned to immediate things. He wanted to marry quickly to screen himself from the darkness, the challenge of his own soul. He would marry his colonel's daughter quickly, without hesitation pursued. By his obsession for activity, he wrote to this girl telling her his engagement was broken. It had been a temporary infatuation, which he less than anyone else could understand. Now it was overran. Could he see his very dear friend soon? He would not be happy till he had an answer. He received a rather surprised reply from the girl, but she would be glad to see him. She was living with her aunt. He went down to her at once and proposed to her. The first evening he was accepted. The marriage took place quietly within 14 days' time. Ursula was not notified of the event. In another week Skrebensky sailed with his new wife to India. Chapter Romans 16, The Rainbow. Ursula went home to Beldover faint, dim, closed up. She could scarcely speak or notice. It was as if her energy were frozen. Her people asked her what was the matter. She told them. She had broken off the engagement with Skrebensky. They looked blank and angry, but she could not feel any more. The weeks crawled by in apathy. He would have sailed for India. Now she was scarcely interested. She was inert, without strength or interest. Suddenly a shock ran through her so violent that she thought she was struck down. Was she with child? She had been so stricken under the pain of herself and of him. This had never occurred to her. Now, like a flame, it took hold of her limbs and body. Was she with child? In the first flaming hours of wonder, she did not know what she felt. She was as if tied to the stake. The flames were licking her and devouring her, but the flames were also good. They seemed to wear her away, to rest what she felt in her heart and her womb. She did not know. It was a kind of swoon. Then gradually, the heaviness of her heart pressed and pressed into consciousness. What was she doing? Was she bearing a child? Bearing a child to what? Her flesh thrilled, but her soul was sick. It seemed this child like the seal set on her own nullity. Yet she was glad in her flesh that she was with child. She began to think that she would write to Skrebensky, that she would go out to him and marry him, and live simply as a good wife to him. What did the self, the form of life, matter? Only the living from day to day. Mattered the beloved existence in the body, rich, peaceful, complete, with no beyond, no further trouble, no further complication. She had been wrong. She had been arrogant and wicked, wanting that other thing, that fantastic freedom, that illusory, conceited fulfillment, which she had imagined she could not have with Skrebensky. Who was she to be wanting some fantastic fulfillment in her life? Was it not enough that she had her man, her children, her place of shelter under the sun? Was it not enough for her, as it had been enough for her mother? She would marry and love her husband and fill her place. Simply, that was the ideal. Suddenly she saw her mother in a just and true light. Her mother was simple and radically true. She had taken the life that was given. She had not, in her arrogant conceit, insisted on creating life to fit herself. Her mother was right, profoundly right, and she herself had been false, trashy, conceited. A great mood of humility came over her, and in this humility, a bondaged sort of peace. She gave her limbs to the bondage. She loved the bondage. She called it peace. In this state, she sat down to write to Skrebensky. Since you left me, I have suffered a great deal, and so have come to myself. I cannot tell you the remorse I feel for my wicked, perverse behavior. It was given to me to love you and to know your love for me. But instead of thankfully on my knees, taking what God had given me, I must have the moon in my keeping. I must insist on having the moon for my own, because I could not have it. Everything else must go. I do not know if you can ever forgive me. I could die with shame to think of my behavior with you during our last times, and I don't know if I could ever bear to look you in the face again. Truly, the best thing would be for me to die and cover my fantasies forever, but I find I am with child, so that cannot be. It is your child, and for that reason I must revere it and submit my body entirely to its welfare, entertaining no thought of death, which once more is largely conceit. Therefore, because you once loved me, and because this child is your child, I ask you to have me back. If you will cable me one word, I will come to you as soon as I can. I swear to you to be a dutiful wife, and to serve you in all things. For now I only hate myself and my own conceited foolishness. I love you. I love the thought of you were natural and decent all through. Whilst I was so false once, I am with you again. I shall ask no more than to rest in your shelter all my life." This letter she wrote sentence by sentence, as if from her deepest, sincerest heart she felt that now she was at the depths of herself. This was her true self forever. With this document, she would appear before God at the judgment day. For what had a woman but to submit what was her flesh, but for childbearing her strength for her children and her husband the giver of life? At last, she was a woman. She posted her letter to his club to be forwarded to him in Calcutta. He would receive it soon after his arrival in India. Within 3 weeks of his arrival there, in a month's time, she would receive word from him, then she would go. She was quite sure of him. She thought only of preparing her garments and of living quietly, peacefully, till the time when she should join him again, and her history would be concluded. Forever the peace held like an unnatural calm for a long time. She was aware, however, of a gathering restiveness, a tumult impending within her. She tried to run away from it. She wished she could hear from Skrebensky in answer to her letter, so that her course should be resolved. She should be engaged in fulfilling her fate. It was this inactivity which made her liable to the revulsion she dreaded. It was curious how little she cared about his not having written to her before. It was enough that she had sent her letter. She would get the required answer. That was all. One afternoon in early October, feeling the seething rising to madness within her, she slipped out in the rain to walk abroad, lest the house should suffocate her. Everywhere was drenched wet, and deserted. The grimed houses glowed dull red, the butt houses burned scarlet in a gleam of light under the glistening blackish purple. Slate's Ursula went on towards Willie Green. She lifted her face and walked swiftly, seeing the passage of light across the shallow valley, seeing the colliery and its clouds of steam, for a moment visionary in dim brilliance, away in the chaos of rain. Then the veils closed again. She was glad of the rain's privacy and intimacy. Making on towards the wood, she saw the pale gleam of Willie water through the cloud below. She walked the open space where hawthorn trees streamed like hair on the wind, and round bushes were presences slowing through the atmosphere. It was very splendid, free and chaotic. Yet she hurried to the wood for shelter there. The vast booming overhead vibrated down and encircled her. Tree trunks spanned the circle of tremendous sound. Myriads of tree trunks, enormous and streaked black, with water thrust like stanchions upright between the roaring overhead and the sweeping of the circle underfoot. She glided between the tree trunks, afraid of them. They might turn and shut her in as she went through their marshaled silence. So she flitted along, keeping an illusion that she was unnoticed. She felt like a bird that has flown in through the window of a hall where vast warriors sit at the board between their grave booming ranks. She was hastening, assuming she was unnoticed, till she emerged with beating heart through the far window and out into the open upon the vivid green marshy meadow. She turned under the shelter of the common, seeing the great veils of rain swinging with slow floating waves across the landscape. She was very wet and a long way from home, far enveloped in the rain and the waving landscape. She must beat her way back through all this fluctuation, back to stability and security. A solitary thing, she took the track straight across the wilderness. Going back, the path was a narrow groove in the turf between high sere tussocky grass. It was scarcely more than a rabbit run, so she moved swiftly along, watching her footing, going like a bird on the wind, with no thought contained in motion. But her heart had a small living seed of fear as she went through the wash of hollow space. Suddenly she knew there was something else. Some horses were looming in the rain, not near yet, but they were going to be near. She continued her path inevitably. They were horses in the lee of a clump of trees beyond, above her. She pursued her way with bent head. She did not want to lift her face to them. She did not want to know they were there. She went on in the wild track. She knew the heaviness on her heart. It was the weight of the horses, but she would circumvent them. She would bear the weight steadily, and so escape. She would go straight on and be gone by. Suddenly the weight deepened, and her heart grew tense to bear it. Her breathing was labored, but this weight also she could bear. She knew, without looking, that the horses were moving nearer. What were they? She felt the thud of their heavy hoofs on the ground. What was it that was drawing near her? What weight oppressing her heart? She did not know. She did not look. Yet now her way was cut off. They were blocking her back. She knew they had gathered on a log bridge over the sedgy dike, a dark, heavy, powerfully heavy knot. Yet her feet went on, and on they would burst before her, they would burst before her, her feet went on, and on intense, and more tense became her nerves, and her veins they ran hot, they ran white hot, they must fuse, and she must die. But the horses had burst before her, in a sort of lightning of knowledge. Their movement travelled through her, the quiver and strain and thrust of their powerful flanks as they burst before her, and drew on beyond. She knew they had not gone, she knew they awaited her still, but she went on over the log bridge that their hoofs had churned and drummed. She went on knowing things about them. She was aware of their breasts gripped, clenched, narrow, in a hold that never relaxed. She was aware of their red nostrils, flaming with long endurance, and of their haunches so rounded, so massive, pressing, 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 to burst the grip, upon their breasts, pressing forever till they went mad, running against the walls of time, and never bursting free. Their great haunches were smoothed and darkened with rain, but the darkness and wetness of rain could not put out the hard, urgent, massive fire that was locked within these flanks, never, never. She went on drawing near. She was aware of the great flash of hoofs, a bluish iridescent flash, surrounding a hollow of darkness, large, large, seemed the bluish incandescent flash of the hoofturn, large, as a halo of lightning, round the knotted darkness of the flanks, like circles of lightning, came the flash of hoofs from out of the powerful flanks. They were awaiting her again. They had gathered under an oak tree, knotting their awful, blind, triumphing flanks together, and waiting, waiting, they were waiting for her approach, as if from a far distance she was drawing near towards the line of twiggy oak trees, where they made their intense darkness, gathered on a single bank. She must draw near, but they broke away, they cantered round, making a wide circle to avoid noticing her, and cantered back into the open hillside behind her. They were behind her, the way was open before her to the gate in the high hedge in the near distance, so she could pass into the smaller cultivated field, and so out to the highroad, and the ordered world of man. Her way was clear, she lulled her heart, yet her heart was cushed with fear all along. Suddenly she hesitated, as if seized by lightning. She seemed to fall, yet found herself faltering forward with small steps. The thunder of horses galloping down the path behind her shook her. The weight came down upon her, down to the moment of extinction. She could not look round, so the horses thundered upon her. Cruelly they swerved and crashed by on her left hand. She saw the fierce flanks crinkled, and as yet inadequate, the great hoofs flashing bright, as yet only brandished about her, and one by one the horses crashed by, intent working themselves up. They had gone by, brandishing themselves thunderously about her, enclosing her. They slackened their burst transport, they slowed down, and cantered together into a knot once more in the corner by the gate and the trees ahead of her. They stirred, they moved uneasily. They settled their uneasy flanks into one group, one purpose. They were up against her. Her heart was gone. She had no more heart. She knew she dare not draw near. The concentrated, knitted flank of the horse group had conquered. It stirred uneasily, awaiting her, knowing its triumph. It stirred uneasily, with the uneasiness of awaited triumph. Her heart was gone. Her limbs were dissolved. She was dissolved like water. All the hardness and looming power was in the massive body of the horse group. Her feet faltered. She came to a standstill. It was the crisis. The horses stirred their flanks uneasily. She looked away, failing on her left. 200 yards down the slope, the thick hedge ran parallel. At one point there was an oak tree. She might climb into the boughs of that oak tree, and so round and drop on the other side of the hedge. Shuddering with limbs like water, dreading every moment to fall, she began to work her way, as if making a wide detour round the horsemass. The horses stirred their flanks in a knot against her. She trembled forward, as if in a trance. Then suddenly, in a flame of agony, she darted, seized the rugged knots of the oak tree, and began to climb. Her body was weak, but her hands were as hard as steel. She knew she was strong. She struggled in a great effort, till she hung on the bough. She knew the horses were aware. She gained her foothold on the bough. The horses were loosening their knots, stirring, trying to realize. She was working her way round to the other side of the tree. As they started to canter towards her, she fell in a heap on the other side of the hedge. For some moments she could not move. Then she saw through the rabbit-cleared bottom of the hedge the great working hoofs of the horses. As they cantered near, she could not bear it. She rose and walked swiftly diagonally across the field. The horses galloped along the other side of the hedge, to the corner where they were held up. She could feel them there in their huddled group, All the while she hastened across the bare field. They were almost pathetic now. Her will alone carried her, till trembling, she climbed the fence under a leaning thorn tree that overhung the grass. By the highroad, the use went from her. She sat on the fence, leaning back against the trunk of the thorn tree motionless. As she sat there spent time, and the flux of change passed away from her, she lay as if unconscious upon the bed of the stream, like a stone unconscious, unchanging, unchangeable, whilst everything rolled by in transience, leaving her there a stone at rest on the bed of the stream, inalterable and passive, sunk to the bottom of all change. She lay still a long time with her back against the thorn tree trunk in her final isolation. Some colliers passed tramping heavily up the wet road, their voices sounding out their shoulders up to their ears, their figures blotched and spectral in the rain. Some did not see her. She opened her eyes languidly as they passed by. Then one man going alone saw her. The whites of his eyes showed in his black face. As he looked in wonderment at her, he hesitated in his walk, as if to speak to her out of frightened concern for her. How she dreaded his speaking to her, dreaded his questioning her. She slipped from her seat and went vaguely along the path. Vaguely, it was a long way home. She had an idea that she must walk for the rest of her life, wearily, step after step, step after step, and always along the wet, rainy road between the hedges, step after step, step after step. The monotony produced a deep, cold sense of nausea in her. How profound was her cold nausea, how profound that to plumb the bottom she seemed destined to find the bottom of all things, today the bottom of all things. Well, at any rate, she was walking along the bottommost bench, was quite safe, if she had to go on and on forever. Seeing this was the very bottom, and there was nothing deeper, you see, so one could not but feel certain passive. She arrived home at last. The climb up the hill to Beldover had been very trying. Why must one climb the hill? Why must one climb? Why not stay below? Why force one's way up the slope? Why force one's way up and up when one is at the bottom? Oh, it was very trying, very wearying, very burdensome. Always burdens, always burdens. Still, she must get to the top and go home to bed. She must go to bed. She got in and went upstairs in the dusk, without its being noticed. She was in such a sodden condition, she was too tired to go downstairs again. She got into bed and lay shuddering with cold, yet too apathetic to get up or call for relief. Then gradually, she became more Roman 99. She was very ill for a fortnight, delirious, shaken and racked. But always amid the ache of delirium, she had a dull firmness of being, a sense of permanency. She was in some way like the stone at the bottom of the river, inviolable and unalterable. No matter what storm raged in her body, her soul lay still and permanent, full of pain. But itself, forever under all her illness, persisted a deep, inalterable knowledge. She knew and she cared no more. Throughout her illness, distorted into vague forms, persisted the question of herself and Skrebensky, like a gnawing ache that was still superficial, and did not touch her isolated, impregnable core of reality, but the corrosion of him burned in her till it burned itself out. Must she belong to him? Must she adhere to him? Something compelled her. And yet, it was not real. Always the ache of unreality of her belonging to Skrebensky. What bound her to him when she was not bound to him? Why did the falsity persist? Why did the falsity gnaw at her? Why could she not wake up to clarity, to reality? If she could but wake up, if she could but wake up, the falsity of the dream of her connection with Skrebensky would be gone. But the sleep, the delirium pinned her down. Even when she was calm and sober, she was in its spell. Yet she was never in its spell. What extraneous thing bound her to him? There was some bond put upon her. Why could she not break it through? What was it? What was it? In her delirium, she beat and beat at the question, and at last her weariness gave her the answer. It was the child. The child bound her to him. The child was like a bond round her brain, tightened on her brain. It bound her to Skrebensky. But why did it bind her to Skrebensky? Could she not have a child of herself? Was not the child her own affair, all her own affair? What had it to do with him? Why must she be bound, aching, and cramped with the bondage to Skrebensky, and Skrebensky's world, Anton's world it became? In her feverish brain a compression which enclosed her. If she could not get out of the compression, she would go mad. The compression was Anton and Anton's world, not the Anton she possessed, but the Anton she did not possess. that which was owned by some other influence, by the world. She fought and fought and fought all through her illness to be free of him and his world, to put it aside into its place. Yet ever anew it gained ascendancy over her. It laid new hold on her, the unutterable weariness of her flesh, which she could not cast off nor yet extricate. If she could but extricate herself, if she could but disengage herself from feeling, from her body, from all the vast encumbrances of the world that was in contact with her, from her father and her mother and her lover and all her acquaintance. Repeatedly, in an ache of utter weariness, she repeated, I have no father, nor mother, nor lover. I have no allocated place in the world of things. I do not belong to Beldover, nor to Nottingham, nor to England, nor to this world. They none of them exist. I am trammelled and entangled in them. But they are all unreal. I must break out of it like a nut from its shell, which is an unreality. And again to her feverish brain came the vivid reality of acorns in February lying on the floor of a wood, with their shells burst and discarded, and the kernel issued naked to put itself forth. She was the naked, clear kernel, thrusting forth the clear, powerful shoot, and the world was a bygone winter. Discarded her mother and father, and Anton and college, and all her friends, all cast off like a year that has gone by, whilst the kernel was free and naked, and striving to take new root, to create a new knowledge of eternity in the flux of time. And the kernel was the only reality, the rest was cast off into oblivion. This grew and grew upon her when she opened her eyes in the afternoon, and saw the window of her room, and the faint smoky landscape beyond this was all husk and shell, lying by all husk and shell. She could see nothing else. She was enclosed still, but loosely enclosed. There was a space between her and the shell. It was burst. There was a rift in it soon. She would have her root fixed in a new day. Her nakedness would take itself the bed of a new sky, and a new air. This old decaying fibrous husk would be gone. Gradually she began really to sleep. She slept in the confidence of her new reality. She slept breathing with her soul the new air of a new world. The peace was very deep and enriching. She had her root in new ground. She was gradually absorbed into growth. When she woke at last, it seemed as if a new day had come on the earth. How long had she fought through the dust and obscurity for this new dawn? How frail and fine and clear she felt, like the most fragile flower that opens in the end of winter. But the pole of night was turned, and the dawn was coming in. Very far off was her old experience, Skrebensky, her parting with him. Very far off. Some things were real. Those first glamorous weeks before these had seemed like hallucination. Now they seemed like common reality. The rest was unreal. She knew that Skrebensky had never become finally real in the weeks of passionate ecstasy. He had been with her in her desire. She had created him for the time being, but in the end he had failed and broken down. Strange what a void separated him and her. She liked him now as she liked a memory, some bygone self. He was something of the past, finite. He was that which is known. She felt a poignant affection for him, as for that which is past. But when she looked with her face forward, he was not. Nay, when she looked ahead into the undiscovered land before her, what was there she could recognize but a fresh glow of light, and inscrutable trees going up from the earth like smoke? It was the unknown, the unexplored, the undiscovered, upon whose shore she had landed alone, after crossing the void, the darkness, which washed the new world and the old. There would be no child. She was glad. If there had been a child, it would have made little difference. However, she would have kept the child and herself. She would not have gone to Skrebensky. Anton belonged to the past. There came the cablegram from Skrebensky. I am married. An old pain and anger and contempt stirred in her. Did he belong so utterly to the cast-off past? She repudiated him. He was as he was. It was good that he was as he was. Who was she to have a man according to her own desire? It was not for her to create, but to recognize a man created by God. The man should come from the infinite, and she should hail him. She was glad she could not create her man. She was glad she had nothing to do with his creation. She was glad that this lay within the scope of that vaster power in which she rested at last. The man would come out of eternity, to which she herself belonged. As she grew better, she sat to watch a new creation. As she sat at her window, she saw the people go by in the street below, colliers, women, children, walking each in the husk of an old fruition, but visible through the husk, the swelling and the heaving contour of the new germination. In the still silenced forms of the colliers, She saw a sort of suspense, a waiting in pain. For the new liberation, she saw the same in the false, hard confidence of the women. The confidence of the women was brittle, it would break quickly to reveal the strength and patient effort of the new germination. In everything she saw, she grasped and groped to find the creation of the living God, instead of the old, hard, barren form of bygone living. Sometimes great terror possessed her, sometimes she lost touch, she lost her feeling. She could only know the old horror of the husk which bound in her and all mankind. They were all in prison, they were all going mad. She saw the stiffened bodies of the colliers, which seemed already enclosed in a coffin. She saw their unchanging eyes, the eyes of those who are buried alive. She saw the hard cutting edges of the new houses, which seemed to spread over the hillside in their insentient triumph. The triumph of horrible amorphous angles and straight lines, the expression of corruption triumphant and unopposed corruption so pure that it is hard and brittle. She saw the dun atmosphere over the blackened hills, opposite the dark blotches of houses slate-roofed and amorphous, the old church tower standing up in hideous obsoleteness above raw new houses on the crest of the hill. The amorphous, brittle, hard-edged new houses advancing from Beldover to meet the corrupt new houses from Lethley, the houses of Lethley advancing to mix with the houses of Hainer, a dry, brittle, terrible corruption spreading over the face of the land, and she was sick with a nausea so deep that she perished as she sat. And then in the blowing clouds she saw a band of faint iridescence coloring in faint colors a portion of the hill, and forgetting, startled, she looked for the hovering color, and saw a rainbow forming itself in one place. It gleamed fiercely, and her heart anguished. With hope she sought the shadow of Iris, where the bow should be steadily. The color gathered mysteriously from nowhere, it took presence upon itself. There was a faint, vast rainbow. The arc bended and strengthened itself, till it arched indomitable, making great architecture of light and color. And the space of heaven, its pedestals luminous, in the corruption of new houses on the low hill, its arch the top of heaven. And the rainbow stood on the earth. She knew that the sordid people who crept hard-scaled and separate on the face of the world's corruption were living still, that the rainbow was arched in their blood, and would quiver to life in their spirit, that they would cast off their horny covering of disintegration, that new, clean, naked bodies would issue to a new germination, to a new growth, rising to the light and the wind and the clean rain of heaven. She saw in the rainbow the earth's new architecture. The old brittle corruption of houses and factories swept away, the world built up in a living fabric of truth, fitting to the overarching heaven. The end.